Kips Clips.
Tonight at 11.
Doom! It's a plan! And I'm angry! I'm not a slave! I've broken the conditioning! It doesn't work on me! I'm primitive, I'm real, I know the enemy, and if we can have this spirit of normal humanity spread, it's over for the globalist! Break the conditioning now! Excuse me.
This is not the InfoWars Nightly News, where the answer to 1984 is not $19.95 plus shipping and handling, but the answer is to try and understand the double-barrel bullcrap, the doublespeak, and the Orwellian wonderland we now find ourselves in. So sit back and relax as I take you through a real alternative look at the news and so-called alternative media alike. Enjoy.
Clips, clips.
Alrighty, boob tubes. Another one of Kip's clips, and I remember to unmute. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I might actually, like, one of these days, remember to check that every time, but hey ho. Anyway, I was bored out my tits, and I didn't know what to do, so I thought I might as well hang about with yous. Nothing else to do, I don't know. So, afternoon, everybody. Hopefully the corona madness hasn't kicked in too much yet. I know it's kicking in with me. I'm really sick to the back teeth of this piss. You know, you didn't realise how much you missed actually going out until somebody turned round and said you can't go out, you know. And even going out is so... Maybe for me, it's fucking stressful as fuck, you know. Everything's heightened. I stay in a high-rise block of flats as well, man, so you just feel minging, you know. Anyway, afternoon, one and all. Hopefully yous are all good. Vasim, Paula, Carletta, Reactionary, how you doing, my man? Creepy Crawl, who cares? Pontiac, Paula, Carletta, Richie was in earlier, and Miss Spice in the evening, in the afternoon, one and all. Now, earlier on, let me just double check this. I was actually getting blocked for making comments in my own fucking chat room. And what was it? Cracker. Right? Somebody was talking about the thumbnail that I used. And I said, I know, it's a cracker. And it wasn't posted in my comment. Right, now you can see that like, you can see it on the live stream, but you won't see it in the chat. So I don't know why. I tried to get into my section where you block words and all that shit, but it's not working just now, so hopefully it's just YouTube teething problems. But I can't even... it's a cracker. I mean, why would the Deep State Illuminati fucking block that? I don't get it. Let's see. Fanny. Like, Fanny's okay, but it's saying it's a cracker. Banned. Is it because, like, calling people crackers? Like, cuckoo! You don't like to call people crackers anymore? Did you see the Event 201 website? I have not, buddy. Anybody want me to play a video? Go over something? Contact links are down below. Reactionary, I know you can't post it in the chat, but if you get hold of my Skype, hold of my email, let me know you've sent it to me and I can go over anything and anybody wants me to. That's not a problem. I don't even... The Event 201 website doesn't even ring a bell with me, to be honest, buddy. I don't know whether I'm familiar with it or not. In the evening, the E-word, hopefully you're keeping well. If you'd like to hear a lady's take on things, check her channel out. I think she puts up some content and stuff, so feel free to check that out. Weird stuff. I have had what I'd consider innocent comments in a chat, and they don't appear. Been happening for a couple of weeks. I know, it's fucking strange. Let's see. This will get me put on another. Death to America. Death to America, okay? But saying a meme is a cracker? Banned. Deep State Illuminati. Logic. No, like, let's follow the Illuminati logic here. So, let's use the conspiracy logic to find out who rules us, find out who you can't criticise. So by using that theory, we're ruled by crackers. Fucking crackers have took over the fucking world, and it's the Deep State Illuminati, folks. You need to ask yourself this question. What truths am I telling that the Deep State Illuminati are trying to shut me down? What truths might be rolling along the bottom of the ticker tape that the Deep State Illuminati need to shut me down? No. We're ruled by crackers, and the Deep State Illuminati's trying to stop this live stream, because obviously I know the truth and nobody else does. Obviously. Anyway, so we are ruled by crackers, obviously, right? The conspiracy logic used by some, follow that, and you will understand that we're ruled by crackers, because you can't say crackers in the YouTube chat room, which is quite crackers, isn't it? Hold on, can you say can't even say cracker and cheesies. We're ruled by fucking crackers and cheesies! Fuck! The Dairy has took over. The fucking seriously strong cheddar. Whew, man. See, we're watching. We're watching. Is it the politicians? Is it the pedos taking over? Is it the devil worshippers? Is it the Illuminati? Any fucking cheese and crackers all this time taking over the world? Who'd have thought it? Cheese and crackers. Max Spiers? Who's Max Spiers? I have no idea who that dude is. Oh no, hold on. Wait there. I do know who he is. Just wait 2 seconds. I'm just racking my brains. Always cracks me up when people do this, like pretend they know about something and you can hear them googling in the background, then they'll come on and go, oh yes, actually I do know about that. Max Spiers. Death of Max Spiers? Oh, he's dead. Right. Call me crazy. I'm going to go to the BBC Deep State Illuminati first of all. Oh, come on, you fuck, man.
There are a number of different ways to traumatize, to split the mind of the child.
Max Spiers, a British conspiracy theorist, died on a sofa in Warsaw, Poland in July 2016.
Oh,
How he died,
it's ringing a bell now. It is ringing a bell now.
Still a mystery. Max was obsessed by conspiracies. But was something darker going on in his life?
I would argue yes, because like a lot of us who end up in the conspiratardom game, there's some deep-seated fucking shit going on. It's just my personal opinion, and I don't discount myself from this shit. Oh, hold on a sec.
Sometimes he would need someone to sit with him, literally hold his hand, and just be with him for, a couple of hours. And he would not want to be left. He had a very little boy side to him.
One night, I was sleeping and he saw light beaming through his window.
They used to look for flying saucers out the window. My dad lived in Broadstairs over the ocean, and he bought beautiful.
Well, welcome to the COVID-19 update. It's Thursday the 9th of April. And of course, the Easter holiday is coming up. It's an Easter bank holiday, so happy Passover, happy Easter. And maybe like me, you were looking forward to having a few days. Only one death reported so far, and that was today. That was today, Thursday.
Another deep state Illuminati attack, folks.
Going to happen. Now, people often ask, well, what harm am I doing going for a walk along the beach or going for a cycle out in the country? And the answer is, on an individual level, probably not very much. But the point about these public health interventions that we are now having to live through is that they are population level based interventions. So there's an interesting example of David Clark, who I'm not picking on particularly, but he was the New Zealand health minister, so really he should have known better. But he drove 20 kilometres. I think he had his family with him and just thought I'd have a day on the beach, which is very nice. So if David Clark and his family go for a day on the beach, they stay in their family household group and then they drive back, then they're not doing any harm. That's true. They're just mixing amongst themselves. But he's not an individual. He's part of a population. And what he does depends on everyone else, and everyone else depends on him. So if all of the population of New Zealand decided to go to the beach, then there would be a problem. Then there would be mixing. So this is the whole point about these interventions. They have to be population level. Because I have to take responsibility for your health. You have to take responsibility for my health. We're in this together as a population. We're not individuals at the moment in that sense. Now, I'd like to put good news in here whenever I can. So the World Health Organization has said that 60 teams now are working on a vaccine, 60 teams around the world. And to give one example, in South Korea, they're working flat out on a vaccine. South Korea's got a very extensive biotechnology capacity. So they're talking about leading and sharing. Now, I know there's a vaccine in my country. I know there's several in the United States. I know there's one in Israel. I know there's lots of different vaccines. But what encouraged me about the South Korean position was they are collaborating between the private and the public sector. They're allowing private sector scientists, presumably from the pharmaceutical industry, to work in public laboratories. They're giving them the full facilities, so they're making antibodies available, they're making blood samples available. It's all together. And they've committed to share this with the World Health Organization and the United Nations. So this is for everyone. So this is a good example of the collaborative cooperative approach we need. We need to share this data with the whole world. It's not a matter of who gets to the vaccine first and makes a lot of money. Let's hope that approach keeps up and that other people follow South Korea's example. Now, yesterday I talked about a very disconcerting point about African Americans being affected more than white Americans, and there does seem to be data emerging now that black people are getting more complications of the disease on a global scale. Now, this is partly because certainly in a lot of Western countries, people of Afro-Caribbean descent often have more comorbidities, so they're more prone to things like hypertension, and we know hypertension seems to be a factor in this disease. So there is this comorbidity thing. But if you have dark coloured, in fact, well, anyone, but if you've got dark coloured skin especially, I would suggest you consider your vitamin D status and try and talk to local doctors about that, because I think that's a factor. So I would appeal to all local doctors really to think about the vitamin D status of your patients, because it does tie in so well with the data that we currently have. Now, correlation doesn't mean causality, as we're always saying in research, but it's such a simple variable that's so easy to correct and could potentially, in my view, save lots of lives. Now, I'm not a politician. I did think about going into politics once, about 15 years ago, for 2 or 3 minutes and rejected the idea. So I'm not a politician. But it was disconcerting to notice that Professor Ferrari had resigned from the European hierarchies of science after just a few months in post, and that was concerning. So whatever's going on there, I just hope they're going to get their act together. But sad to note that a man of Professor Ferrari's calibre is no longer officially working as an official scientist for the European Union, although I'm sure the professor is absolutely flat out working on this problem, and in fact I'm pretty sure he is. So just reminders, this is more contagious than seasonal flu, COVID-19. The virus can live on hard surfaces for 3 days. Person-to-person transmission is mostly via droplet and in the air, but always remember surfaces as well. And what people sometimes forget is that this can be transmitted in stools as well. So excellent toilet hygiene is required. Now, we have talked quite a few times about why some people are more affected than others. And we've talked about black people versus white people, or it's not that simple. It's a gradation in skin colour, of course. That darker skin makes vitamin D more slowly. But the other that's been discovered, and I might do a separate scientific talk on this, but just to notice in passing now, that there is genetic variations in the ACE2 receptor. Now, the ACE2 receptor is this receptor in the lungs into which the virus fits. So the virus gets into the body by fitting into this ACE2 receptor. And there does seem to be genetic variation in the shape of this ACE2 receptor that means it can fit better or not so well into this receptor site. Now, this is not a racial difference. These are differences that are between individuals. So this could explain why some individuals get the condition more severely and some others less severely. But as I say, we'll look at some science of that in more detail another time. Now, going on to specific places, Thursday the 9th of April. South Korea, I'm going to start with some good news here. So South Korea, 39 new cases. This is a great reduction in the number of new cases in South Korea. And 10 of those were imported, meaning there was only 29 cases of community transmission in South Korea. So this is very encouraging. And their curve has been flat for quite some time now. So South Korean measures are working. And I think the key to the South Korean measures is they've been targeted, precisely targeted to at-risk people, at-risk individuals. It's been a very specific, targeted approach. And we've always said this is what we need. We need the top-down lockdown to be going on with, but we also need this bottom-up, precise approach to pick away at the bottom of the pandemic. And that's what the Koreans, South Koreans have been good at. North Korea, I still haven't heard any data. I think the North Koreans are just, well, who knows what happened in North Korea. It's a tragic, terrible situation. I've read no data from North Korea at all, but I think things are probably quite bad there, unfortunately. Deaths in South Korea, 204, 1.95%. Now, this is based on fairly good data and quite reasonable levels of testing. So it does make you think that this could be kind of round about the case fatality rate that we might be looking at in some places, a lot higher than we'd hope for. In fact, it still might be artificially high because of the undiagnosed cases in South Korea. And we know that there are many undiagnosed cases in South Korea. So still much higher than we would hope for. And I am hopeful it is going to come down, but that's based on pretty good data. So that's just a figure that's a fact. Good number recovering in South Korea. So good to see. Now, New Zealand, another interesting success story, really. Now, there's 1,239 cases, but this is confirmed and probable cases. And the probable cases are diagnosed clinically. So they're quite good there, really. And we'll see that the curve is well and truly flattening out in New Zealand. Only one death reported so far, and that was today. That was today, Thursday, in New Zealand. Now, obviously, there's going to be more. But it does indicate that the authorities in South Korea acted fairly early, because, as we know, there's this lag time in deaths. So Prime Minister Ardern has said that without the interventions, they would be on a similar trajectory to Italy and Spain. But because they've acted relatively early, now this is interesting. This is the number of new cases. So this is today, Thursday. The data I've got, I'm not quite sure about this data, but as far as I know, it's 29 new cases. Now, these other datas are confirmed. So Wednesday, there was 50 new cases. Tuesday, there was 54. Monday, there was 67 new cases. So we see the number of new cases is going down quite dramatically. And if they keep it up at this rate, then those number of new cases is going to go down to 0. The people that have the disease now, well, some of them tragically will go on to die, but others will make antibodies and will recover. So it's quite possible that New Zealand could eradicate this infection. That is quite possible. That in New Zealand, an island situation, of course, but it could be eradicated. And interesting to note, they're doing 9.7 tests per 1,000. Now, that's not the best in the world by any means, but it's middle of the ranking for developed countries. But it looks like those tests, as in South Korea, have been well targeted to where they need to be. So it is partly the number of testing, the amount of testing, of course, the overall amount of testing, but it's the targeting of that testing that's important as well. So remarkably encouraging there from South Korea, both on the scientific collaboration vaccine development stage. So, I mean, this could potentially mean a vaccine early-ish in 2021, which would be marvellous. Now, Austria is another interesting country. Again, relatively good news, but not unqualified. Over 13,000 cases. Death rate in Austria, 2.3%. So again, not too far off what we're seeing in Korea, really. Korea just under the 2%, wasn't it? Austria just over the 2%. The thing about Austria, of course, advanced country, sophisticated data. Many undiagnosed cases, of course. There's way more cases than this. But then again, people are dying at home, so we're still round about that mark. We really don't know yet. Full lockdown, it's been strict in Austria for about a month. Borders remain closed to foreigners. The testing is fairly good, 13.7 tests per 1,000 people, 120,000 tests in total. So reasonable testing there for a developed country. Now, all these testings are abysmal, of course. They should be way higher, but all we can do is compare with what we have at the moment. Now, they're talking about opening local small shops next week. So they're not talking about lifting the lockdown, but opening small local shops next week. That's what they're talking about after a full lockdown for a month. So it just shows how important it is to really clobber the figures right at the start, as Austria largely has done. But education remains closed, schools, universities closed, public gatherings still banned. And this is interesting, and we've looked at this in detail in the last couple of days. Masks are obligatory in public spaces like supermarkets. And we've looked at data that shows infected people spread the virus much further distances than we've thought. So wearing masks in public, in supermarkets for example, in Austria, I don't believe it's going to protect me from getting the virus as an uninfected person. But I do believe if I'm an infected person, it's going to reduce the chances that I give it to someone else. So we wear a mask for everyone else. We wear a mask for everyone else to stop me infecting you. And I think other countries are going to have to start thinking about this because everyone has to shop for food. And it is a weak point in our lockdowns at the moment. Now, the United States... Numbers are huge, but testing is greatly being ramped up in the United States. New York, another 779 deaths in the last 24 hours, making 4,571, and that is just in the city of New York. So over 4,500 deaths already in the city of New York. Now, 86% of these deaths in New York had underlying health conditions. So that's, I suppose, roughly what we would expect, underlying health conditions. So we've known for a long time that people with comorbidities, chronic diseases and increasing age are more at risk. And that's been borne out by the New York data so far. Now, lockdown measures are starting to work in New York area. This is just the New York area. Hospital admissions are levelling off. So, promising signs in the New York area, as there were in California. Just a pity that the United States has a bit of a disparate response from state to state. Now, I have got this statistic. This is from Oxford University, so I'm sure it's fairly reliable. The United States has ramped up their testing massively from a virtually non-existent start that we did talk about before, but that's history now. So at the moment, as of yesterday, as of the 8th of April, in the United States, they've done 6.61 tests per 1,000. So well over 2 million tests. And in terms of the number of tests conducted, the United States is leading the world considerably. But of course it needs to, because it's got a large population. And this will carry on increasing, I have no doubt, but it needs to increase massively further. Now, places like Wyoming, New Mexico, still relatively unaffected. But if you live in those states, bear in mind it is coming unless you are very strict in your social distancing, physical distancing, lockdown measures. Unfortunately, it is going to spread all around the United States of America. More rural spread. So rural America is being affected now. 2/3 of rural counties in the United States now have cases. Now, there was an election in Wisconsin a few days ago, which basically descended into farce, but one which could result in deaths, unfortunately. And I'm not sure about this, but I think you've got something planned on November the 3rd in the United States, haven't you? There's some event planned then. So clearly there's implications for the presidential elections on the 3rd of November. We don't know what things are going to be like then, but certainly the campaign leading up to that is going to be greatly affected. Now, as we predicted a long time ago, anticipated a long time ago, institutions and nursing homes being badly affected in the United States, as they are all around the world. We saw that village in Italy yesterday where 1,900 people in a village in Italy near Rome were in total lockdown because the cases spread from an epicenter, a localized epicenter in the nursing home. So just a few things that caught my eye from the news. In Pennsylvania, there's a facility with 450 residents and 300 staff, and they're all presumed to be infected. So that is an epicenter in its own right in that one care facility. Massachusetts, the National Guard have been involved. Chicago, 80 evacuated. 80 residents from a care home evacuated as workers simply didn't turn up for work. So really remarkably worrying about the most vulnerable in societies here, and Illinois asked for 12,000 body bags, which of course is always disconcerting. So things still increasing in most parts of the United States. There are glimmers of hope in areas like New York that it's starting to level off, but still an awful lot of deaths. But of course we expect the deaths because there's a lag effect. So reduction in number of new cases first, reduction in hospital admissions next, which is roughly what we're seeing in New York now. We're at the reduction in the hospital admissions stage. It's starting to level off. Still very extreme, but starting to level off. But deaths, we can expect that they carry on increasing for a few days, I am afraid, because people die several weeks typically after they present with the clinical features of the disease. Now, just to illustrate my concern about countries with less levels of development, Indonesia, these figures are official. They're official and they're meaningless. There's more burials in Jakarta. Burials in Jakarta are up, indicating that people are dying in Jakarta, indicating that they contracted the disease several weeks ago, indicating that there was community transmission weeks before that. So it looks like a real iceberg situation in Indonesia. And just to underline this, the testing is 0.05 per thousand. So for the whole country of Indonesia, they've done under 15,000 tests. Not good. Essentially, the pandemic in Indonesia is invisible. Very hard to fight an enemy you cannot see, but very, very worrying indications that the enemy is indeed at work in Indonesia. Italy, these death rates aren't going to pan out. There's just so many undiagnosed cases in Italy. Of that, I have no doubt. The real numbers in Italy are way, way higher than this. So we're seeing the severe tip of the iceberg here. It's not going to be as high as that. When in a few years' time, when we do antibody tests on everyone in Italy, we'll probably find out that 20-30% of the population have got it now. And that'll bring that number of deaths way down. So if that number was 10 times higher or 20 times higher, which it probably is, then that number would be 10 times or 20 times lower. That percentage would be that much lower. Testing in Italy is improving. 13.65 tests per 1,000 people. 800,000 tests in total in Italy. And the Italians are talking about being at the peak now. Hopefully things are levelling off as a result of the drastic lockdown measures they're taking, and they're hoping to start ending restrictions in April. But to do that, they're going to need more testing than that, which I am sure the Italian authorities are well aware of. Spain, similar, lots of cases, 150,000 cases nearly, terrible number of deaths. Again, high percentage. Because the real number of cases is so much higher than this, the percentage of deaths for those infected will be less. So that number is going to gradually come down as more cases are identified. And the Spanish authorities are talking about close to the beginning of the decline. So it doesn't mean it's the end. And it's not the, what did Churchill say? This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. So things are starting to level off there. So I'm hopeful that this first effort is paying dividends now, and that in Spain we are seeing the end of this beginning period. We're going to need a lot more testing, and we're going to need ongoing lockdown measures, and the easing of the lockdown measures are going to be targeted and gradual. It's not going to be overnight. So perhaps, as in Austria, local shops might be allowed to open and then see how that goes. But this is not going to be an overnight event. But hopes there in Italy and Spain that things are levelling off. New cases are levelling off. Hospital admissions are levelling off. Deaths take longer, but will start to decline, and the percentage will start to look lower as more cases are confirmed who've had mild disease. France is still increasing, unfortunately. Now, French take their holidays remarkably seriously. Well, we all do, I suppose, but the French take it really seriously, and they're actually using air patrols to make sure people don't go on holiday and stopping cars that are going on holiday. So unfortunately, this is not a time for holidays for most of the world. We can have a holiday later, not just now, too early. Israel, confirmed cases, deaths, low percentage of deaths in Israel. This could turn out to be not too far out. Israel seems to be doing quite well. They instigated reasonably early containment measures. Roadblocks prior to Passover. Passover will have to be celebrated in family units, not multi-generational family units, unless they are in the same household. If you're in the same household, it's fine. If you're not in the same household, I'm afraid you cannot mix with your relatives from other households. Purim was a bit of a mess. There was a lot of public celebrations in the street in Purim, so Netanyahu has said Passover will not be Purim. In other words, this time everyone behave themselves. This is going to be enforced. We're not going to have a bit of a boogie like we did for Purim. Passover is going to be different this weekend. And the lockdown there persists. Now, the last country I want to look at today is the United Kingdom, to illustrate what's going on. Increasing confirmed cases. I do know there's more burials in my area, so I do know this number is way, way higher than this. Again, increased burials in my area means that people died last week, that they became symptomatic weeks before that this whole thing goes back. It means there's community transmission almost certainly in late February. Deaths. This is the highest recorded deaths in 24 hours, making 7,000 official deaths in the UK. Unfortunately, we can expect to see this level of increase for the next few days. So we are looking at 10,000 deaths by the weekend. But these are only deaths in hospital. The people that are getting buried near me, the increasing death rate near me, most of it is not being counted because people are dying at home. So these figures are underestimates. These are people dying in hospital who have been officially diagnosed. I believe, unfortunately, that there's way more people than this dying without diagnosis at home. As in New York, the vast majority of those would have comorbidities. But it doesn't alter the fact people are dying before they should do. My Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, third night in intensive care, described as being stable on standard oxygen therapy and improving, which sounds good. Should be a new bulletin out in the next hour or so. So we mentioned yesterday that the levels of intervention are sort of standard oxygen, giving extra oxygen, giving oxygen with pressure, CPAP, giving oxygen with ventilation, and then the last resort is this extracorporeal treatment where the blood's taken out of the body to be oxygenated. But our facilities for doing that are limited. So hopefully most people are being treated with standard oxygen, as is the Prime Minister, or with CPAP, where the air is blown in to aid the ventilation of the lungs. Now, Wales have confirmed that the lockdown's being continued. The next 3 weeks will be rolled over in the UK, unless I've read this very much wrongly. So the lockdown in the UK, if you're watching in the UK, we can expect an ongoing lockdown. It probably won't be announced this weekend, but it will be. It will be happening. There's going to be a rollover, I'm afraid, because deaths are still increasing. We're doing 14,000 tests per day, which is abysmal. That works out at 3.46 per 1,000 people in total so far. So way behind the curve in testing. We need antibody and antigen testing, as we've talked about many times. Now, it seems to be a complete dog's dinner in terms of antibody tests, because the government correctly ordered millions of antibody tests, but it looks like the blinking things don't work properly. So we've ordered these tests and they're not reliable, and we're looking for a refund. I don't know where we got them from, but it just shows that the antibody tests very often aren't yet up to scratch. We are working on our own, but domestic one's going to be ready at the end of May, which will be reliable. Now I don't know where these came from. I think the Chinese ones are quite good, and and I know that California has been buying tens of thousands of tests from the South Koreans, which I believe are reliable. But looks like we've not got these reliable antibody tests yet that we're desperate for. So I think that's all I wanted to say today. I made a note there on Corona bonds. I'm not a politician, as I've said, but Italy and Spain basically want to share the financial burden of this all around the European Union. And of course, other European Union countries like Germany and Netherlands don't want to pay all that money. It's a lot of money. So let's just say there's going to be trouble ahead. And I'm going to leave you with a drawing by Matt, which I think is excellent. Thank you, Matt. I wish I could draw like that. He's just sort of sat there and just sketched it. So we've got me on his mobile phone and I'm saying various things. So thank you, Matt. It's always nice to... art is always welcome, especially quality art like this, but it's also good to sometimes to try and lighten the mood a little bit. So thank you.
Back in the room, back in the room. Say hello, Blazing.
Hello, Blazing.
I don't know if you can hear him. I made him sit 8 metres away. Right, hold on, there's something going wrong here. The audio. Power on. Right. Connected, there we go. Right. Hello, hello, hello. Right, there we go, it's working. Right, so hopefully you've enjoyed that guy. I did share the link to him earlier on. Now, I'm just sitting having a wee bit of well-deserved social interaction from 2 metres away. But I'll share his link in the chat for those folks who want to check out his channel. Now, I don't know if that guy's got an angle or whatnot. I don't know if he's got a political angle or whatnot. I've recently been pointed in his direction over this corona crap. My lord, right, I'm using the wrong keyboard, that's what's wrong. Too many keyboards. So, just do your own due diligence before you blindly start following his advice like everybody else's, man. I mean, use logic, make your own mind up. It's probably the best thing everybody should be doing right now, and I don't know. Don't take your advice off of people who project authority on YouTube. And that dude does it very well. Like, see? 2 metres apart. I want to. Blazing just used these mind tricks and fucking... Blazing just used these mind tricks and fucked up my stream, the cunt. Anyway, while I'm sitting doing some well-deserved social interaction, let's have a wee shifty at what the BBC News is saying. Believe it or not, I've actually not even watched it today. Oh, there's Tintin the Copper. Hello, Tintin.
Clearly can comply with social distancing, but the calls we're getting are suggesting that they're not.
Stay at home.
So, this bank holiday, they're putting out videos of local celebrities and frontline workers, all with the same message.
I don't know about you.
Stay safe, stay healthy, do some exercise, and don't be going outside unnecessarily.
Happy Mondays. This is a message to
John Ryder telling you to stay safe and stay healthy.
Marcus Rashford here.
Just a quick message to
The
remind
world's
us all that
upside
it's
down,
very important
folks.
to stay
Sean
indoors
Ryder's
to
telling
stop
you to
spreading the
fucking stay.
virus.
Listen,
Other
stay safe,
forces say they've
citizens.
given people
Play with
time to
traffic
adjust
and
to the
lick
rules.
doorknobs.
Now they're going to start enforcing
My
them.
God, Sean Ryder telling you.
We have a hardcore
I
few
didn't think
people
he could be a
in the
fat
minority
bastard and be a cop
who
anymore.
are quite blatantly
My
flouting the
God.
law, and
I
it's
think
to
he
those
came out his
people
mum's
that I'm
vagina
saying,
nose first,
enough is
by the
enough,
looks of
and we are
things.
now going to start to come looking for you, and we're going to start to find you, and if necessary, we're going to
Pulled out with pliers by the nose.
Lockdown is a delicate balancing act, though. It will save lives and cut the number
Right, I'm
of
going to
deaths
shut the
from
fuck up and let you listen to
coronavirus.
this shit. It's
But there's a
winding me
warning
up.
too that it could also damage people's health.
We've talked about delaying non-urgent operations or hospitals cancelling treatments that patients can receive.
I need to just mute something.
We've also
The
seen
only
huge
motherfucker that I've heard
downturns
talking about
in the number of
repealing
people going
every
to
single one of
A&E
these laws, or
departments,
pretty
for
much all of them,
symptoms
after this
of
shit's over,
heart
is
attack.
Nicola
So people
Sturgeon.
themselves are delaying
And I don't want to become an
And
SNP
in some
fan. I
sense,
don't want to
that's storming
start
up
fucking
problems
liking what
for the
Nicola
future.
Sturgeon's saying. But why is no other motherfucker
Austria
talking
is
about
one
that?
European country starting to
No,
slowly,
I'm quite happy
very
to do
slowly
what it
ease
takes to stop the
restrictions.
virus.
From next week,
More than
some
happy.
small shops will be allowed to
I'm
reopen.
more than happy, and I think
and
you're
questions are
an
being
idiot
asked
and
about
ignorant
what
if you
our
don't want to
exit
fucking.
strategy will look like.
I know people think it's a hoax, and I don't hold it against you. Just apply logic, people. Apply logic.
Waited till there were very few cases.
Hopefully you pull through it.
Occurring in the community.
Anyway, I'm going to shut the fuck up and let you watch BBC
before
News.
Relaxing quarantine, and of course that could be several weeks away.
Now, though, it's time to hold steady, says the government.
It's just beginning to work. People really need to stick the course. This Easter weekend, however tempting it is, however lovely and sunny it is, stay at home, please.
And a reminder about why we're being asked to do this: to slow the spread of the virus, and so to stop the NHS from being overwhelmed with sick patients. Catherine Burns, BBC News.
Well, our chief political correspondent, Vicky Young, is in Westminster for us now. Vicky, we know that the government's emergency COBRA meeting is meeting now, but that message from politicians, from the police, is all very clear. It's Easter weekend, the weather's going to be fine, but people must observe the restrictions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think listening there to the Minister saying that the restrictions are just beginning to work tells you all you need to know, really, that they're looking at the data, and that's what today's so-called COBRA emergency meeting is about. Of course, it's all being done remotely, chaired by the First Secretary, Dominic Raab, but they will be looking at how they do the review of the lockdown, which legally has to be done by next Thursday. But, you know, looking at the figures that we've seen, they have published some of them in advance before about hospital admissions, about cases, about deaths. All of those are telling them things which are going to be very important, but we are at the beginning of this in many ways. They're looking and hoping to see some small signs that hospital admissions might be starting to level out, but of course there is this time lag between those who get the disease, then those who go into hospital, and then those who sadly die, and so they need much more data before they can make a decision. And it's very clear, listening to the First Ministers of Wales and of course Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland, that there is no chance that these restrictions are going to be lifted imminently. If they are working, then they're going to have to carry on being in place, and if they're not working, well, they're not going to lift them, are they? Surely the obvious conclusion would be that they will need even further restrictions. Now, of course, we're not there yet. As I say, today's meeting is all about how they're going to make the decision in the short-term future.
But do you detect that the government is under some pressure? The Labour leader, the new Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, talking about suggesting that the government should start laying out what an exit strategy might look like, even if it is not able at the moment to talk about a timetable.
Yeah, I think so on both those things. So how are they going to decide when they start to lift restrictions, and how might they do that? I mean, we've heard in other countries about maybe schools reopening being maybe a first step, or some businesses reopening. Now, we don't know any of that kind of information, and we don't know really at what stage the government and ministers are at in those discussions, because up until now, the front line has been the hospital ward, because obviously their priority is saving lives and making sure that the NHS does not become overwhelmed, because that would just make the situation, of course, so much worse. So really so much of the focus has been on that. And there has, of course, been this big debate about testing, because many people think that is the only way out of this, that if you can develop a test, crucially, which is accurate, and that is proving to be a problem, that can show who has already had the illness, then that might help you to open up parts of the economy. Because, of course, there are deep, deep concerns, not just in the Treasury, but everywhere, about the longer-term economic consequences, which can in themselves become health consequences, and they will be very, very mindful of all of that.
And Vicky, do you detect at all worries about people cooperating with the present restrictions? At the moment, it feels as if the vast majority of people accept the need for the lockdown, but from the people that you're talking to, are there worries that this is a finite sort of goodwill?
Yeah, I mean, it is a problem. You know, of course, it's a problem because it's Easter weekend, and although for most people that's not going to feel much different this time round, having a long bank holiday. But, you know, the weather, it's been sent to test people, hasn't it? You can think about all the other Easter breaks there have been in the pouring rain. This time it's not like that. So, of course, the temptation to go outside is going to be enormous. But I think, you know, that taken alongside these dreadful figures we're getting every day where, you know, almost 1,000 people in the United Kingdom are dying of this terrible illness is probably going to be enough.
This is just an update, folks. I've got a bit of health advice from Dr. Blazin. He's not a doctor, and this isn't really health advice. But just an update, because the real questions that the BBC aren't addressing. Number one, how long does coronavirus last on weed? Right? Number two, can you contract it by having sex? But what were you saying, Blazin?
Safe sex. Stay safe and do it doggy style. Stay safe.
I fucking delivered it better first time. It's like fucking if you. He's like, you don't contract it if you do it doggy style. So you're okay to fuck, folks, just as long as you do it doggy style. And that's health advice from Dr. Crazy Ass Blazin.
To focus most minds, but having said that, of course, you know, the police are having in some cases to clamp down on all of this and try to remind people why they have to follow the rules.
Crucially, the Prime Minister hasn't needed to go on a ventilator, the ventilator being the very complex machine that needs to be used in the most sickest of patients. But still, he is in intensive care, and that is a unit, of course, in any hospital where the most unwell patients have to be treated. They often need very complex care, have to be monitored around the clock. Mr. Johnson will have, as with any patient in intensive care, a very highly skilled medical team monitoring him 24 hours a day. So that's the latest from Downing Street. The Prime Minister remains here in intensive care. He was admitted, of course, on Sunday afternoon. We were told as a precaution, but things developed very quickly on Monday evening when he was then transferred from a ward into the intensive care unit. And of course, just a week ago, Boris Johnson, still trying to get over the virus, was on the streets of Downing Street taking part in Clap for Carers. Tonight, when that takes place, he remains here in intensive care in hospital.
Yes, indeed. What a difference a week makes. Helena Wilkinson, many thanks. Our correspondent Helena Wilkinson there. Testing for coronavirus is a crucial part of any strategy to lift the lockdown. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, set a target of carrying out 100,000 tests a day by the end of the month, but progress has been slow. Small independent laboratories may play an important role in hitting that number. Our science correspondent Richard Westcott has been to see how one team of scientists is aiming to help.
This is exactly the kind of independent lab that could play a key role in controlling the coronavirus.
Right, let's mute that shit up. Right, Blazin, beware. Don't say fuck, cunt or bugger. We're live on air. So, but honestly, what are people's real... Right, apart from doing it doggy style keeps you safe. But... We've heard the BBC addressing all the questions like how long does it last on surfaces, wipe this down, take your shopping home, wipe it down, all that jazz, right? Which I think's, for people that overthink things, which I think's a lot is nowadays, there's very valuable questions. But in all seriousness as well, right, there's a lot of people out there that will still now be out there like sourcing weed and doing stuff that you can't officially fucking actually address. But who's it actually... Sorry, I'm just laughing at the E-Bird, Sean Ryder. Also seen UFOs. Fucking Sean Ryder has seen a lot of things in his day, man. Listen, I think Sean Ryder's an amazing dude. I just think it's ironic him telling you to stay safe and healthy. Although, man, here... What's your thought?
Plastic bag sex is also safe.
Plastic bag sex, also safe. I don't know if your voice comes across when you're speaking. I don't know this mic setup, I don't know whether... Right, do a wee sound check, go la 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 la. No, you do it. You do a sound check. Oh, you can hear him, aye. It sounds like he's in a plastic bag, but you can hear him. Oh, shit.
I've got a bucket over my head.
He's got a bucket over his head. Oh my god. Mate, you're not doing this fucking insinuation that we're having gay sex thing any fucking favours. See, I can only fuck Blazing when he's got a bucket on his head. I've told him that straight. No bucky, no fucky. That's what I said to him. Yeah, has anybody thought that fucking Boris Johnson, right? I would love to put this together in a fucking wee comedy sketch, right? In fact, I'm going to do it, see if I can get like a Boris Johnson wig. Mate, if I can get a Boris Johnson wig, I'm going to do this. And I'll sit there, right, with a big massive pile of fucking letters and envelopes, because, you know, he sent a letter out to every motherfucker in the UK just before he get put into intensive care. And I'm going to show I'm going to do a wee sort of a wee video clip of Boris Johnson sitting there writing all these letters, and then just before he seals them, coughing into every single one of them. And then sealing it up. And sending it out to... Did that not cross anybody's mind? Maybe the virus was spread by Boris Johnson's fucking letter to every cunt. We all know it's rife in fucking Downing Street, and that letter came direct from Downing Street. And I want to know if the person, Boris Johnson, because his signature was on it, he obviously wrote the letter, fucking poison us all, the big prick. Anyway, that's fact, not fake news. Boris Johnson spread the corona with his letter to everybody in the UK. Coincidentally, does anybody think that host of the BBC News looks like a Romulan? Is it Romulan? It looks like some sort of a...
Vulcan.
Is it a Vulcan?
That's what's called, a Vulcan.
No, there's Romulans as well, and they've got that kind of like Lego man haircut stuff.
That big thing.
No, that's a Klingon. Come on, fuck, mate. You don't even know what... Doesn't know the difference between a Romulan and a Klingon. Fucking... What universe are you staying in? You racist bastard.
I can't see her with this bucket, man.
It's the bucket that's fucking... It's the bucket that's fucking with vision. Like, yeah, he's a fucking...
two eye holes.
Racist bastard, he's trying to say they all look the same. All these Romulans and fucking Klingons and all that look the same.
No Vulcans.
I don't know, I need to go and get a chart of my Star Trek... Star... No, I was going to get mixed up with Star Trek and Star Wars. Maybe NHS volunteers could deliver packets of smack to the junkies. Richie, as funny as that is, where did I hear that getting muted? And it would have been like MSM. Right, so it would have been the devil incarnate. But I did hear that getting muted, Richie. Because, like, let's think of the... Think of every cunt right, that needs a drink, they'll be bouncing out to the shop every other day. Needs X, Y, and Z. I know it's laughable and stuff, but it's something that nobody's addressing because it's sort of like you can't admit it happens, but it fucking happens. It's there. So it's just things that go through my head. You know, I'd like somebody to a bit of brains and a white coat to address whether how long it stays on surfaces, how long it stays on drugs. I've got a mate, his name's Dangerous Dave. I was speaking to him on the phone 2 meters away the other day, and Big Dangerous Dave was telling me that he was meeting a drug dealer, and his drug dealer came out with a fucking pair of gloves on. Oh, and I thought that was funny, but again, the things you're not allowed to talk about. Oh my god. Right, hold on. Please and hide your face. I'm going to turn my camera on for 2 seconds. Hey, don't be so... In your head. In your head. Oh no, I've not got my glasses on. There's fucking Boris Johnson, the prick. Sending out all those letters. Got your number, Boris. We know you're infecting the whole of the fucking universe. Who do you think gave it to Prince Charles? Like Bobo. Right, it's alright, Blazing. You can get your... let your nose loose again, you cunt.
Oh, but you know that Scottish health minister? She went to her second home and had to resign. Why the fuck is Prince Charles not resigning? Because he went to his second home in Scotland.
He's the fucking... I get where you're coming from. I get the logic you're following here, but you fail to recognise the logic of the Queen can't resign. It's the fucking Queen. He can't resign. He's the fucking Queen. Right, Ma, I'm resigning. No longer your fucking next to ear.
One rule for us, one slave.
No, I know, mate. Like, I don't know. Right, I just think. I just don't understand why people were surprised or shocked or even tried to score points from the fact that Prince Charles got a fucking test on the NHS. When, I mean, like it's the people that get upset with that are the people that live in an illusion that there isn't a them and us. See, every cunt sitting with private medical insurance right now. I don't know if I said this live or no, I can't even remember. But anyway, it's worth getting off my chest. See, here in the UK, we've got I don't know the stats, I don't know this industry at all, right? But I would love somebody to address this shit. We've got a private medical... I was going to say insurance, but we've got private medical capacity in this country. How many fucking ventilators do they have? What capacity do they have? Do they work in conjunction with the NHS? Are they going to help out? If there's some cunt with Bupa that gets fucking corona, do they get the ventilator before the cunt on the NHS? Nobody's addressing these questions. You know what I mean? Like, and it's getting managed, but like, you're living in cloud cuckoo land if you don't think there's a them and us. Money will buy you the healthcare you need to get through this 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? Fucking Boris Johnson getting whipped away to that hospital and all that. Do you not think he's got his own fucking ace team of fucking physicians and stuff to keep that cunt alive? He's the Prime Minister. I mean, if you are going to live in a society where you appoint somebody to try and lead you and stuff, right? At least you can do is make sure you try and keep them alive. You're going to treat... I don't know. I just think we live... I think it's... I don't know. I think it's naive to think we don't live in a society that's structured. Because time immemorial in history will tell you that's the way it's always been, since we were fucking monkeys, and it's the way it is right now. You can disagree or agree, but I just think it's a fact. And like, if I had ruby red slippers and could click my heels together, it wouldn't be my utopia, but it's just the way things are. You can argue for a more fairer fucking top-down sharing the power and all that jazz, but that's where political ideologies and all that come into it. But and it's again, it's no like, listen, fucking, I'm not a fan of Boris Johnson anymore than I'm a Nicola Sturgeon and all that. It's just it's a reality these people are going to get taken care of. It's a reality that people with Bupa and private medical insurance, they've got a ventilator sitting fucking waiting for them. It's the people that are on this big NHS thing that's going to get fucked up. Fuck you, your potatoes, you bastard. You'll make me lose my fucking train of thought. Potatoes! No, me and Blazing were talking about Jim Dawson and his potato deliveries to the Irish. I swear to God, man, if I could high five Jim Dawson out of anything, man, it's that's got to be the biggest giggle in my fucking life. He definitely got all his old fucking proddy Orange Order pals to come and cough and splutter and cum and and whatnot over the totties before dishing them out to, in his words, his Fenian brothers. Man, cracks me up. Jim, high five. You trolled the fucking whole Catholic Irish nation with your Vanna totties. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I've just got a fucking horrible sense of humour. But I thought that was hilarious.
We'll be bringing it next. Potato masher.
The Knights Templar potato masher. You can get one. It's like gold plated and it's got the Templar cross on it and all that, and it'll fucking mash totties like nobody's business. And it's the creme de la creme made in Spain because we don't deal with any tat here, you know. And it'll be you can mash totties and you can mash people that don't believe Jim Dawson's political ideology as well. I love the way that cunt's sitting in there pure pawning fucking big massive war weapons and all that like that. You can beat up your wife. I know he's saying it tongue in cheek, right? But it's fucking, it is quite funny. Fucking, it's funny. Anyway, Blazing his Kip's son. Oh no, fuck his Corona. I'm going to be nice to people here.
Is that why you tell me to call you daddy?
Oh, no, fuck's sake. Fuck. Cunts are going to fucking cut this shit up, man. Fucking.
Oh, daddy.
Potato. You say potato, I say tomato. Potato, tomato, potato, tomato. Let's call the old thing off. Jim Dawson's bud smuggler. Oh man, I don't know. Is it just, am I tripping to think that Jim Dawson is trolling the whole Irish nation by delivering people in need potatoes? Does anybody get I need to explain the potato famine and even the conspiracy theories behind that, and how that whole thing's kind of used to like poke the Irish with a stick for years. And now Jim Dawson's delivering fucking potatoes to them, man. Fucking cracks me up. But anyway,
hashtag where's the mince?
Where's the mince? What are you talking about?
What are the totties?
Oh, right, aye. Oh, well. Maybe that's what his Fenian brother, Niall McConnell or whatever, was doing.
Totties and onions, bloody mince.
Yeah. No offence, man. That Niall McConnell or whatever his name seems like a lovely guy, but never trust a man who uses his mum mascara on his hair. That's what I say. See, when a man's hair is blacker than a black hole, you need to think, what's going on there? It's like Berlusconi. Oh, that's the best example.
At least an albino Indian.
Wait, type it Indian. India for an Indian from India or a Native American Indian? Can you still call them? What did you call? What did you call?
I don't differentiate and can't offend.
I forgot the name. Oh, Red Indians. I don't. Fuck! I actually forgot the. I know. I forgot the name of it because it's been so long since it's been in the lexicon.
Native Indian.
I know, but I'm saying you can still say the words. I'm placing scared. Like, remember back in the day, can you still call Eskimos Eskimos? I'm sure that's offensive now. Oh, look at that map. I don't know about you, but that map scares me. Right. Let's do a species check on her. Is she a Romulan? Star Trek. Romulan. Oh, definitely, she's a fucking Romulan, mate. I was right. See? I try and pretend that I don't know what I'm talking about here, but I got it. And one. Let me just share the wealth. Right, transfer from there to here. See? Fucking confirmed Romulan, I would say. There she's there. You know, I think it's the haircut that does it. Oh, is that her there actually? There's more her in it. But... oh no, where's the Romulan? Right, hold on, we'll do a wee check on this. Let me... shit, hold on. I'm getting confused now. Very easily done. Very easily done. But let's do a Romulan check on this baby. No, sorry. I've got the Romulan facial recognition software ready. Just for when she comes back into focus. Come on, you thought, who's this? Anyway, what's she saying? Let's put her on.
They don't understand the significance of what they're doing, who are flouting it. There certainly are some who are flouting it. The first person in Greater Manchester was charged with failing to comply under the Coronavirus Act last Saturday. She was hosting a party with lots of people.
Surely, by definition,
the police attended.
The police shouldn't have any non-essential business, but I'm
to
splitting hairs here.
In a very polite way, everybody dispersed, only to wait until they thought the police had gone and then come straight back to the party. And at that point, she was charged, and rightly so. And although the police don't want to enforce, they don't want to spend their time enforcing. If people are deliberately flouting, or after being asked to move away, to disperse, they fail to do so, we will use the legislation to enforce the regulations.
Well, I was going to say, so it's a couple of weeks now since the police have had these greater powers. Would you back them if they feel the need to use these powers more forcefully?
We don't feel there's a need for any more powers here in Greater Manchester. But, you know, what we are saying now is that it's been a very light touch so far. In addition to that case I've just described, we've only issued so far 6 fixed penalty notices under the legislation. But we will be wanting to see everybody, obey the rules, because the rules are about staying safe. It's about not spreading the infection, helping the health service. And, you know, at a time when we see pictures of health service workers in hospitals in the most difficult conditions, when people throughout the retail sector are ensuring that the rest of us can have a food supply, when people are doing essential jobs that are helping the rest of us keep going, the contribution to this national effort
it was a number one.
in our gift to make is for those of us who can stay at home.
Let's not say we don't address the important questions here. It's a confirmed P.
And I'm really imploring people to make that contribution and not to go out of the house this weekend.
OK. Lady Hughes, thank you so much. Baroness Beverly Hughes there, who's Manchester's Deputy Mayor for Policing. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, some police officers working on the front line around the UK are facing difficult incidents as they try to monitor social distancing protocols over coronavirus.
I'll be honest, she looks more like the guy on the left than the woman on the right.
Being spat at and having their dogs attacked by planks of wood. West Midlands Police have released a video on their social media showing what they're tackling on the front
my sense of humour isn't for
anyone in there. He's going to get corona and die.
That's the thing that's got you in this position, isn't it? Stop doing that.
What? What? Having corona?
Doing behaviour like that. I swear to God.
Well, they say that some callous crooks are using COVID-19 as a threat to intimidate our officers and the wider public. They go on, we've seen several cases where offenders have coughed or spat at officers after claiming that they have coronavirus symptoms. Well, we spoke to the Sussex Police and Crime Commissioner Katie Bourne a little earlier and asked if such incidents were in the minority.
Certainly forces up and down the country are unfortunately experiencing this. In my own force area of Sussex,
I'm doing my best to distract myself away from this shit, but I'd be lying if I'm not kind of at least have to soak in a wee bit of the shit each day, man.
Spitting at the best of times is disgusting, but doing it and intentionally trying to harm others, especially police officers who are putting themselves in harm's way, will be dealt with very severely.
But I would hope that the majority of people are abiding by the rules and that the police only intervene when they really, really have to?
You're absolutely right. So the messaging, certainly from the top of the National Police Chiefs Council that's coming down to police forces at the moment, is about engaging with the public, explaining why we're all doing this. You know, we've been in 3 weeks so far. Let's not give up on what we've already achieved. At the end of the day, forces only want to use enforcement as a last resort.
And that was Katie Bourne, who is the Sussex.
Let's I don't know. Let's try and get something in perspective as well, man. Right. Your typical cop isn't employed because they're high IQ. In fact, I think there's been a case in America where a cop got knocked back because he was too high IQ. Can you remember that? I swear to God, man. Hold on. It was in the early 90s. I can remember it was something used to kind of gaslight myself and other people back in the early day, my early days in the truther community. IQ too high to join police force. Maybe the Google algos have sorted it out. No. 2000 it is. Right, here it's here. I'm wondering if that will actually be related to this story. So I was lying, it was 2000s. New London. A man whose bid to become a police officer was rejected after he scored too high on intelligence tests has lost an appeal in his federal lawsuit against the city. Right, so I'm not saying there's any deep state Illuminati conspiracy in it, and I'm just saying like cops, and I agree with having a police force, believe it or not. Like in Houstonia, when the Houstonian Republic, I'm not going to call it a republic. Name's already been taken. What can I call it? Just Houstonian Utopia. No, that's been taken. Anyway, when Houstonia expands, I would have a police force, man. Damn fucking tootin'. I'd have cunts out there keeping the peace with truncheons and being able to batter your cunt in if you fucked up the peace in Houstonia. I mean, I don't know why anybody thinks this is like a crazy idea. I do not agree with corrupt cops. You get corruption in every institution in every walk of life, and all you can kind of hope for is trying to set up institutions that try and limit that to the best of their abilities. I mean, it's like the difference between a banana republic and what people would say would be a first world country. Corruption exists, it's just how it exists. You know, like, I don't know, would you rather stay in a banana republic where the cops can just rattle fuck out you, do what they want, extort you, there's no comeback, anything like that, no discord at all, there's no watchdogs at all, plenty of corruption, you can maybe, if you've got money, you can buy yourself justice, or would you rather stay in what's seen as like a first world democratic society where there's certain checks and balances and the corruption has kind of had to be forced under the table, and you know, I just think it's worthwhile to try and like try and look at how things genuinely are instead of how you think you are. Pontiac, I need to get myself some brown shirts. No, but see, to be honest, I don't want a Houstonian expand. It's a one-man band. I'm quite happy with that shit. Could expand to 2. Could expand to more, who knows? But I don't want to expand into a full-blown country. I'll leave that to the likes of Bobo Johnson and all that, man. I just want some simple, selfish happiness for myself. I don't want to try and fucking bring order to the world like these wankers, because that's what's happening. You know, it's religious fucking zealots, religious fundamentalists bouncing about the world trying to bring their version of utopia onto other people. I just want to create my own wee bubble at the expense of nobody, because I'm not selfish. Well, I'm selfish because I just want my own utopia, but not at the expense of anybody, because I'm not selfish. Anyway, I'm talking too much shit. The cops should get flamethrowers. No, I think what the fucking point about the cops, right? So in the cops, like every fucking right, and doctors, right? Let's use doctors as an analogy with cops. We all know doctors are out there to save people, and quite most of them try and do their best to help people out. On the other side of the spectrum, you get some doctors and nurses and all that bounce about hospitals that fucking kill people. You know, it's been documented 1,000,001 fucking times how many creepy weirdo motherfuckers get inside institutions and then they're like killing people. They're doing the opposite as opposed to what they're meant to be doing on the t-shirt or on the tin. And I think oh, fuck. Stop fucking trying to be funny, you prick, you're putting me off. I fucking forgot what I was saying there. And I think cops are the same. So you're going to get cops that are actually there trying to do what they say on the fucking tin. Some that are fucking just doing the least. And some that are right bastards about it. Or just idiots as well, you know, like let's be honest, you get some simpletons that can be cops. Right ass motherfucking simpletons, and they'll just stay on the beat because they're just yes and no men, that they aren't really there for their intellect. So as much as cops can be wankers, because there's wanker cops out there, don't chastise the whole fucking idea of having a force or some sort of a fucking institution out there to try and keep the peace, because it's like Mad Max or Order. In Estonia it's Mad Max, but I respect the order outside of Estonia, you know? I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but just understand there's idiot cops out here, and like one video of idiot cops arresting a woman on the park bench doesn't mean that we stay in a police state, you know? Let's address staying in a police state after the fallout of this crisis and how much of these powers the mofos try and keep a hold of. I don't know. It's best to be pragmatic, I think. Anyway.
Wait and see. No point beating your ass up for the next 2 years. Wait and see.
Mate, you know, I think that was a Freudian slip, but you might be right, 2 years. It's going to take about 2 years for things to get back to normal. Because, like, look at Wuhan. It hasn't get back to normal. That isn't a fucking lift of the lockdown. They've just... People have been allowed to give... No, I know, mate. Like, what was going about is... stick my tinfoil hat on and say that this is like fucking wee American and Chinese agents bouncing about releasing fucking sneezes in other cunt cities to fuck them up. Well, if that is the case, damn tootin' fucking Wuhan is going to get a second spike. There's going to be some fucking Chinese looking American cunt over there releasing, going about playing with traffic and licking fucking doorknobs. Because the Wu-Tang Clan, man, it's the oh, you know what the fuck was Jim Dawson calling it? He's a fucking secret. He was calling it the Kung Flu. I thought that was quite funny.
Kung Flu.
Where did this flu come from? Where did this virus come from? Wuhan.
Wuhan.
Is it Wuhan? Shit. I'm going to be like Piers Morgan and get into trouble for mocking Chinese voices. Mate, you can't take piss out of fucking accents anymore, apparently. I hate Piers Morgan.
Only for the public eye.
You know, I'll be honest. My hatred for Piers Morgan could have possibly made me to just complain just to poke him with a stick. But I don't think... I don't know. I'm never going to stop taking the piss out of people's accents, man. It's what makes us human. And remember folks, I don't have an accent. Yous do. Motherfuckers don't understand that we just speak fucking... Aye. Normal, folks, you hear that? Me and Blazing Blazing speaks semi-normal. It's a wee bit of... I've heard a few weird...
I'm Irish. Look at it, yeah.
Aye, Blazing loves these potatoes, Richie. The Wu-Tangs are leaving town, spreading the corona to the country. Oh, nah. I really see the vultures circling around China right now, you know. Regardless, I just... Pontiac, I think... Sorry, I'm getting tangent here. Pontiac saying everybody hates Piers Morgan. I think that's his job. You know, it's like he's like the TV version of the shock jock, you know, and let's not forget he was a newspaper editor. I'm sure it was the Express. Was it more than one? Who was?
Mirror.
Was it the Mirror? Anyway, he was a newspaper editor, right? Which basically means a newspaper editor is especially for tabloids. It's just a different version of a shock jock. Which a lot of these talking heads on YouTube, different version of a shock jock. A Pontiac, aye, this is my point. I don't have an accent, everybody else does. You get, oh, fuck me. You should hear people from Aberdeen, I swear to God. Different fucking language. Then you get the Chukter bastards over. Mate, seeing Britain is the size of a minute state in America. And you walk 10 yards, you will find people treating you like a foreigner. You know what I mean? Like, you're always out, unless you're in your neck of the woods, you're out your neck of the woods, you know? It's like, in Britain, I think Britain's I love it for that, you know? You only need to go fucking, I mean, like, less than a mile. If you go and look, stick this into your Googles, people. Go and look at the map of Glasgow and gang territory, right? It's crazy. I mean, it's like some gang territory overlaps and all that, so if you're going to your mum and your dad's house, you need to go through different fucking territory. It's fucking... It's crazy, there's so much... It's divide and conquer, motherfuckers, 101. But Glasgow's so divided, just as a city, into fucking little different fucking territories. It's unbelievable. And then just Scotland is a fucking... It's just a fractal of... I mean, jail's another fractal of this shit. Compartmentalise you, fucking make you fight against each other, and the authority wins. I can't do an Aberdeen accent, mate. Aberdonians are the first people that I've met that say words that I have no idea what they mean. I mean, there'll be a sentence and I'm like, what? I literally... But I love it, man. It's culturally enriching. But I just... And I think in the UK as well, man, I mean, like, right, you get Glasgow, Edinburgh, you get Rangers, Celtic, Dundee United. You get just all these wee fucking divide and conquer rivalries that are just set up out of nowhere. Down in England, what the fuck you got? You've got North versus South, you've got Liverpool, Everton, you've got Man City, Man U, you've got Man U versus Liverpool, you've got Liverpool versus Manchester. Yeah, all these fucking rivalries, all these different accents, and seriously, in the UK, you can go 1 mile and it's a different language. I mean, how many miles is it between Glasgow and Edinburgh? I've done this before, man, and how the fuck do you know that? You're fucking blazing the rain, man. 48.9. How do you know that? You can... Right, 48 miles between Glasgow and Edinburgh. Different motherfucking worlds. Put that in the context of America, where you, like... How many accents do you know in America? I think I could understand about... Well, you get the Boston accent, similar to the New York accent. You definitely get the East and West separation, and you've got the Bible Belt. But, you know, it's not as... I just think as the density of population increases, just the natural cultural divides will develop, and the number one of that is language. And let's be honest, it's one of the things that we've still got complete control over, because there is no official language. I know people will disagree with me and point me in the fucking direction of the fucking dictionary and stuff. But language is just words that are used to communicate, and believe it or not, there's people that can actually understand half the shit that comes out of my gob, and none of it will make it in a dictionary. And language is never fixed either. It's constantly evolving, and the language that's getting used is always more up to date than the fucking shit that's in the books. The shit that's in the books is always out of date. The second it's in a book, it's out of date because the people have already evolved the language. And different meanings. I mean, like, words can take on kind of the meaning of a word can evolve as well. You know, the one I would typically point at that made this obvious to me, for obvious schoolboy fucking reasons, was Flintstones. What word do you think I'm talking about? Do you know the Flintstones intro? No. I'm trying to fucking...
Flintstones.
Meet the Flintstones. They're the modern Stone Age family. Bedrock. Shit, I don't know either. But they talk about having a gay old time. And it was the point when you were a young guy and gay would make you giggle. It was like fart, you know? It's a gay. And it took somebody to explain to you that gay actually just meant happy, and then it sort of evolved into meaning some sexual preference kind of thing. You know, you go and look.
They're too fucking happy. You must be gay.
That's what it was. It's because it was all the poofs. Can't speak this freely. It was all the poofs bouncing about mincing like that. Look how fucking happy. Look how gay those cunts are. That's how it evolved. Like, in seriousness, I love I love history, but history of. Same for birds. Who cares is saying in the chat. Same for birds too. Exactly. Aye, birds. Look at cock, right? Like the word cock. Like, everybody knows where that comes from. Do you know that? It comes from the reference to being a cockerel, a cock. No, it's just the male. It's just it refers to the male. So that then became reference to a penis. You can say penis at this time. Aye. The etymology and history, just the evolution of words and language and stuff is as fascinating as the rest of it, man. I love it. And that's why, I don't know, that's why I don't like grammar Nazis and all that shit, because they're fixated on the dictionary. and they don't understand that they're just rhyming repeaters. They're like, see, a poet or a fucking writer, somebody like that, somebody that's creative with language, I'll slap them in the face like that. Fucking go and hang about with your dictionary, you fucking idiot. Because dictionary is what was, not what is. Because what is the way everybody talks, and it just evolves on a daily basis, man. The things that get into the lexicon of not only the nation but the world now, with the rollout of the World Wide Web, man, it's unbelievable. I mean, you can propagate a meme. You can propagate a meme online, and it can take hold everywhere. I would like to say I was the Mac Daddy of propagating fear porn. But that's because I've got delusions of grandeur. I do. I think I can recognise Romulans on the BBC and everything.
Thursday coming out for that, and the survey of businesses is running for.
I'm going to take a smoke break.
And will continue to provide insights into how the business and the economy is changing.
I'm sure we'll be talking to you again in that case. For the time being, though, thank you so much. That's Ian Bell from the Office for National Statistics.
Thank you.
The UK's organ transplant network could be forced to close because of the coronavirus pandemic.
Richie saying, Kip, you can't say poof, that offence. My free boy friends. Mate, apologise to them on my behalf. Like, I've never met, and this is Glasgow centric, right? This is definitely Glasgow centric. I've never hung around with a gay dude that's been offended with me using the word poof, because it kind of just rolls off a Glaswegian's tongue, if that makes sense. It's like, it depends how you. I would say it depends how you're using it. You know, it's not a. It's like up here as well, man. I don't want to live in a world where I can't call a Chinese takeaway a Chinkies. But you know, it's a fucking inanimate object, and I'm certainly not trying to see if somebody I was hanging about with who happened to fucking come through that neck of the wood before it was a fet. But I've never met anybody like that, man. They just know whether you're a fucking raging racist or just somebody that doesn't matter about language. But it's a good topic, Richie, about the use of language and stuff. Like, see if I knew some, like, for example, if I've been to plenty of gay clubs now. If I was in a gay club and stuff, I wouldn't bounce around saying that word loudly at all, right? Because I knew there would be people that would fucking take it offensive. If there was gay people who knew me as a person that were in my company, I would use it because they would know me as a person, and they would know that fucking homophobia just I don't know, it doesn't make sense in my book. So it doesn't exist in my world. It doesn't exist in homophobia. Homophobia. I meant to say Houstonia and I said homophobia. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, by the way. I'm just saying, to me, it just doesn't come into the equation. I just couldn't give a crap.
A gay person, it can be a straight person.
Oh well, that's probably where I used poof the most. You know, like typically, like let's say for example, two men are wanting to go, I'm gonna beat you up, you bad person, you. Like, I wouldn't think the guy's gay. I go, you poofy bastard. I mean, like, let's be honest and talk about the fucking language that happens in Glasgow and real, mate, instead of like.
I was gonna say, the man that walks away, he's a poof.
Mate, I grew up when I called my fucking the chips in my school were gay. See if you. I use this analogy all the time, but you know, like that way you're so impressible and young when you be walking around the dinner queue and you're like, don't get that, that's shit. Don't get that, that's gay. You know, it was like just such a small, innocent, ignorant mind. And language is ever evolving. And I would love to, like, listen, folks, you'll never, ever, ever, ever fucking come across a gay guy or woman out there in the world that would come across and call me a homophobe because of the way I've acted towards them. Because there's just no fucking reality, man. Like, I love gay people, but not in that sense. But look, listen, I put a bucket in fucking Blazing's head and pumped his ass. So what's that say about me? Mate, I've been to plenty of gay clubs. Well, I think I could count on my two hands the amount of time I've been to gay clubs. But I've been to gay clubs lots of times, man. I'll be honest, it's not my preference of where to go to. But it's not like...
Well, it's used to be a straight night on Tuesday.
Is that the one that's on...
That's on street.
I think that's the first one I went to. I don't think that's about it anymore.
Go back upstairs, back a little.
I thought it's shut down.
Where that back is?
Aye, Bacchus.
They don't get upstairs.
Oh, here's my conspiracy, right? Oh, here, let's talk about gay conspiracies. But like, I reckon this is coming for like all the shit I love, right? Like the looking at street plans and how cities grow and the architecture and the planning of cities and stuff like that, right? So we're talking about the gay club. Bennett's, that must be the Bennett's and the Polo Lounge. They're definitely the first gay. What was the first one? The Polo Lounge. What was the first one? Hold on, man, my feet are getting cold. I'm going to find my slippers. What? The Oyster Club? How the fuck is that right? Hold on, man, I've been fucking graffitiing book to gay clubs or something, man, because that does ring a bell when you what the fuck's the Oyster Club? What is it?
Blue Oyster Club, so two of the cops walked into a wee back alley club.
Hold on, Blazing, you're fucking...
And it turned through the all leather clad gay men.
Oh, right, aye, right.
That was called the Blue Oyster.
Aye, and they do the YMCA. That's when you were allowed to take the piss out of the stereotype. You're like, you know... I don't think gay people are a protected species. I also don't I've never met a gay person that hasn't got a fucking sense of humour either. You know? And it's like, there's maliciously taking the piss out of like gay people who try and fucking put gay people in a bad spin. But there's also just fucking joking and clowning about and taking the piss out of everybody and every folk for fucking shit. And banter, aye. No, but that was quite funny in that police academy. They were like Blue Oyster Club. And they all ended up doing the YMCA and shit, man. That was good, mate. I remember that. Oh, who didn't like police academy back in the day? Slapstick bullshit. I even forget my point. I even forget my initial point here. What were we talking about? Something about gayness. What was my gay conspiracy? Oh, my gay conspiracy. That's what it was. My gay Glasgow conspiracy. Right. In fact, I won't go into it too in depth because it'll fucking trigger too many folk. But what I will say is, just go and look at the gay clubs in Glasgow and where the epicentre of them were. Right? And then, I don't know. For me, I don't know. I'm choosing my words carefully here, man. But I believe I kind of understand the idea behind the planning of Glasgow city centre and the essence of where everything is and situated, so on and so forth, right? Like, it is by design, there is no argument about that, and I believe in fact I do know who designed it and shit and put the ideas in it. Just go look at the kind of gay epicentre of Glasgow and where it's right next to, man. And I would argue it comes from an institution that allows freedom of expression, or in fact encourages, not only encourages but facilitates freedom of fucking all forms of expression, whether it be artistic and all that shit, or sexual expression that might be condemned by religion at the time. Hopefully that makes sense to people, but it's just the freedom to choose, innit? That's the ultimate freedom you do have. The freedom to choose without religious zealots fucking imposing their fucking rights and wrongs on you, man. And that shit will happen. I could, do you know what? Like, I don't want to cast aspersions on fucking any institutions in and around Glasgow and all that. But people that want to like look into that can go and do that. I could go and even show you a street plan and show you exactly what I mean, but I won't. I'll keep that. Oh shit! I'm gonna say something about it. I'll keep that for other things. Anyway. No, Richie, me and Blaze, I've never been to Aberdeen in my life, mate, as far as I'm aware. Which means me and Blazing, I've never been to a gay club with Blazing yet. Yet. Although that place we do go to is pretty gay. Don't say the name, I know. That place we do go to is pretty gay, but I don't think it's officially. Hold on, are we actually going to a gay club and we don't fucking know it?
I've seen you do YMCA.
That is, here, hold on, buddy, that's actually fucking true. In that place I have done the YMCA. Fuck me. Fuck! Mate, we're going to a fucking gay bar and we don't even know it. How the fuck have I been picking up women in a gay bar? Vicious rumour, baby, I don't pick women up in bars at all. I use Tinder. But all jokes aside, no. No, but the place we do go to is pretty gay. And it's not like your typical wee neddy, like fucking techno tech. Which is kind of strange for Blazing, because that's what you're into. Blazing's a man of many fetishes.
Tell me about
the end. Public triangle in Edinburgh.
Pubic.
Oh, yeah. What's the difference between public and pubic? Don't try and get into a dyslexic mind. Words all look the same. No man, it's a creepy crawl, it's the conspiracy madness kicking in. Talked about my tours of gay clubs and everything. I don't know, man, like... I don't know, I'm just not one of those people that go, ooh, I won't get a gay club. I've never had really that great a time in a gay club because you're fucking. It's like as a straight dude in a gay club, it is kind of intimidating.
That was the days when trannies used to win the gents.
What? Is that a joke or are you serious?
Still that you right on.
I never. I can't remember that, man.
He's one of my vivid memories.
I must have been roofied that night, man. What the fuck? Did you hear that, folks? Blazing get shagged by a tranny in the toilets. I think that's what he said. I'm sure that's what he said. Yeah, I'm not lying here. This isn't fake news. Nah, cabin fever is kicked in. Fuck it, man. We're all gonna get I'm fucking. I'm craving fucking human contact, man. I never realised how much I fucking enjoyed it, man. I swear to God, it's the fucking necessity to be a human, man, and it's like taken away from you.
Tell Richie was half right in the first one. Just an arse.
Explain to me what I've done with is Blazing and
Arsonist.
a fireman or a bomb victim. All of the above, mate. All of the above.
Half right in the first one. Just an arse.
Just an arse, he said. Can also make something clear as well, man. You don't need to be gay to go to a gay club. When was the last time I was in the gay club? It wasn't that long ago. I think it was. Let me think. Probably about 8-9 months ago. But in my defence, in my defence of going to the gay club last time, I was taking somebody there out of the goodness of my heart. Can't even fucking cough into your elbow, you bastard. Fucking don't infect me, you cunt. He's got the fucking AIDS, I'm telling you. Oh. Man. See, another serious question about all this fucking corona shit. See people that are on the fucking spectrum of fucking maybe being a bit anxious and shit. Right? And this thing attacks your lungs and, like, I don't know. According to Alex Jones, it attacks your balls, but according to fucking other things, it goes through your lungs and makes it hard to breathe and all that. See when you're hitting a panic attack, or anything near it, that's what goes. So see motherfuckers hitting panic attacks and all that, man, they're just going to think they've got corona. It's just going to be a fucking vicious cycle. Crazy days. Maybe. Let's check in with the PPC.
To hear what they've got to live for. So get to them and help them through it. And so I want to go back and talk to all the COVID-19. The nurses are saying they're so scared. I want to go in and try to help them, because hopefully, one of my friends said I'm an X-Man now. I'm a mutant. I'm maybe immune. Nobody really knows, but I'm willing to go back in if there's PPE equipment. Our government are doing all they can. I understand this. I think the Chancellor has been brilliant. He's talking factual and truth. He said, we can't save everyone. I can't save everyone. And that's a great message, because people need truth. The Health Secretary is throwing impossible targets. 100,000 tests. It's really important to get these tests done, because that's the only way we're going to beat this thing. But he's saying 100,000. Why didn't he say 50,000?
Well,
but we're going to try as much as possible.
We shall just have to see whether he can reach that target. Brian, it's been absolutely lovely to talk to you, and so wonderful to see that you are back home after clearly a very serious and a very frightening experience. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Rita, can I just say one more thing?
Go ahead.
There's family.
Fucking hell, that's the funniest shit ever. Oh, God almighty. Oh, I cannot convey how stupid and how funny this fucking thing has just happened is. Oh, God almighty. I don't even think anybody will actually appreciate how fun this is. Right. Hold on. We're going to just fix this so you can hear
the daily.
It's fixed. Oh, God. So, I don't know if he's realised I had a Bluetooth headset on 2 seconds ago before I went for a piss. The Bluetooth headset fell off my head in the process of me flushing the toilet, and I've just flushed my fucking Bluetooth headset down the toilet. That's right, folks. The Corona man has kicked in, and I accidentally flushed my Bluetooth headset down the fucking toilet. Which makes me a fucking toilet. Anyway, let's hear what fucking Lego here's saying.
Advice going into and through the Easter.
She'll make me feel better about fucking flushing my Bluetooth headset down the toilet.
Well, we simply don't yet have the evidence or the data about the impact of the restrictions that have been in place yet for us to have confidence about starting to lift these measures. Obviously, as that evidence becomes available, we'll be in a position to review the situation. But for the meantime, the strong advice is to stay at home.
I couldn't fucking move for laughter.
Premier League footballers in England have launched an initiative initiative to raise money for the NHS. It comes after criticism, including from the government, that top-flight players should do more during the pandemic by taking a pay cut. Here's our sports correspondent, Natalie Perks.
It's a football league with deep rivalries and players with deep pockets. Last night, competition ceased for one common goal. In a statement, the Players Together initiative...
Oh shit, let's talk about this stuff. Right. Football players Football players and teams trying to fucking appropriate this shit and make themselves look good with this stuff. When these cunts are sitting on millions of pounds.
Nobody should do it to finish the end of the season. All the players should get together on the Xbox and play FIFA.
Mate, you stole my idea. I thought that as well. I'm being serious to think that could be... Because they could nominate a player from their team, play out the remaining fixtures on the Xbox or FIFA or Pro Evolution or whatever, and sort out the title.
Even better, they can sort it out in Fortnite.
Yeah, that would be... Imagine fucking... I mean, that would be amazing, man. Tavernier versus Scott Brown in Fortnite, like, sniping each other and shit. That would be the business. That would actually get more fucking... That would get more fucking hits than... Right, sorry, I'm just looking at that fucking big warning symbol, which is hilarious. Now, that would get more... That would actually get more fucking hits than that in an old film.
So the way they can finish it.
I can't believe I flushed my fucking headset down the toilet.
Feeling the heat in rugby union, players in England and Wales have taken wage cuts across the board. Many cricket clubs have already furloughed staff, and today Southampton became the first Premier League club to agree a wage deferral for the next 3 months to ensure non-playing staff receive their salaries. Everything is changed. Sports landscape, perhaps forever. Natalie Perks, BBC News.
And just a reminder that the clap for carers will take place again tonight. For the third week, millions of us are preparing to clap at 8 p.m. to say thank you to health workers in the fight against coronavirus. There'll be live coverage, of course, from around the country on BBC One and on the BBC News channel. It's now exactly 5 o'clock and welcome to BBC News. We're shortly expecting the daily update from Downing Street on coronavirus. The Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, will be chairing it, along with the Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance, and Chris Whitty, who's the Chief Medical Officer for England. An emergency COBRA meeting was held earlier today to discuss options about the lockdown, and we're hoping to get more information on that and an update about the condition of the Prime Minister, who spent a third night in intensive care but is said to be improving. Well, our chief political correspondent Vicky Young is in Westminster for us. Vicky, just looking again at the issue of the lockdown. I mean, the message has been pretty clear that it's unlikely, we're unlikely to hear about any changes or lifting. I beg your pardon, Vicky, the press conference is about to start. Let's go to it.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's Downing Street press conference. I'm joined by Chris Whitty, Chief Medical Officer, and Sir Patrick Vallance, the Chief Scientific Advisor. Can I start with an update on the Prime Minister? He's still in intensive care, but he continues to make positive step forwards and he's in good spirits. And I can also report from the government's ongoing monitoring and testing programme that as of today, 243,421 people have been tested for the virus, 65,077 have tested positive, and the number of people admitted to hospital with coronavirus symptoms now stands at 16,784. And of those who have contracted the virus, 7,978 have sadly died. And our thoughts and our prayers are with their families and their friends. The whole country has been practicing a stringent form of social distancing for 3 weeks now, precisely because we're doing everything we can to minimise the bleak numbers that I just read out. And for that, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's gone the extra mile during this very challenging period. Thank you to all of those who are looking after us in our
listen to that.
The NHS workers on the front
government's
line
telling us
treated the sick,
how to behave,
and tended for those who sadly could not be saved. For the doctors and nurses who have died of coronavirus whilst caring for others, we will never forget their sacrifice. We will never forget their devotion to helping others. And I also want to say a big thank you to the carers, the charity workers, all those looking after, or even just keeping an eye on, those in their local
I'm going to
neighbourhood.
mute up, man. Just let you
You
listen
are
to
the
this shit.
lifeline to so many people in our communities. Thank you to the workers who keep the country running, the supermarket workers, the delivery drivers, the technicians, the cleaners, the public servants who just kept going, determined to keep providing the daily services that we all rely on. I think you've certainly made us all think long and hard about who the key workers are in our lives. Thank you to the volunteers who have stepped up across the country, whose big-hearted sense of responsibility defines British community spirit at its very best. And a massive thank you to every single person who stayed home to stop this terrible virus from spreading. You've helped to protect the NHS and you've helped to save lives. Now, as we look forward to the long bank holiday Easter weekend, I know some people are going to start wondering, is it time to ease up on the rules? So I have to say thank you for your sacrifice, but also we're not done yet. We must keep going. Let me just explain a little bit about why that's so important. Today I chaired a COBRA meeting with senior ministers, officials and representatives from Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, as well as the Mayor of London, so that we could take stock and assess where we are right across the United Kingdom. And at this stage, the government is continuing to gather all of the relevant data to obtain the fullest picture possible of the effects of the social distancing measures that we've put in place. Now, while the early signs suggest that they are having the impact that we need to see, it's too early to say that conclusively. SAGE will meet next week to discuss the latest evidence and will keep the measures we've put in place under review. As we've said on many occasions now, we'll be guided by the science at all times. So we don't expect to be able to say more on this until the end of next week. And let me just be, again, very clear about this. The measures will have to stay in place until we've got the evidence that clearly shows we've moved beyond the peak. Now, I know these restrictions take their toll day in, day out on people's livelihoods, on people's quality of life, on people's mental health. And I appreciate that it's often the little things that hurt the most. With the Easter bank holiday coming up, I'd normally spend it with my two boys, 7 and 5 years old, with their grandparents doing an Easter egg hunt. And I know there's going to be lots of people who would normally be planning a family get-together or just getting out in the sunshine with friends and loved ones. Unfortunately, right now, we just can't do those sorts of things. And I'm really sorry about that. But just take a moment to think of the progress that we've already made. Following the guidance, staying at home, denying the virus what it needs to spread more easily and to kill more people. It's been almost 3 weeks, and we're starting to see the impact of the sacrifices we've all made. But the deaths are still rising, and we haven't yet reached the peak of the virus. So it's still too early to lift the measures that we've put in place. We must stick to the plan, and we must continue to be guided by the science. Our top priority, our immediate priority, remains to slow the spread of the virus and to save as many lives as possible. And that's why we have to continue to ask you all to keep complying with the guidance. And as we've said consistently from the outset, it's vital we take the right decisions at the right time. And the most important thing right now is that people continue to follow the government's guidance until we've got the evidence that the virus is firmly under control. So that means please do stay at home to protect our NHS and to save lives. After all the efforts that everyone's made, after all the sacrifices so many people have made, let's not ruin it now. Let's not undo the gains we've made. Let's not waste the sacrifices so many people have made. We mustn't give the coronavirus a second chance to kill more people and to hurt our country. I know it's tough going, but this is a team effort, and we'll only defeat this virus for good if we all stay the course. So please stay home this bank holiday weekend for everyone's sake. And I will turn to Sir Patrick to give us an update on the very latest data. Sir Patrick, over to you.
Thank you very much. As the First Secretary has said, the measures that everybody has taken, the difficult things that we've all had to do, are making a difference, and they're making a big difference. We know that the social distancing is working, and we know that people are doing what they're supposed to do, and we need to keep doing that. And the reason we need to keep doing that is because it stops the transmission of the virus in the community, and we know that that is already happening. Next slide, please. As a result of stopping the transmission in the community, we stop new cases appearing. And this slide, the numbers go up and down a bit, but what you can see is it's not taking off in that sharp uptake. It's not gone sky high. And if anything, there might even be some flattening. That is because of what we're all doing with social distancing. If we had not done that, those cases would now be very much higher. If those cases were higher, next slide, please, then this graph wouldn't look like this. We would find many, many more people in hospital. We would find the health system potentially overrun. And what you can see on this graph is the increase in hospital admissions, people in hospital beds with COVID, and it has gone up across the country, but it's not gone up in that steep way. And again, if anything, we're beginning to see the first signs of this levelling off. Too early to be sure, too early to know that this is on the way down, but it's not got that fast upswing that it would have had we all not been doing what we are doing with these difficult measures of social distancing. And if the hospital beds were fuller, next slide please, then importantly, so would the intensive care units be even fuller. And people are working heroically in intensive care units to look after the very sick patients who are there. But again, this is not the sharp upstroke of big increases in numbers. It's a steady increase in numbers, which might be beginning to flatten off, but it's certainly not accelerating. That means that the NHS can cope. It's got the right numbers of beds with the new expansion in order to be able to cope with this. So if we were not doing what we're doing, and if we don't continue to do what we're doing in terms of the social distancing, we put all of this at risk. We jeopardise the thing that's allowed us to get to this position. And if I can have the last slide, please. Unfortunately, sadly, there are deaths from this disease. And those continue to rise, and you can see here the increase in rise in the UK and in other countries. This will not change for a few weeks because the deaths come after the other illnesses, the early illness, the intensive care, and then in some patients, unfortunately, die. And that will continue to increase for a few weeks. We need to see this begin to go down as well. It should follow the others. So the message is clear, which is the social distancing that we're all doing is breaking transmission. It's stopping the hospital admissions, beginning to see that flattening off, still unbelievably busy, but beginning to see that flatten off. It's preventing more people going into intensive care, and it will prevent deaths. It's incredibly important we continue to do what we're doing.
Thank you, Patrick. Now, if we take some questions from the media, I think Hugh Pym from the BBC is first up. Hugh.
Thank you. We've heard some harrowing stories of people dying alone because family can't be with them for understandable reasons to do with the virus risk. What do you say to the British public about how things will develop from here?
Well, the first thing I would say is thank you for all you're doing, not just the key workers, as essential as they are, and we applaud them for the incredible work they've done, but also to every individual who's followed the advice and the guidance. We've made progress. Patrick has set that out, I think, very clearly. But we don't know conclusively that we're beyond the point at which we could start considering whether the measures will be relaxed. So we must keep it up. And I think the key thing is for people to understand how much of what they've already done has helped contribute to avoiding an even worse situation in terms of the spread of the virus and the number of deaths, and how important it is that we don't slow up or take our pressure off at this critical moment before we've come through the peak. So we recognise the sacrifices so many people have made. It's a team effort, and as a country we need to be united in this mission. We've got to keep it up. Did you want to come back with anything further, Hugh?
Maybe to Patrick Vallance a little bit more on the death projections that you have got. I know it's difficult, but how long and how fast you expect the deaths to carry on rising?
In general, I'd expect the deaths to continue to keep going up for about 2 weeks after the intensive care picture improves, and so we're not there yet in terms of knowing exactly when that will be, but that's the sort of time frame I'd expect.
Sam Coates from Sky.
I suspect Britain needs a little bit of hope going into this Easter weekend. To Dominic Raab, will the government set out in public the principles that will guide you when you do finally come to lifting this lockdown? Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, said today that the German government would do that next week. Can you commit to doing something similar? And to Chris Whitty, 2 or 3 weeks ago, you were very concerned about the speed that the coronavirus was ripping through communities. Can you say how fast it is now going and being transmitted? Has that transmission rate now come down, or is it still going through Britain as fast as it was?
Thanks, Sam. Well, look, the positive is that I think, as we've hopefully set out clearly, we can show people that all the sacrifices that they've been made and all the forbearance that they've showed has made a real difference. It has saved lives. It has helped protect the NHS. We're obviously not on the same point along the peak as the Germans, so I'm not sure that the direct analysis works, but what we will do is continue to be followed by the evidence and the science, and as we've always said, and as I said earlier, we'll take the right decisions at the right moment in time.
Answering directly the question that you asked about the speed, at the time when I was first talking about this, the doubling time, how fast we were doubling in terms of numbers, particularly in intensive care, was around about 3 days. It varied a bit. This has got steadily longer in time over the last 2 weeks, thanks to what people have done. And as Sir Patrick showed in the data, this is really now becoming not quite flat, but it is doubling time is now 6 or more days in almost everywhere in the country and extending in time. That has only happened because of what everybody has done, what we've all done in terms of staying at home and only going out for work, exercise and critical shopping and medical care. If I can just add one thing in terms of the principles, and this is not principles except in the narrow sense of health, I think it's important to remember that there are the direct effects of people dying from coronavirus, and this has been affected by people helping to pull the curve down. But there are also indirect effects which have to be taken into account when we're thinking about the health effects over the long term. Those include the indirect effects were the NHS to be overwhelmed, and because of people's actions, there is still room in intensive care, there's still room in the emergency services across the country in terms of other health issues. But we also have to remember the effects on things that have to be delayed to free up NHS space. And we have to think about the effects of the long-term health effects of some of the economic measures. And these are all health things, and there are other economic and other things that need to be taken into account by ministers. But for me as a doctor, I'm thinking about the health things. All of these need to be taken into account in working out how is the best way to go to the next stage in this epidemic.
If I can also come in there,
Please.
if I may. Chris spoke about the doubling time in intensive care, which has got longer. If you look in the community, at the moment, you would expect there to be no doubling time. This is not doubling. In the community, you would expect this now to be shrinking for all the reasons I've said, and the evidence suggests that that's what's happening in terms of the transmission in community. So that's all pointing in the right direction, and the doubling time in ICU is a reflection of what's happening earlier and the efforts that have been made in terms of social distancing.
Sam, did you want to follow up?
Just in terms of publishing the principles that we will rely on, perhaps not next week, because we are, as you say, in a different place to Germany, but will the British government at some point explain to the British people in a document the trade-offs and the evidence about how they're going to go about lifting the lockdown?
Well, look, we'll make the right decisions at the right moment and we'll be guided by the science. I think that's really all I'd say at this point. But just remember, I think the focus, and we don't want to see any distraction from that, as we look forward to the long bank holiday weekend, is just picking up on the evidence that Patrick and Chris have set out, is not to take our eye off the ball, not to undo all the good work, not to undo the sacrifices so many people have made by becoming more lax or failing to follow the guidance at just the moment where we need to make sure we double down, follow the guidance, get through this peak. I think that's the most important thing right now. Hannah Miller from ITV Granada.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. 2 questions for you. Today, Greater Manchester Police revealed that last weekend they received reports of more than 1,000 gatherings. How can they possibly be expected to police that when around 1/5 of their staff are not in work? And secondly, I want to talk to you about furloughing. We've spoken to a blind warehouse worker in Rochdale called Joe. He's worried about being able to socially distance and he's being told to go in or to take unpaid leave. The government said it wants employers to take socially responsible decisions. Does that sound socially responsible to you?
I don't know all the details of the case, but he sounds like a very vulnerable individual. We've provided the support to employers. We know they're under pressure, and we want all businesses to do the right thing. We're doing our bit, and I think it's important for us all to pull together, and particularly for the most vulnerable in our communities. So I'd want people to think, employers to think long and hard if they have people like that who they're employing and who are within their care in a broader sense. On the issue, I think it was Greater Manchester Police. The police are doing a great job, and it's a very difficult line for them to walk, but I think they're doing a terrific job. And above all, as we go into this long bank holiday weekend, I think people should think very long and hard, not just about the guidance and the importance of keeping it up, but about what happens to those on the NHS front line who are doing a heroic job if people in larger numbers don't comply with those rules. And I would urge everyone just to take a moment before they do anything, however warm it is, however great the temptations, just to think about the sacrifices those on the front line, particularly in our NHS, are making. Did you want to come back again?
Yeah, thanks. Just on the furloughing and guidance around people with disabilities, do you accept that the guidance around social distancing for people with disabilities perhaps needs to be looked at in a bit more detail?
Well, we can certainly take another look at it, but of course it's the way it's applied that's really important.
I've kicked blazing out the extreme version of social distancing.
We can always look at the guidance. We want to make sure it's as clear as possible, but it's the way it's implemented as well, which is really important. Ben Kentish from LBC.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. You talked about the sacrifices that NHS workers are making, and we're hearing more stories of that today, people losing their lives. In some cases, they're telling us because they haven't got the right equipment. Now, to thank them for that work, thousands of people around the country tonight will take part in the clap for our carers. But I wondered if today you could go further and commit to, when this crisis is over, giving them a real reward, a financial thank you for the sacrifices and the efforts they're making on behalf of us all. And if I may, could I ask the Chief Scientific Advisor, Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, mentioned last week that a surveillance study was being carried out with an antibody test that's been developed by Public Health England. Could you tell us what the early results of that show in terms of how many people in Britain have had the virus? And how many would you expect to have had it in the 12 to 18 months or so until a vaccine is developed? Thank you.
I think they're really good points. I think the carers and all those on the front line, as I paid tribute to in my earlier remarks, have done an amazing job. We're obviously doing everything we can to provide the equipment, the PPE that they need. We're rolling that out at pace. I recognise that there have been challenges with the distribution. We've got to help
That's the meaning of life. This is what makes me put my tinfoil hat on, in the sense that was it the PPI, and surely God, if you want to protect the frontline services, you can get PPI out like that. Now, call me crazy, and I remember this. I remember this coming from some breakfast TV. It might have even been like Piers Morgan, when they were talking about like, well, you can order something for Amazon and get it the next day like that. Why is there this? Why is there this delay in getting PPI to like people who are actually genuinely on the front line? And my God, you know the people I feel more sorry for? People working in the supermarkets. Nobody gives a shit about them. And they're sitting there getting paid pretty close to minimum wage, if not exactly minimum wage. And they're having to deal with... They're in the firing line as much as fucking every other... They're in the firing line as much as the people sitting in the hospitals and stuff. Anyway. Makes me put my tinfoil hat on why this PPI can't get put out to frontline people. And I mean every frontline person. And that's anybody dealing with the public on a general basis. I mean, like, surely to God that makes sense to an idiot like me. If the things that the people with brains are saying about this virus have any basis in truth, surely to God you've got to limit or protect people at the front line, and the front line in terms of a war is where this is getting fought, and the front line is cross-contamination, is it not? It's contaminating the others, and the places that people are getting contaminated are the only places that are fucking left open, which is their supermarkets and stuff. I've been in Iceland, I've been in Tesco the other day, they're just sitting there in their usual uniform. A few fucking splash guards have been erected and stuff, but it's no... And a crazy ass war when Tesco workers are on the front line, but it's true.
Blind.
Anyway, and I also want to rant about fucking something broke my heart the other day, man. Fucking a care worker. I think she was Wishaw. I don't know the local lingo. Anyway, and poor woman had been knocked back getting a loaf of bread for fucking, I think it was Aldi or Lidl or some shit. That was definitely Aldi or Lidl, one of the two. And they knocked her back because they didn't perceive somebody working in a care home as being on the front line. And the poor woman was going to fucking pieces in a fucking car of, and the way the world is, when you're going to when you're going to shit, everybody thinks about turning on the camera nowadays. So she turned on the camera, and it was quite powerful. And I genuinely think I heard Nicola Sturgeon and whatever Bojo is fucking in charge down south as well, addressing it in the sense that they were making the point, and I think this is where my tangents came from. People that are working in care homes are the front line as well. A Tesco worker, see cunts fucking collecting the fucking trolleys for Tesco, front fucking line. I mean, these are the motherfuckers that if they didn't turn up for work, you wouldn't give fed. Then there would be riots, and you'd be trying to kill cunts without hitting them. I've already experienced this. Getting in a lift with a junkie bastard who's fucking coughing, and I want to punch the fucking life out of him without touching him. Anyway, Let's get back to some sense.
But most importantly, we're really rolling that out in pace. We've got the military involved where that's appropriate. I'll be taking part in the Clap for Carers this evening, and you're right, there will be a moment where we look at how we formally recognise all of those in the front line who've done so much to pull us through this very difficult period for our country.
On the surveillance test, so this is the antibody test, the first thing to say is these tests are difficult to get right. So they're across the world, people are trying to get really specific and sensitive tests on this, and that's a lot of collaboration across the world to do that. The scientists in Public Health England have worked on this, and yes, there is a surveillance study underway. I don't know the results yet, they're not out. This will continue until we've got the right results and they're able to communicate them, and of course they will communicate them like all good scientific practice as soon as they're ready and they know what they show and they can validate that these are reliable results. So that's what's going on at the moment. And in terms of how many people would you expect to get this before a vaccine or treatment comes along, I think the processes that we've got in place are clearly to suppress the number, and the idea is to try and keep that number as low as possible.
Did you want to come back on any of that, Ben?
If I may, Foreign Secretary, just you said there will be a time to reward NHS workers. I wondered if you just might speculate on a personal level what form you think that should take.
I do think it's important while they're doing this great job and we're all trying to focus on getting us through the peak, that we keep our focus and our attention on that. And I'd want to give it proper thought with all of the other people in government. But what I would say is I think we all recognise the enormous sacrifice they've made, how much it's done to help pull us through even to this level, how much it's done to avoid some of the worst scenarios we could have otherwise faced. And I'm sure there'll be the appropriate level of recognition at the right moment once we're through the worst of it. Oliver Wright from The Times.
Thank you. A question first to Professor Whitty, if I may. We know that the daily death figures that you're reporting come from the NHS, but we're expecting next week figures from the Office of National Statistics, which will be wider than that. Do you expect that when you take into account care homes and other settings that we'll see a significant rise in the total death rate? Just to follow up on Ben's point with Sir Patrick, John Newton said last week on this antibody study that's being carried out at Porton Down that they were days away from having preliminary results. You say that you haven't seen the results, but would you anticipate that those results will be made available to the SAGE committee that will advise ministers on the next stage in the lockdown?
Go first,
on the NHS figures versus the ONS figures, so they measure different things. The reason the NHS figures are very useful for us is we can get them very fast, and they are collected in the same way the whole time, and they're very comparable actually to international figures, which tend to be collected in the same way. So what that allows us to do is what Patrick was doing at the beginning, which is to see in relatively near time the trends over time, because it's a steady, it's a very stable way of collecting the data. ONS data collects a much, and those NHS figures are all people who are proven to have coronavirus on testing, so they're definitely cases in hospitals. The ONS figures are much wider than that. I would therefore expect them, it's not just that they go further outside hospital, they also include people who have sadly died where the doctor thinks that coronavirus may be involved even if there is no test involved in that decision. And I would expect those numbers to be higher, but because it takes longer for the data to come in, it's always going to be a lag between those two amounts, which makes the ONS data extremely useful for looking at the wider picture, but the NHS data is more useful for us to make decisions day to day and to make decisions, for example, about what we need to change in terms of our current interventions.
The answer to the question is yes, of course we would expect to see those results in SAGE, and we'll see them when they are ready and the studies have been completed and they've been properly analysed. And we spend a lot of time looking at this from across the world as well. Had calls with colleagues from many countries earlier in this week on this very topic. Had a call last night with somebody from Stanford University working in this area. This is something we look at right the way across the world all the time. And of course the PHE results will come to SAGE when they're ready.
Do you want to come back on any of that, or no?
Just would like to ask you, Mr. Robb, if it's possible, have you managed to have any contact with the Prime Minister since you took over his responsibilities at all?
Not yet. I think it's important to, particularly while he's in intensive care, to let him focus on the recovery. We in the government have got this covered. I chaired the COBRA meeting that I've just come from. We're pursuing all the different strands of our strategy to defeat the coronavirus, and I'm confident we'll get there. George Parker from the FT.
Question for the Foreign Secretary. I'd like to ask you about the Bank of England's decision today to effectively extend its overdraft facility to the government. We're told this is a temporary measure, but nevertheless, it's very unusual. Can you explain exactly why the government needs this facility? And is it possibly because the cost of your economic interventions to address the crisis are costing more than you expected, particularly the job retention scheme? And separately, a question for Professor Whitty. We heard today from the US scientific
bigger question.
Fisher,
why does the UK government
to supply 100,000 swab tests a day?
No offence, mate, but here's a better question. Why does the UK government have to borrow money when it can print it itself at no interest? I don't want to go down that route right now because we're in the middle of a fucking crisis and shit, but
through to the
something to think about.
Sure that we're in the best position, not just to see us through this crisis from a health point of view, as important as that is, but also from an economic point of view. And we're making sure that we use all the levers across government to achieve that.
On the testing, we're ramping up every day on the testing, but I think it's important to differentiate between tests available and ready to run and the whole system running in terms of in the lab, and actually having the whole system running so you're very confident that someone who needs a test can order the right test and will get the right result back. And the whole process is going up every single day this month. I expect to see an increase in the number of tests that go out and the number of results that come back, including Thermo Fisher, but not only Thermo Fisher. There are quite a few other groups who are involved in this.
Did you want to follow up there, George?
Yeah, just a very quick one to Chris Whitty. I mean, doesn't this really reflect the fact that the problem lies in our laboratories and not through any, for example, shortage of chemicals, which is something that Michael Gove said last week? And Mr. Raab, very quickly.
I'd love to ask these guys some questions.
You said the measures will have to stay in place until we have clear evidence that clearly shows we have moved beyond the peak. Should we assume, therefore, that once we have evidence that shows we have moved beyond the peak, that the restrictions will start to be eased?
Well, I think the whole point is not to make assumptions, but to be guided by the evidence when we've got it. I don't know, Chris, what do you want to...
In terms of kit, I mean, both there was a period when both swabs and reagents were in short supply. That's beginning to sort itself out. That doesn't, but you know, a testing process is a long chain of which actually doing the test is in the middle of it, but there are large parts either side. But you're absolutely right that that was a barrier. It's much less of a barrier, although it has not gone away completely, but it is a lot better than it was.
Thanks, George. Hugo Guy from the Eye.
Thank you. Foreign Secretary, can I just ask you to clarify the extent of your own authority in the Prime Minister's absence? We're aware you're chairing the committees in the Cabinet that he would normally do. Are you authorised to make big decisions, for example, on lifting the lockdown, a decision that's going to have to come next week, if the Prime Minister is still unavailable? Can you make that decision in the same way that he did? That he would do. And Sir Patrick, can I just ask, as you pointed out, the mass surveillance testing results are not yet available. Do you have any estimate at all for how many people in the UK have probably been infected with coronavirus, or are we just still flying blind on that point?
So thanks very much, Hugo. Look, I've got all the authority I need to make the relevant decisions, whether it's through chairing cabinet updates, as I did earlier in the week, chairing COBRA, or indeed the meetings of the morning meetings of senior ministers. We've got a great team. It's a team effort. Obviously, it's not exactly the same as when the Prime Minister was here. That's very clear. But as he's First Secretary deputised to discharge his responsibilities, we've got all the authority we need.
I think in terms of the test, one of the reasons it's so important to get that test out is to try and work out the proportion of people who may have had the disease asymptomatically. I think across the world, it's looking less likely that it's a very high number. So it's not likely that it's 90% of people have had it asymptomatically. Much more likely it's lower than 50. Could be around 30, but we don't know for sure. And in terms of the number of people who've had it in each country, that's why the antibody test is so important. There are beginning to be some stories of...
Like a gay guy in a gay club stabbing in the dark.
That to be a high percentage, and most of the figures that come out so far are low single-digit percentages, but we need to see. There's a couple of examples of slightly higher percentages than that, but these are early data and we need to make sure that we've got the right information.
Would you like a supplementary there, Hugo?
Well, yeah, so can I...
Right, I won't mute, I'll just put us a shit, right? But anybody want me to, like, play any clips, show bits of information, so on and so forth, about this whole thing? All the contact details are down below, and I will show it. It doesn't mean that I'll agree with it. Doesn't mean that I won't take the piss out of it and stuff like that. Come on, so shits and giggles, man. The least we can do in these times is laugh.
Just to clarify, Sir Patrick, appreciate the picture is still unclear, but you would expect it to be, for example, well under 10% probably of people in the UK have been infected by comparison to the situation in other countries. Is that fair enough?
I can't tell you what the answer is going to be. We need to do the experiment, find out the answer, but from what I've seen from other places, it's mainly single-digit numbers, and it could be a bit higher in some places.
Andrew McCaskill from Reuters.
Many thanks. I've got two quick questions for the advisors. First for Sir Patrick.
How did I get myself on this list?
Why did the Washington Committee, as members told Reuters, not begin reviewing and modelling the consequences of the full lockdown across the country until mid-March? And for Chris Whitty, if I could ask, Britain created a coronavirus test on January the 10th. Why did it take more than 2 months to contact many labs to
Why
ask
do you
them
have a big orange sign like 1984 on your podium?
Maybe I'll tell you what happened.
It's the question I would ask.
The easiest way to answer the question, which is we started working on this in January. We had our first full SAGE meeting in January. We had a pre-SAGE before before the 24th, I think it was, of January. We had an earlier meeting, and in February we modelled all of the interventions that you've now seen. And those interventions were modelled, looked at in SAGE, including scenarios of full lockdown to push the peak out to autumn. They were done throughout February. That's why in early March it was possible for the Department of Health and Social Care to publish an action plan which included all of the measures and reported that all of these might be necessary at some point, and they needed to be put in the right combination and in certain orders to get the maximum benefit. So it's not correct that we didn't model it till March. We modelled it throughout February, and that, of course, was what led to the action plan.
Yeah, on testing, I mean, you've got to remember, this is a completely new virus initially. From the time that actually the Chinese scientists put the genotype on the web, which was a fantastic first step, we moved incredibly quickly to get a first test. There was quite a rapid ramp up, but it initially had to start off to be sure the test worked. To make a point which I've made before, getting a test that's inaccurate is really unhelpful. So we had to be confident about that, and then it was rolled out in stages, and it continues to be rolled out in stages and will continue all the way through this month.
Andrew, would you like a final question?
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, we were told by, this is to Sir Patrick.
Yeah, it's shit's boring me. I just, what I want to say is, like, whether it works or not, I'm in the pursuit of not dominating the conversation. I do not want to impart my beliefs of this shite on anybody else. Everybody needs to come to their own conclusions.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you all very much.
I would argue to stay in the safety, stay in the side of safety.
Bringing to an end that latest daily
But
news briefing from Downing Street.
Don't listen to me. Don't let people on YouTube's make your mind up, I would say.
The number of people in the UK who've died from coronavirus in the last day is 881. That brings...
And it's true because it's coming from a Romulan. Right, Vladimir, who cares, Del Boy. in the evening, gents. I think I'm going to do like just a marathon stream. There might not be much commentary. I might just like stream shit that I'm watching and bits and bobs in and around the corona. It doesn't mean I support it or disagree with it or anything. It's just putting things out there that may be worthwhile considering, I think. And certainly not trying to whether you agree or disagree. I'm certainly not one of these people out here that's trying to capitalise on this pish, because that kind of turns my stomach. You know, I'm not a fan of Trump, but when I see people trying to capitalise on the back of this, score some points against Trump, you're like, it's just no fun. Locked up, don't let me out. Hold on, what's happening here? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Go deeper into what it means, what we know, what we don't know at this point, but also how
New York's getting hit hard, apparently.
For the
but it's all conspiracy people, because Jeff C told us there was
the fact that we've
dummies.
Seen some initial change, we shouldn't overrate it. We should not count our chickens before they're hatched. But it does remind us that if we do everything we need to do as New Yorkers, we can hasten the day when bigger change happens, when we can go even farther. What this all is saying to me, the more our team researches the situation, the more we learn from experience, the more we really understand this horrible disease through actually dealing with it here at the front line of this entire nation. What we're seeing is how much the people matter, how much the future will be determined by all of you, by the people of New York City. What you're doing so far is absolutely on target. It's very, very tough to do social distancing. It's very tough to stay home.
Tell that to your hookers.
No one thought it would be easy. I can certainly say, I think for all of us, it's even harder than we imagined.
Yep.
So for everyone who's frustrated,
I've got a 2 meter penis.
Already feeling,
my hookers
up and like it's hard to imagine doing this for a long period of time. For a lot of people, actually, one of the things I hear constantly from people is they feel bored. They feel held back from doing the things they love. Obviously, we all feel deeply disconnected from loved ones that we would normally travel to see, particularly.
I felt a passion having to do this today. I wasn't bored out my tits.
So
I felt
there's
a passion.
Deep feeling in this city.
A deep feeling.
The frustration.
A drawing. A calling.
With dealing with all of the changes we've had to go through. And remind everyone, it's only been in a matter of weeks that we've had to make these massive adjustments. So for anyone out there who feels frustrated, who feels confused or angry that all this had to happen, I share that. We all feel it. But we also know that you've been finding a way, an incredibly noble, consistent manner.
I would be interested in how hookers are dealing with this.
You are practicing social distancing. Is it perfect? No, of course not.
Are hookers using more rubber gloves than
in the
normal?
United States of America, we've the worst place in the world to try and achieve social distancing.
See, I want to ask the real questions.
If you want
the real questions are hookers
where people don't live so close together,
using more rubber gloves?
Maybe that's where it could be perfect. But you know what? It may not be perfect, but New York
is there a shortage on lubricant?
Way. People really are going out of their way, and you see it all the time, to find new and creative ways to live with the reality of social distancing. Our police officers and all of the public servants who are enforcing this law are doing an outstanding job. Again, is it perfect? No. Are there problems? Yes. And everyone who sees a problem, I remind you, please do everyone a favor. If you see a store that's overcrowded or you see a line that...
I'll be honest, Donald Trump hasn't done any of these people's any favour, because unless you're Donald Trump, it just isn't entertaining. It just isn't entertaining. And if it isn't entertaining, you're like, what's the point? Politics all the shit. Try to guess where the X's are now. People should look into that. But yeah, where are we? Looking for this. Here's a new expert.
Conversation has got
Isolating.
There will be some difficult choices to be made around our liberties in terms of tracing and trying to bring in surveillance mechanisms for the virus. But that's a conversation we need to start to have, because that might be the only way we safely start to get out of lockdown.
Locked up.
And start to get back.
Won't let me out.
Going again, but
locked up.
Protecting public health and
won't let me out.
And infrastructure and public health, alongside all of the investment we're seeing around treating patients who've got COVID.
Sorry to interrupt, but can I ask then, do you
fucking Romulans still kicking about?
Drawn on a sort of exit strategy for lockdown is the fact that we don't yet have mass testing and that one has to go with the other.
Well, I think that is a key problem. It's been very obvious from the start that the UK government's been very slow off the mark in ramping up testing. And so now we're playing catch up and really struggling to reach the levels of testing that other countries have got. And now we're competing for resources. I was delighted that they finally called upon the life science.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Blazin did get home without getting fucking stabbed, molested or raped by the baby-eating children. The Illuminati squadrons. In the meantime, let's get back to this.
And then tracing who that person's been in touch with. And that's the only way, if we start to do that really ruthlessly, we can start to lift this lockdown. But that needs huge amounts of investment and infrastructure. And it also needs, as I say, a conversation with the public as to, are we prepared to potentially isolate ourselves from quarantine ourselves from our loved ones if we've got the illness, but also to have all our recent contacts traced so that we can manage this. That is a discussion that needs to be had as part of the planning for how we start to find our way out of this.
Is that a route that you would be comfortable with the government going down if it had to?
Well, I think there would need to be some serious safeguards and measures in place around how long any data were kept in terms.
Right, fuck's sake, man. It's not that this woman's boring me or anything, but I want to try and address something maybe worthwhile people listening to. Agreeing or disagreeing on a certain or uncertain conspiracy, or whether Corona is real or fake, if the person that you like is a genuine friend, you will not fall out with them over a disagreement over conspiratardom. And people that use that to split up friendships and stuff, dirty cunts. But it isn't worthwhile. Like a friendship isn't a friendship. You either understand where a person's coming from and respect their ability, let's say, even support Celtic or not, or you just shut them up and try and cut them out because they subscribe to something that you can't understand. I mean, the hypocrisies, double standards, the cult-like mentality in the truther community and all that. I mean, like, the fact even bringing that up triggers so many people. The reason it triggers them so much is because, like, when you analyse it, it's so fucking true. It's like a cult, you know, it's like a cult. If you don't believe in chemtrails, you're not cool. You don't believe in that, you're not cool. You're not cool in the gang. You speak out against that. And me personally, what I've witnessed is people trying to character assassinate me. And the most annoying thing for me, Corona madness is kicking in, but the most grudge-bearing thing that I've ever came across is a paranoid fucking android motherfuckers have split up real relationships that were positive in the real world over their paranoid delusions over the internet. And when you try and suggest that to them, they just think you're deep state Illuminati, or somebody like going, here, hold on. See everything your family is saying to you. See everything that all your work colleagues have ever said to you. There's an echo of truth in it. And they can't comprehend it. No, it's a deep state Illuminati and sick society and all that shit. And that's what gives me the passion in my wagon. That's what gives me the lead in my pencil. It's not to make friends, because I ain't going to make many friends. It's to try and stop people losing friends over this shit. Ain't worth it. And there's idiots out there that will power trip over their fucking conspiratardom conspiracies and use that to try and fence people off from other folks who might not be believing their conspiratardom. And this is just my, like, I might be a deep state Illuminati operative. How are you to know? But this is my genuine opinion of my experience and journey through the truther conspiratardom. And like, I don't know, it's when in hindsight, it's when it gets in the way of real relationships that were healthy for people, and then like, big daddy conspiratards come in and fuck it up. And like, I do forgive, but I do not forget. You know, it's like it's always there. I'll understand and recognise what happened. Well, I try and understand what happened, because it just looks malicious in some levels when some idiot that doesn't even meet somebody in the real life bounces along and fucks up a real life relationship that was productive on many levels for all parties, man. And aye, so there's a conspiracy madness kicking in with me. There's some more shit off my chest, but stay tuned, folks. You may get some more party poppers. Hold on, let me at least put this
loss of output.
Boring English going on. He's got to be more entertaining than me.
If social distancing measures need to be in place longer to protect public health, or testing doesn't prove to be reliable, and we need longer periods of shutdown in the economy, that can mean a much bigger hit to output over the course of the year as a whole, and a very big hit to output in the coming quarter.
OK, very good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Richard Hughes there. Now, the first of 7 repatriation flights from India has arrived in London. The flight from Goa landed at Stansted Airport this morning, carrying 316 passengers. More than 20,000 British citizens stranded in India have asked for assistance to get home. Rajini Vaidyanathan reports now from Delhi.
Leaving our villa now after 7 weeks of travel and day 18 of lockdown to take the first Goa to London repatriation flight.
For Amanda Ashworth and her children, the start of a long journey home, an abrupt end to a family trip to Goa.
So we're at the airport and it's actually very good here.
Amanda bought a seat on the first repatriation flight for UK citizens in India. Last night, a packed plane flew more than 300 Brits home.
Social distancing going on here at all.
As Amanda returned to London, a family reunion, which couldn't come soon enough.
Relieved, really happy
that
to be
doesn't
home.
look like 2 metres to me.
My children are really happy to be home with my husband, but at the same time, the UK government handled it very, very badly. That they've left us, I felt, out on a limb. That there was no information given to us. It was very, very hard to have hope at some points that we were actually going to be able to get home, just because of the lack of information that was coming through.
And that's a sentiment shared by the tens of thousands of Brits stuck in India.
Why has it taken 3 weeks
to get these first repatriation flights started when other nations started getting their people back almost immediately as lockdown was called.
Germany has already flown more.
Because Britain loves you, you idiot.
India.
Where commercial flights are no longer running, the government will provide the necessary financial support for special charter flights to bring UK nationals back home.
More than a week on, and many Brits in India are running out of food, money and medicine. 12 days ago, I talked to Reena Farmer, who's in Punjab. Today, she's still stranded and scared.
We want to be home with our families. We want to be back on the UK soil as soon as possible.
I fucking bet him, man. There's no way you like. I don't know. Let me stick my fucking cam on to show a bit of emotion on this shit if I can. Oh, fuck's been. I stay in Glasgow in a high-rise flat, right? I'm high density. I ain't fucking feeling too pretty. Fuck being in a mega city, man, where anything you need to do is just like just. This is really fucking up the psychology of fucking the whole human race, man. In the sense of like, when I walk outside my house, I'm pretty much interpreting everybody as an enemy right now, right? In the sense that I'm like, whoa, you know, and then your inherent biases and fucking just all the inherent pre-programming that's put in your nut as to who's stinky and who's not. It's the most politest way I can put it. It's becoming more prevalent, and it's difficult to even go to the fucking supermarket without fucking. It's mental. This. And again, like, man, the shit's going through my head. My mouth can't keep up. Hopefully you can make sense of this shit. But, as the fallout of this happens, if somebody convinces me that this has been like a man-made fucking event and stuff, I'm fucking ready to fucking locked and loaded Terminator fucking 2 warfare with the fucking machines and shit. Do you know, like, if somebody's if the propaganda manages to convince me that this is China's fault, I'm happy to sign up. Do you know what I mean? This is like fucking. I don't know if I'm misspeaking. I'm only fucking saying the fucking idiocracy that's on my mind. It's got to. Some of the shit's got to be flying through other people's minds as well, man. Because it's quite scary, man. If we end up with fucking at war with China, there's about fucking 1.3 billion fucking Chinamen coming to fucking kill us. And where I'm sitting, it's one of the fucking first hit nuclear sites. Close enough to the fucking radius of that shit, you know, and I would say, I would argue, maybe I'm wrong, I'm doing my hardest to escape for the fucking paranoia and the conspiratardom fucking truther movement shite, but I can't fucking escape the fear that this fucking thing is generating in me, as much as I'm sceptical about the fucking truther industrial complex pish. And I can only imagine that other people might, I'm no different from anybody else, so I can only imagine that there's something like this in other people as well, where there's a genuine anxiety about this shit. Then I really feel sorry for the fucking, man, if this happened to me when I was at the height of my conspiratardom, I'd be fucking, this would really be blowing my mind. I'd be like, New World Order takeover and stuff. I wouldn't be able to logically think about this. I think we're witnessing a lot of people that are unable to logically try and address what's happening here. You know? rather than pulling together and trying to fucking kill the virus, they're fucking trying to defeat the New World fucking Order boogie monster for Christian fucking fundamental idiots. Anyway, let's listen to this army, because my fucking tits in. My tits are done in.
Before.
Honestly, my tits are sore. I don't know about you. Are your tits sore? My fucking tits are sore.
Things can get even more severe here. And at the end of the day, we just
I think she's done her makeup, man. She looks alright.
Feel that we have not been listened to.
I'm just fucking a horny fucking corona locked up bastard. You're allowed to convey those fucking messages, aren't you, bastard? Gonna get hung, drawn, and quartered with a corona monster. Can't even press play. Can't even press play.
No one cares, no one bothers. It's appalling.
This week, flights leave from Goa, Delhi and Mumbai. But one MP wants to know why other parts of India have been ignored.
The largest number of Brits in India are in the Punjab and in Gujarat. And that is what we as MPs have been telling the Foreign Office again and again, that that's where the demand from constituents is. And so
right, I'll try and express my inner... some would call it racism, I would call it like just stereotype shit. Right, so in my stereotype mind, when I see an Indian dude with a turban, and this confuses a lot of people, I think house nigger of the British Empire. I know, it's disturbing, I know. I said words, naughty words, very naughty words, but that's what I honestly think. And hey, I might not even be around tomorrow, so I might as well get my fucking points of view off my chest. So, and I think this dude's a I've got no reason to think this isn't a lovely dude with an honourable fucking blah 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 blah, all that shit. But it's like when I was listening to Joe Rogan's show the other day when he had that fucking idiot. Oh, sorry, not idiot. It's a congressman. That honourable congressman with a fucking pirate patch on his fucking eye. Fucking shills, the fucking lot of them, man. I don't understand why people can't see Joe Rogan's gig. I don't understand why I'm left wing. Like, right, Joe Rogan, you fucking idiot. Fucking... I love Joe Rogan. I just wish it's just not honest. It's just not an honest man. He's full of shite. It's like Piers Morgan bouncing up and saying he supports the Labour Party, you know, there's something going on there, full of shite. Right. What? Tangent. Went for a turban to a tangent. For a turban to a tangent. Joe Rogan is a fucking, I don't know, I think he's a lovely dude, man. I think he's a really nice guy. I have no problem with him. I just understand what he is. I understand what his podcast is. I understand the editorial stance that his whole media empire takes. I understand how he fits into the whole... I think I understand how he fits into all the media shit. Whether I'm right or wrong, who knows. But him sitting up there going, I'm left wing, I like Burnett. Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking baldy bastard. You're full of shite. Right? And I don't hold that against him, by the way, because that's his stick. His stick is, he has to appear neutral. Because if he doesn't appear neutral, his shit don't stick as much. Right? And if you do not think that what fucking Joe Rogan done with Bernie Sanders and every opponent of... Who's that old cunt losing his mind? Joe Biden. If you don't think that Joe Rogan and his podcast done everything they possibly can to weaken the Democratic opposition... I'm not saying that I support this shit, I'm just like pointing out the politics. the Democratic Party opposition to Donald Trump, then I believe you're naive. And if I wasn't being so polite, I would say you're fucking idiots, man. It's so fucking obvious. You're fucking muppets. Right, but if I was being nice, I'm trying to be nice, man. Just honestly, there's a reason my viewing figures go down, and so everybody at some point. And only the people with the biggest balls and the biggest ovaries can take it. The rest of them. But anyway, because they think when I insult Joe Rogan, I love Joe Rogan. But people think like it's like insulting Alex Jones back in the day. You would get part of the cult shunning you. You insult, so I insult everybody. Like I'm an equal rights opportunist when it comes to insulting motherfuckers. Like this Turbinator here. And also, imagine, like, listen. We think it's crazy bouncing over to Korea and eating a dog. See that dude bouncing over here and eating a cow? Man, same thing, different perspectives. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying different perspectives. But anyway, I digress.
That is why they are feeling discriminated against, because many of them are elderly, they're fast running out of medicine, and if other nations can do it, why can't we?
As India remains on lockdown, officials in the UK say they're working to get everyone home. But with an estimated 20,000 Brits in the country, it could take time. Regina Vaidyanathan, BBC News.
A man who fled the war in Syria and came to the UK as a refugee applied to become a cleaner in a London hospital as soon as the coronavirus pandemic broke out. Hassan Akkad made a documentary about his journey to the UK and it won a BAFTA. Now he's disinfecting COVID-19 wards and he says it's his way of giving back to Britain.
I was very nervous when I applied for the job because, again, I heard the news of shortage of PPE, nurses and doctors getting ill, and some of them are dying. But that in itself pushed me more to, it was a motivation because I knew if the hospitals are hotspots for the virus, then disinfecting and cleaning the hospital is equally important as treating patients and being on the wards. I was nervous, but I showed up the day one, which was last Monday, and Serco, the company which provides the training, and they were reassuring. They told me that you'll be given full PPE, and I started, and it's been 10 days, and it's honestly, I've taken so many jobs in my life, but I have to say this is one of the most honourable jobs that I'll ever do in my life.
Well, we all thank you, and it's a vitally important job. I mean, I know we've just shown the photo of you with the PPE, and I know one of the problems with it is that it's tricky to communicate by definition with a mask over your face. But what sort of conversations are you able to have? Are you able to talk to patients, to explain anything? I know you can only get so close by definition. What sort of experiences are you having?
It's difficult to breathe, and it's difficult to communicate in PPE because having that mask on the whole time, it's not pleasant. But I have to say, like, I try as much as I can when I'm disinfecting and spraying.
I did drop my Bluetooth headset down the toilet and flush it away
for 10 days now, and I love.
It's not funny.
They would wave at me, and I would
stop laughing.
Hi, and how are you? And wait, it's.
Stop laughing, fucking Romulan!
And I feel so thrilled that I'm disinfecting, and at the same time we're having these small talks. I see people talking to their loved ones. I see patients reading a book, and it's tough being there. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's tough being there. But I have to say, the people on my wards, the nurses and the consultants and the catering assistants, and they are absolutely heroic and incredible people. I'm not the hero here. They are, because I've taken this job temporarily, but these people have been doing this for years, and they are from all over the world. Like, it's in just our one ward, there are over 20 nationalities. And that says a lot about the NHS, how diverse it is, and how we. I think we should embrace diversity.
And that was Hassan Akkad speaking a little earlier to Jane. And just a reminder that the Clap for Carers will take place again tonight. For the third week, millions of us are preparing to clap at 8 p.m. to say thank you to health workers in the fight against coronavirus. There will, of course...
Right, I know, and I think even the funnier thing, let me see if I can fucking manage to fucking edit this shit together so people can hear and see what I'm doing. Clap for Adolf! You know, it was a joke, but... Let's be honest, man, we do actually look on I don't... See, Cal, they call me fucking conspiracy, but look, it's like chemtrails, folks. There's too many people out there with enough intelligence to understand what's going on to call this a conspiracy. So don't fucking fall down that fucking rabbit hole. Pull together to fucking stop the spread of this shit, I would argue. And let's hope Boris dies. I mean, and let's hope Boris pulls through. Pulls through. Threats, yo. No, in all serious, man. I actually genuinely do actually fucking hope he pulls through, man. Let's see if the Prime Minister of the UK dies of this shit. It's... If any way, shape and token of that blame can get shung on China, done. They're done. That's what I think's happening. I know, Mero. That's what I think's happening. I think Boris Johnson's going to die. I know. I do not want him to die. I think Boris Johnson's going to die. And I think the world's attention is going to just focus on blaming China and multifacets of ways for the biohazard releasing the chemical that fucking killed us all, for the conspirators, to the just the lockdown of information and not sharing it to the international community to allow the international community to deal with it properly. But the focus is going to get put on, I believe, the focus is going to get put on China. And fucking, we're in for some fucking hell of a ride, man. And this ration nation that we're in right now, I would love to think it's going to get lifted anytime soon. Fuck knows, man. It's crazy days. I don't know. I need to get my conspiratardom off my chest as well, man. I'm not the only one. I don't discount myself for sitting here running every scenario through my head here, man, and sitting thinking about all the possible conspiracies about what's happening. It's quite disconcerting for a lot of people, man. For everybody, actually. Regardless of how you interpret the world. Real, fake, up, down, left, right. This shit's scaring you, man. Anyway. I'm sorry, I was listening to you there.
The live coverage from around the country on BBC One and also on the BBC News channel. So do, of course, tune in for that, as well as, of course, joining in the clap yourselves. The 6 o'clock news is coming up in a moment with Sophie Rayworth, but for now it's time for the weather with Alina Jenkins.
Hello. Contrasts in the way the weather looks and feels across the UK today. For many, warmth and sunshine, but not for all. This frontal system providing more cloud across much of Scotland and also northeast England. To the north of this, some sunshine, but some colder air. And where we've got the front across Scotland down into northeast England could bring some light rain and drizzle, particularly across the Western Isles. Elsewhere, further sunshine through this afternoon. High tree pollen levels for much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Could see temperatures up to 24, maybe 25 Celsius for central, southern and southeast England. Just 9 Celsius, though, for northeast England and parts of eastern Scotland, with the wind off that cold North Sea. Through this evening and over...
Fuck you, the weather's fake. Hey, I'm just having to be looking in the chat. Cross, man! Mate, you're never lost for words. I'd like to hear your theories on this shite. If you've got the ability, hit us up on Skype, man. You can broadcast that stuff. Just be a decent chat. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe it wouldn't. Who knows? But hit us up, man, if you fancy it. Sorry, let's get back to the weather. Why are weather women always kind of, I don't know about you, it's my sexual preference, they're always sexy.
Cooler here.
She looks kind of sexy.
England and also East Wales. But as we go into Easter Sunday,
my favourite's the Scottish woman.
Out in the Atlantic, this frontal system starting to push its way eastwards. We're much more likely to see some showers developing on Sunday. They could be on the sharp side, maybe merge to give a longer spell of rain through Easter Sunday afternoon, turning cloudier, cooler and breezier across Scotland, and all of us starting to see the temperatures just easing away through Easter Sunday. And that's the trend as we go into Bank Holiday Monday. This colder air sweeping its way across the UK. Could see some patchy rain across central.
Thing is protect cash. Cash. And what goes here goes for the entire economy. The immediate hit, inescapable and beyond imagination.
Yo,
the BBC.
Give me a wee second, my man, and I will sort out the technicalities. There we go. I think. Give me a sound check, mate. I think the sound check is. Aye, the sound is coming out the wrong place. Give me two ticks, mate, and I'll be with you. Right. What am I looking for? Audio and video. I'm talking to myself, man, and I want it to come out in my fucking headphones so I can hear that shit. There we go, man. There we go, buddy. You're in the room.
How you doing, pal?
Stir crazy, mate, but all good. What about yourself? You stir crazy? I don't know.
I'm alright.
I was going to say, mate, I was fucking stir crazy before this shit happened, mate.
Yeah.
Tell me about it, I know.
It's all one thing, isn't it?
It's just a different version of our madness. Mate, like, all joking aside, man, like, fucking Fruit Loops like us, man, are the best fucking people fucking to deal with this shit, you know? It sounds crazy. It's
no.
Like, I don't know.
Kip, this gets in your head. It goes in your head.
Hold on, mate, something I've never asked you or even fucking, like, so, I would suspect that your typical truther dude like us is on the spectrum of OCD and germophobia, right?
Yeah, they can. Well, I'm not, but I know what you mean. Yeah,
I'm not myself, mate. But like, you know, it's like it's that kind of way of thinking, right? It's like the fucking suspect and everything. This is going to fuck us up. Like the people along that way of thinking. It's going to fuck them up big style, man, and not in a good way, and I don't think people are going to recover from this. I'm not trying to be sensationalist or anything. I really believe there's people that won't leave their house again after this fucking event.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, it's true.
Really
but they will in the end.
Yeah, when their drugs run out.
Well, it's psychologically damaging, but like, you know, I think what happens, like, when you do end up being allowed out, you put up with the new rules because you're just glad to be fucking let back out. Do you know what I mean?
Aye, mate. See, this is what's scaring me, man. Like, I'm skeptical about the fucking New World Order fucking narrative, but this is scaring me. You know what I'm talking about?
I know.
I'm fucking skeptical about it, and I'm going to remain healthily skeptical about it. But it's fucking scary, man, what's going on right now. And I swear to God, I think I've said this before, mate. I'm gonna, and I hope this doesn't happen because I think I could be militant after this if this shit doesn't get lifted. I really think I'm trying. I would love to think that I steered away. Try to steer away people from become militant in their fucking idiocracy.
This can test the best of us.
I mean, it's fucking driving. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think.
I know. But like, I'm looking at it like this. They're not stopping us uploading. When they stop us uploading, shit your pants time.
Mate, my internet has been intermediate. In fact, I'll tell you a genuine story. I woke up this morning. Right, so I woke up this morning in my bed and like that, bounce on my phone. My phone's telling me password for my Wi-Fi, which lets you know that your Wi-Fi's dropped out. So came through the living room, phoned fucking Virgin. I'm a Virgin. Phoned Virgin, and they're like, right, all automated, of course, but it's like, right, okay, your fucking internet's a bit fucked up now. Press this button to register it, and in 2 days, if your service isn't resumed, you'll get given money. Mate, within fucking 10 minutes of me pushing that button, my service was fucking put back on. Right? Now, my best guesstimation, and don't listen to me, man, I'm not 140. I think they're throttling fucking internet speeds.
Yeah, they are doing. No, they are doing.
Where they can.
Well, it's because there's so many people on the internet at the moment that it's throttling itself.
Aye.
That's all it is.
Aye. I mean, I don't think it's a deep state Illuminati conspiracy. No. I'm just saying, I think... exactly what you said, mate. There's too much demand.
That's all it is. Services are stretched to the max right now. On the internet side of it as well. Even electricity, everything will be running to its max because everyone's at home.
Mate, it's in the government's interest to keep the food fucking shelf stocked, electricity on, because, mate, we are witnessing, I think we're realising now the opportunity for fucking revolution if that cycle stopped. I'm not, like, I don't mean revolution, but I mean, like, mate, there would be people in the street and fighting. If you, mate, I don't know how you get your groceries, mate. Your groceries, shut the fuck up, you Yankee bastard. I don't know how you get your fucking shopping, mate. But, mate, the supermarkets are like it's like a war zone. It's like you're going in there locked and loaded. It's like everybody's fighting with each other. No, it's like fucking craziest dynamic I've ever seen in my life on the streets.
I haven't been in a supermarket. I've been lucky. Very lucky. We've had a bit of stuff delivered. That's come fine. Even beer. I've been to the local shop, but that seems to be pretty nicely stocked.
How are you getting fed? Obviously, how are you getting fed, mate? Are you like online deliveries and shit, or are you just like local shop? Get me.
Local shop and a bit of like we've ordered a bit of stuff in as well, like, but we wasn't too badly stocked anyway. So luckily, I've not had to do the supermarket yet. She did it one time, like, but she said it wasn't too bad. Supermarket was. Asda says you can get what you want now, and the NHS says if you don't feel well, you can come to the hospital. Right?
Mate,
what they're saying is basically it's not actually happened like we feared. So I don't think it's had the result. That was the worst result. I don't think it's happened.
Mate, I've not
in America.
I've not even hot you up for what you think's happening here. What do you think's happening here? I've not even hot you up, man. I've not even hot you up
I think there's been a genuine illness. It started in China. Whether that means it was put out or it was bat soup, none of them things matter. It's not as actually disastrously dangerous as was feared, I don't think. And I think it's been used to go across the world and it's a bit of a test run to see how much they can push people as well. Everything gets used in the end. I think there's a genuine illness though. Sorry, but I do. But like 900 people have died yesterday from it, say, but 1,750 die every day anyway. And you can't find out the stats on that. What happens to the people that die anyway? You know, there's a lot of... I've never seen the BBC try so hard to promote every death that's happened. In the flu season, they keep all the information on the low because they don't want to panic the people.
Yeah.
But now, if there's a death now, immediately, it's on the fucking BBC. Fred's just died at number 20. A coronavirus. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying. You know, it's like, you know what I mean? It's weird.
I do, mate.
This fuckery is going on. I think we'll all go back to normal in the end. That's what I think.
I mean, mate, this is where my fucking... See, if we don't go back to normal, that's where I'll be fucking quite happy to take up arms, man. See if they don't start repealing all this shit.
They will repeal it. They will repeal it.
I think they will as well. This is what I hope. I hope what's happening right now is part of a larger fucking fuck you China campaign, right? It's not fuck us, it's fuck China. That's what I hope, right? But unfortunately, they have to fuck us to fuck China because
it's all war games. It's all war games, isn't it? You know what have we done? We've done a couple of bombs on Syria, haven't we?
I hope not. But
it's all going on behind the scenes,
mate. Listen to this. Do you know? I feel fucking. My heart is bleeding for folks like us. I don't want to try and discount myself for this shit. I'm trying to be as fucking palatable as I can. Just people that are on the skeptical side of the spectrum, because this shit is driving skeptics nuts. I'm using skeptics as a replacement for conspiracy theorists because
everything divides. Opinions divide. So you're going to get people that like fall in the Rebel Rhymes camp, and then you're going to get people that fall in there. Of course, there's a lot of people dying in hospital every day from this thing. And then you get the divide, but I stand on the side of you couldn't smudge and fudge all this. Couldn't do it.
I know, mate.
Can't be done.
I'm
too many doctors and nurses saying it's bullshit already.
Mate, it's the same principle that collapses the chemtrail conspiracy for me. You know, it's just too big. There's too many Tom, Dicks, and Harrys that we all know who are just part of it, and it's like I mean, it's logic. It defeats. I love a conspiracy as much as the next one, but it's the chemistry hanging.
Everyone said it, but I'll remind us again. The real number of the people that are infected and have been infected, right, will be far bigger than what they're saying because they don't know it, which means half of us could have already had it.
Mate, I'm sitting. I don't know. I'm not the fucking picture.
They can't deny that though. They're saying that 50% of the population could have had it. Their own stuff.
Did you see Adam Kokesh doing and I don't want to promote this shit. Like, I'm just putting out there for Adam Kokesh, right? Who, man, I think he's a genuine dude. He's just fucking bought into his fucking whatever political ideology that he has. Long story short, he done a test that apparently is getting available and all of that shit, right? And it tells you whether you've had it, you've got it, I did have it, so on and so forth. And me, right, I thought it was great, and then I was like, hold on a sec, this cunt's making fucking money off that thing, and the fucking tests are coming from China.
Yeah,
and I'm
absolutely.
like, man, it just busts my brains. It really busts my brains, the whole...
It's all a cash cow.
Well,
the test that we've got, we're not testing for have you had it yet, but the ones that we've got, they're not very accurate. And the coronavirus, if you get the fucking hell, what's it? If you get the flu vaccine, it can save your life even though you don't get that exact flu apparently.
Mate,
it's all complicated, isn't it?
You know what we're talking about? Like we were talking about the cash cow, and we were laughing about there, man. What do you feel in the sense that? Oh, mate, and look, I'm not looking at you as an authority, and I'm not saying anybody.
No, I'm not an authority.
You know, we're just fucking spitting the shit,
Yeah.
I would say.
Go on, throw the question.
And again, do you like see me personally, man? Like, I do want to put. I do think we should be able to put our tinfoils hats on and fucking bathe in conspiracy, because like I don't understand biology and viruses enough to say whether it's man-made and all that shit, right? But let's say there is a possibility that fucking a man with a fucking petri dish can bounce into a fucking country, a city, and go like on the toilet seat and.
That's a fact.
Is this what we're witnessing, man?
Because, it could be.
Because, mate, what blows my nut is this comes straight off the fucking heels of a no nonsense, there's no hidden smokes and mirrors, currency war and what's the other one? Trade war. There's a currency war and trade war going on with the West and China right now. No if buts and maybes about it, and then boom, this fucking virus fucking thing kicks off. Now, I don't know. This is the thing as well, mate. Like the deaths that are coming out of China, right? 3.5 or whatever, just under 4,000. Are the fucking commies lying about the deaths? Are they better to cope with than the West? What's the disparity here? Why the fuck is this thing ripping through Mr. Whitey more than Mr. fucking Yellow?
Well, but it's doing a lot of damage in Iran.
Oh, it's fucking wiped Iran. What's Iran, man? They're up 6,000-7,000, didn't they?
Yeah,
Deaths,
it's not, but they're not bothered about it.
What's the population of Iran, mate? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I know they're not bothered about it.
I have no idea myself.
Because life is cheap in Iran.
Well, mate, this is what gets back to my stupid rant earlier on, where I'm saying
Iran's population is 81.16 million in 2017.
larger than the UK. Larger than the UK. Aye.
Big lot of them.
But mate, why the fuck is this virus seem to be rampaging in Mr. Whitey's neighbourhood more? Well, the Iran thing would be.
But what damage is it actually doing? It's not a high level damage, is it? By any means, a stretch of the imagination.
The best I can understand, mate, what it's doing, right? Like, see if you could design a virus. If you could design a virus,
absolutely.
You would design the virus to make it like be like the flu, so that like people would just die a lack of resources. You know, because the best of my understanding, and I'm a fucking idiot, so I don't understand nothing, but it's the lack of ventilators and shit to keep people breathing, and health officials are having to make this decision between that 80-year-old fucking motherfucker that can't breathe and the 20-year-old motherfucker that can't breathe, and that's the fucking horrible decisions that are having to get made right now. It could be perceived as the perfect fucking biological weapon, can it?
It could be. It'd have to have a bigger death kill rate for me to be. If I'd designed it, it would have had to take like.
If you designed it, yeah, fuck it.
A good fucking few more out than this. You know what I'm saying?
Thank fuck it's no the crossman virus, eh?
It's too low level for me. It needs to be like 50% of it. The infected die.
No. Think about it, mate. If you were going like seriously, right? If you're going to fuck up a fucking population in the way of a weapon warfare, you don't want to kill the fuckers, mate. You don't want to kill them. You want to put them in a stage where it's fucking up the healthcare. You know, a dead body gets shoved on the fucking pile. You know, it doesn't get. There's no for in warfare, man. If you're dead, you're dead. You're out the fucking game. If you're in between death, and that healthcare system has to try and keep you fucking breathing.
But it's not happened. It's not happened.
Mate, I think it's happening in Spain.
Is it? No, is it? Fuck, nowhere near. Nonsense, no.
Mate,
You know,
I would disagree.
these makeshift hospitals have got nobody in them so far.
Oh, no, mate, come on, don't get
Have a
sucked
look.
in with that
It's
shit.
there.
I know.
Not yet. Might happen, but not yet.
Mate, I'll be honest, this is my opinion about all this empty hospital stuff. It's the artificial it's fear porn, man, like false evidence appearing real. In my humble opinion, man, it's like it's like they're like my auntie, mate, I'll be honest, my auntie, my fucking auntie's going for fucking chemo and all that, and she's going for chemo and everything's empty. It's dead. But it's dead for a fucking reason, because they've stripped it back to the bare bones. Yeah. And they aren't going to put contagious fucking people with coronas in the accident and emergency. So your accident and emergency and all these words are going to seem dead. They're going to seem like ghosts because they're all concentrated in these other things.
Yeah.
Like, trying to project the spike. And again, mate, it's like, you know, I'm no fucking deep state Illuminati, man. It's fucking. I just don't think that is the reality. And
no, but all right. Donald Trump said in one of his very recent statements, he said just what I'd said in an earlier video. He said there's a lot less death because there's a lot less accidents because people aren't on the road.
Aye. That makes sense to me as well.
So, you know, you've got to counter that into the eerily quiet fucking... Plus, there's no one allowed to go to the hospital unless they have to. You can explain all that. I sent you a page on that.
Mate, can I ask you, are you, oh shit, are you taking
I'm
precautions?
paranoid out of my head.
No.
A little bit.
I already know the answer to that. Man. No, but are you taking precautions? Are you like fucking?
Oh yeah, I am doing what you have to do. Fucking right, I am. But that don't stop other people from not doing it.
Are you like me? Like I don't know about you.
I'm not being paranoid.
I'm not being paranoid, but I'm para out my tits when I'm out in the fucking streets, man. Like, you know, like
no, I'm not.
I'm not para, but I'm fucking being extra cautious, you know.
Well, that's what everyone's doing, and that's why they're doing it. But you can't explain that to people. They don't understand what I'm saying to people. The way you're acting now, why am I not allowed to go to work? Because you're undoing all my work. But they don't understand that.
Yeah, hold on here. Maybe I can negotiate a deal here, man. Mate, my hair's doing my tits in, man. Are you willing to break for... I'm being facetious here.
Get on the train up to Scotland.
Yeah, fucking come up and fucking cut my hair for me,
the barbers are letting them in the back door.
Mate, but I swear I'd be paranoid because I do not know who to believe, right? And I think that's the fairest reflection of where a lot of people's heads are at. Regardless of what you do or do not believe, we don't know who to believe. And
absolutely.
And a lot of people's heads are mush. And I'm trying to fucking...
Just because you think something, really, with all your heart and soul, doesn't mean it's the way it is.
I think we need to go... Like, I think, me personally, I think we all need to go easy on each other in the sense, regardless of what you fucking believe about this stuff.
I think it's a bit overblown, to be honest. But you know, I think they should really have just like isolated the very genuine, old, infirm, and people that were scared to death, and let the rest of us carry on.
Mate, I look at the numbers and whether they're real or not, and Germany and South Korea screams volumes for me, and it was just
even at the end of what it does, the 7.8 billion on Earth, it won't scratch the fucking surface of that. There's 7.8 billion of us. It might kill a couple of million. It's fuck all. Just to be realistic.
Right. See what scares me as well, mate.
Everybody's got to have it. Everybody has to have this. We're all going to have to catch it in the end.
That's the idea, no?
Well, that's what has to happen. There's no other way around it. We'll all go back and we'll get a second wave.
Well, the Wu-Tang Clan is what to watch,
What
man.
happens? Human nature is the only thing that will diffuse this. You know, the human, you know, what we are.
What do you mean?
Well, as it goes through us, it has to replicate. And each time it replicates, it becomes a weaker copy of itself. And it ends up being a common cold. In about 18 months, apparently. Depends what science you look at and which one you want to try and believe.
Aye.
You know what I'm saying?
Aye, but I would caveat that with, like, that's the best understanding of...
Yeah,
like,
well, nobody
virus.
even understands... No one understands them anyway.
Because this is...
No one understands viruses. We don't understand them because they're weird. Are they alive? Are they dead? You know, will they mutate into something far worse, or will they fizzle out? Is there three strains of it? Nobody fucking knows.
Sorry, mate. I was fucking... I had a phone call there. No, mate, you're fucking spot on, man. And I just advise everybody to keep a very open mind. Me personally, I'm being very fucking precautious. Mate, I would hate to fucking be the root of anybody's behaviour that fucked them up, if that makes any sense, you know? I do not want to put any motherfucker in any fucking harm because of my fucking crazy conspiracy shit. So everybody just investigate fucking everything to the nth of the degrees, man, and make your own mind up. And
it's got to be the grey.
Mate, I'm quite happy to sit here and talk about everything and then I just don't want to... I think over time I've understood that sitting here putting yourself on camera, people perceive that as like you're a fucking person in authority, even though you're sitting with a pair of shades on and a stupid hat and fucking a dressing gown. And I do not want to advise anybody on any of this shit, man. Make your own fucking
What have you got to do? What have you got to do? You've got to stay in, go and get your shit, come back in, and keep yourself to yourself. And like, from the lockdown, 3 weeks, the transmission will slow down massively. So 1 month, well, in about 2 weeks, they should start sending kids back to school, you see.
Fingers crossed, man.
No, they will do. They are doing. I know a girl and she's been told she's back in about 2 weeks.
I think that's what they've started in Denmark and stuff, you know. I think a few places have started putting the school.
Everything gets hyped. Everything gets used and abused. Right? You know, any situation is jumped on as an opportunity.
Yeah,
this will be no different. Be it devil or be it milder.
I think the bandwagon I want to jump on, mate.
It's opportunity knocks, mate.
No, but mate, this is the weird. We've got that wee fucking Lego head fucking sturgeon right up here, and it's a dictatorship up here, mate. I kid you not. But she's at least bouncing up, going, see every bit of this shit. We're going to repeal it as soon as it's finished. I'm not hearing any of that for England, you know. Because it's like they're bouncing up and going, well, it's draconian, but we have to do it, you know? No cunts fucking talking about repealing this shit. And I don't want to bounce up and fucking support Sturgeon, because I hate the wee cow. But fucking Sturgeon's the only one that's like that. Every bit of this is getting repealed. Every bit is getting repealed.
But you've got to remember that when all this is done into the future, it's still the people that go to the ballot boxes. So the system has to abide on some level to the will of the people. And the will of the people, although they'll be able to have a bit of a good do out of it for a bit, that will generally fade. This will be forgotten and they'll want the freedom back. And then they have to... That's what democracy and that's what it's all about. If you get what I'm saying,
Wait,
there's only so far they can take everything.
Well, if I think I get what you're saying is a fucking revolution's fucking just round the corner, then, man.
There always is.
But mate, like, this is like, I would love a revolution, right, if it was in the right direction.
What kind?
This is the thing that scares me, mate. I see it's pre-packaged. I don't see the revolution being grassroots. I see it being
It'll be a setup.
Aye,
Russell Brand.
It'll be like the Magna Carta. You know, Magna Carta is just an officialisation of the fucking consolidation of the power that's in the British Empire. That's what I see, man.
History shows you what they all are. They're all planned. Even this will have been on some level planned, if you get what I mean. On some level, they'll have been waiting for something they can jump on, identify, and go to town. This, to me, is a test run in a lot of ways. Seeing how far what they can get away with on a worldwide scale. It's a fucking brilliant test run.
Well, they're getting away fucking hell a lot, aren't they, mate?
Well, they are, but like they're doing it under the guise that whatever your viewpoint is, all your neighbours, right? If they see you taking the piss, they all can ring the police up on you. You see, it's a divide and conquer.
Nah, I agree with that, man.
It's a separation tool.
Mate, it's fucking happened for day dot, mate.
It's fucking clever. It's clever. But you've just got to ride it like the roller coaster ride. Keep you calm, keep you cool. And just have the hope that it'll bounce back to normal shortly, because it will. It has to.
Well, timing remote
choice. Look, these are trying to tell you that the stormtroopers are going to be on your door. They're not. They're not. That's not going to happen.
Aye. There would be a reaction if the stormtroopers were on your door.
Of course there would.
They're just going to be on the street, not at your door.
Yeah, well, they're not, though, are they? They're not. They've backed down on a lot of stuff over this in this country so far, right? And I don't know whether they're going to start getting hardcore in a minute like France did, but we'll have to see. But if they do, that's because dickheads didn't listen. They're the dickheads, right, that are going to stop you being able to go for a fucking hour jog. You understand? The rebel rhymes is getting people's head. Right? Fuck it up for everybody, and we end up with the army on the streets because of dickheads that just couldn't grasp exponential growth.
Well, mate, think of your typical, think of the stereotype rebel right now. Your stereotype rebel right now is a Tommy Robinson supporting fan. Right?
Probably is.
No, if you think somebody's rebelling against the system, you could typically put them in the Tommy Robinson, and that ain't where fucking rebellion exists. Do you know? Do you know what I'm talking about? Because that isn't fucking where people's heads are at. People would be rebelling against the fucking system, not fucking. Oh man, I don't even know if I can verbalise it, but that's...
it's how Adolf Hitler came to power.
It's exactly
the same crap.
It's getting used. It's getting used like that, man.
Prejudice.
The Reichstag, man, is getting used like the Reichstag to get by all people, by the way, by all motherfuckers.
Oh, it's a feeding frenzy.
A good way of putting it, man. You're fucking feeding frenzy with fucking idiots want to fucking score political points over fucking people's lives.
Look at that numbnut you had on your show. I don't know what it's called.
Godhard.
It was terrible, wasn't it?
Oh man, you're going to hear me kind of have to defend him. No, mate,
No, you can defend him. I don't give a flying fuck. He didn't have his arguments ready.
Mate, I agree. This is where right, obviously, I don't know how to explain this verbally. I just don't hold that against him, man. He's obviously ignorant of. I would say my argument is he's like ignorant. So he's cannon fodder for fucking political fucking zealots that want to fucking use him as
we're all we're all, whether we like it or not, we're all mind-controlled slaves to some extent.
I would agree, mate.
Even if you like yourself, trying to run away from it and try and weigh up all the angles, it's still like you still end up in a camp.
I mean, I'd agree, man. I'd agree, man. I would agree. I would agree to the extent I do not discount myself from the fucking mind control, because like understanding my fucking righteousness that I fucking present sometime, there's no doubt some fucking motherfucker behind me like that. I have no doubt about that. And that's why I have sympathy and empathy for people that are in the same position. They're presenting there as much as I fucking disagree or fucking think they're shouting for that camp or this camp. I think whether they understand it or not, like myself, there's some cunt fucking pulling the strings. It's like that David Icke motherfucker, and I know people will fucking hate me for saying this. That cunt's pulled so many people's strings and they don't even fucking know it. And then when you actually try and present that, you're going to get hot with venom, man.
Kit, what you do, and everyone does it, is you try and present your argument to the best of your ability.
So
what David Icke does is he mixes in fact with fiction.
Oh, no, well, mate, I don't know if you have heard of my conspiracy, but David Icke is just a fucking Christian fundamental. Listen,
he might be.
And listen, mate, and I know you're fond of the fucking good book and all that, right? And I don't, I'm not condemning anybody. I just see this disconnect and this weird fucking relationship between like Christian fundamentalism and the truther community, and
to be fond of the.
I felt it myself, mate. I felt it myself.
To be fond of the book, first you must understand its origins and everything about it. And by the time you learn all that stuff, the book's a completely different thing anyway. It's a lot of stories, isn't it, from a long time ago.
Well, mate, again, mate, I'm no fucking going to argue. It's
that's what it is. You can say, I'm a Christian and I believe this book, but you can't, because when you look at the etymology of it, no one knows what half of the words really meant.
Mate,
it's complicated.
It's fucking that's my version of what's going on is so complicated. I find it hard to verbalise it. Because I don't believe Christians are Christians.
No.
I honestly don't believe Christians are Christians. No. And then see the shit that's happening right now. I still believe it's fucking part of the Reformation.
Absolutely.
I genuinely believe it's
absolutely. Right now. Look, the revolution it's forever. It never stops revolving.
Right.
Get the book, Fire in the Minds of Men. That's the one that you need to read. It's a constant revolving door. That's how the left becomes the right and then back. It's weird, but that's what we're doing. The times are constantly changing.
No, mate, I get you, man.
There's books written on it.
Mate, I know. I'm trying to find the words to try and fucking convey what because what I'm trying to say, man, is like it's not only to understand where you're coming from, man. I feel that I've lived the same kind of journey, if that makes sense. Because
absolutely, we have done a lot of the same thought patterns. We have to have it.
You understand shit that I'm saying. It's no fucking disagree with what you're saying. It's just. And what scares me as well, mate, is it's not fundamental religion. See the shit that see the rabbit hole we fell right. See the rabbit hole some people fall down. It's the worship of Jesus over Christianity, if that makes sense. And I believe that's the fucking shit that a lot of us have been sucked into on the YouTubes, because. If you listen to the story of Jesus, there's not much you can fucking disagree with, man. It's pretty. You're like, wow.
Well, it was a philosopher. It's just a philosopher, isn't it?
No, but it's like you can't. I'm going to live my life like Jesus is. This is what I'm saying, mate. It's stories to control us, and
it all comes from Greek literature. It's all Greek. It's just all one thing. It's just the message of do your best, try and treat others good.
Mate, it's the same. It's the same as every religion, and this is why I love the way Masonry interprets religion, right? I know this. A lot of people follow me. That's why I love the way Masons interpret religion, because to me they interpret it the way a scholar would, which makes sense to me. You know, it's like every religious text, they're not discounting any book, and that's why the Book of Enoch and all that shit. But it's just like they're not discluding any fucking book, and
well,
me,
it's in the Bible, in my father's house are many mansions. That means books.
Have you read
the book? Seek and you shall find. It says don't stop searching. Search every avenue of information so that you can make a better judgment. That's in the Bible.
Have you ever read the Book of Enoch?
I've never read the Book of Enoch, mate. No, have a fuck, no. But I've
stick it in the Google.
I've skimmed through it on the internet.
Stick in the Googles, mate. You'll get it. I can give you the synopsis.
Oh, I bet you do. I can't be arsed, mate. I've done all my scholarly fucking Bible.
Oh no. Listen, I'll give you the synopsis, mate, and you can.
Go on.
Right, so the Book of Enoch, right? Enoch was like Noah's grandfather, right? So
yeah.
You know, Noah and the Ark and all that shit. Right. So Enoch's one of the only two biblical characters that bounce between the two realms, heaven and earth. Right? I forget who the other one was. Enoch was one of them. He bounces between the realms of heaven and earth. And the reason God get pissed, and again, this is to me, there's two gods. There's more. I'll get plenty of gods, right? But in the fucking Christian sense of thing, man, you can't deny there's fucking two gods, I would say. But anyway, so it was a God of the old Bible, the Old Testament, that was Enoch's fucking son. And Enoch came down and put the prophecy about fucking God killing all the fucking idiot humans by a flood because they were fucking idiots and they didn't obey God's law. And this is where the fucking, it's like the Machiavellian principles of Christianity come from, you know? It's like, don't obey God's law, you're going to get fucking wiped out. And that's where the dichotomy of the Old and New Testament of gods collide, because the New Testament, God is all forgiven and all that shit, whereas the Old Testament, that cunt's going to kill you, man. So it's like, I think it's worthy of.
It's in the name. It's the New Testament. It's the new way. It's sort of like Moses taught you great things, but we can leave them there now because Jesus said we're going to do it this way. Jesus mentions Enoch, but it doesn't make the canon in the Council of Nicaea. Right? This is the problem with the Bible. It's
selective, mate.
It's 66 books when really there was a lot more, and they sat and picked and chose which would not fall down in the future. It got picked. It was a bit. There's more in the Bible. There should be more books in the Bible, but it's thick enough, isn't it?
Well, Crossman, mate. It's like, see, the Bible is a collective of canonical books. Right, and there's lots of canonical books, and one of the books that are left out is the Book of Enoch.
Absolutely, right? Yeah, and he wrote a lot of books as well, Enoch.
No, if that shit was included, man, people, Christians would have to have a fucking hell of a... and it's the Book of Enoch that creates the... Masons are fucking Masons are devil worshippers dichotomy, because it's the Book of Enoch.
But the Bible says like you shouldn't have any rituals, doesn't it? Even though it all has its own rituals, each sort of like
But mate, this is why. I'm not trying to turn you on to masonry.
You should listen, mate. Don't worry about that. You shouldn't swear. In the Bible, it says you should swear to nobody. And like in masonry, you're swearing to the brotherhood, aren't you? And this is why masonry sort of cheats the Bible in a way. It uses the Bible, but cheats it at the same time.
Oh, this is going to be a beautiful debate, mate. No, I understand where you're coming from, right?
Yeah.
And can I clearly state, I genuinely am not a fucking mason. I would love to be. Can I say that? I'd love to be, but unfortunately...
Well, join it. You can join online.
Well, if
a Mason told me that.
If at a date when that happens, mate, I will fucking declare it. I'm not
All right,
here.
Can I ask you a question, Kit? Kit, can I ask you a question?
Of course, man.
Right, what is the difference, right, between all Masons? Well, the thing that's different is that they're all completely individual, basically.
That's because it's
that's
free.
The truth. But that's the truth.
You're free to speak everything in the fucking lodge, man. That's the whole concept. I mean, like, I swear to God, man, the whole concept of free society comes from Freemasonry.
Of course, look, Masonry, we owe everything.
People that put Masonry down doesn't understand the positives. And I'm not a Mason. I am not a Mason. I seriously am not a fucking Mason. But I fucking looked in it enough to understand the possible fucking ramifications. Mason, our democracy is structured on Masonry. The American democracy is structured on Masonry. I mean, people don't understand this. Like, nobody understood how to fucking rule a country without fucking a king or queen before Masonry. Masonry taught people how to... that's why America is America without a fucking king or a queen or a fuck... And it's based on Masonry, man. Yeah, and it isn't absolutely. A secret. It's not a secret. It isn't a secret. This is the thing that annoys me. It's just the conspiracy of Masonry that's fucking ghastly. You can't talk reasonably about the positive. And again, I am being 100% serious. I am genuinely not a fucking Mason. I just can't understand the fucking...
Kit, I completely believe you when you say that.
Mate, I'm not a fucking Mason.
I do know that.
I really am not a fucking Mason.
Bro, I can tell. I know you're not. I can tell you're not.
I won't be throwing out the fucking gang signs, man. Like, you know, it's like...
I'm asking you... I'm trying to go back to the question then. What is a Mason?
Well, I have no idea, man. Right,
well, I'm going to tell you. I'll just tell you what I told you before. It's an individual that's in a club or under a banner. It doesn't mean it's the same as anybody else.
I think being a Mason is an honourable thing.
Yeah, it can be. I'm not saying it isn't, but what I'm saying is that Mason there, right, has got nothing. He might have been taught the same kind of shit, right, but he's still completely different than that Mason there.
Yeah, he could be a prick. He could be a good guy. He could be.
Absolutely.
He could be Dr. Mengele. He could be fucking Dr. Evil. He could be Dr. I 100% agree with you.
It's the channeling of power that makes that's the sort of like dubious thing in Masonry. It's where the power goes.
Do you not respect what Masonry has stood up against over the fucking time, man?
Well, I think that because Masonry is under so much attack, that Masonry, right?
Masonry stood up against the Catholic fucking Church.
Yeah, but then
not only did they stand up against the Catholic Church, they fucked them up.
No. There's still one thing though, because they're all running on a mystery Babylon religion. That's the Zionist Jewish cabal.
But that's the Christian fucking... I agree with you.
It's one thing, yeah. It's one thing.
Mate, I do agree. I know what you're talking about.
It starts with Nimrod. It starts, it's like Mesopotamia.
But mate, that's when you're becoming I'm not calling you a race. I'm not calling you a race. That's when the racist shit kicks in, because you are declaring who people can and cannot worship as God. You know, like fucking if that can't massively worship Nimrod, I can't even see his name right.
That's where
whoever you want to worship, man, batter in. Because, mate, I'll be honest, I see this as a lot of Christianity brainwashing, right? And I know you've heard a lot of my shit when I'm talking about fucking UK column, fucking indoctrinating all this shit, and I genuinely believe it, and it's not, I have any problem with it, man, battering. I just fucking trying to put a fucking different perspective out there in the sense that it's not like a fucking. It's like, when did the first God exist? When did. See this ethno-nationalism as well? It fucking cracks me up, mate. Do you know, like, a fucking. See us white cunts, and I'd put you in that planet as well, mate. I don't know, you're like the same fucking cut as the jib as me. But, like. We ain't fucking indigenous to this fucking nation. I don't know if anybody knows this. We're not.
It's less than it. Look, it's less colour and more cultural difference that separate people. Really, it's more than colour. It's like, you know, it's not your colour that separates you. It's like, it's not. It's Islam that separates more than being a Muslim, if you get what. Well,
I know what you mean, man.
It's cultural difference that separate. So, like, you could have a granddaughter and she's got a bit of Asian in her, but no one would even bat an eyelid at the barbecue on Sunday. But if she came in and she were wearing the fucking jihad, right, and spouting off fucking the Quran at everyone, then there'd be a problem.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
No, I know.
That's the difference. And that's why Islam's an oppressive religion. And this is why people are a bit paranoid of it. Because in Islam,
mate,
you are not allowed to have your own belief system.
Oh, mate, it's the same as fucking...
No, Christianity, in the Bible, it says
mate,
tolerate...
mate.
No. In the Bible, it says tolerate other religions.
We are... right, well, here...
It's the same religion, but like one's evolved a bit more, hasn't it? Our Christianity is not the original Christianity, and our Christianity is evolved through the Reformation, you know, the revolutions of religion. We're like a watered-down version now of that. And like I said, an original Christian wouldn't recognise a modern-day Christian at all.
Mate, I'm going to go for a fucking...
Go for a squirt.
A quick piece, a quick pee, and then I'm not engaging this, man, guys. This is going to be the best fucking debate ever, man. No, but
conversation.
No, but I'm saying that in a sense, mate. There's not going to be fucking any winners or losers.
There can never be, mate.
No, but like, hopefully, fucking we're the two fucking Looney Tunes the world we're looking for. But I'm saying that jokingly, but I'm being serious
we'll
in the sense.
We'll have to start a club.
Aye, fucking Looney Tunes United. Looney Tunes United. Mate, I'll be the fucking treasurer. I'll be the treasurer.
Yeah, you can. Mate.
I'll have the money.
I'll have all the women.
You can have the hookers. I'll have the blow. Hey, hold on, mate. I'm going to fucking go for a piss and speak shit.
See, Kit's crumbling a bit. Everyone's crumbling. I'm crumbling a bit, but I'm just thinking, what are you going to achieve by going fucking radio rental in the street? I'm not sure what it's going to gain. As tempting as it is, like, because they've got you in that. Yeah, it might not be real, but what if it is? And then you fuck right up. And they're using that, aren't they? Well, they're not using it. It's just the situation that's come out of it. I think the blaggage, no one's sure what the fuck's going on. But not even the experts are sure what's going on, are they? Some say this and some say that. You don't need to hang your hat on, do you? Then you've got people on the internet absolutely fucking fully positive that it's complete dog shit. You know, I hear them as well, I understand what they're saying. But then you see, well, there's 900 dead today. But then you say, yeah, there's 900 dead, but there's 1,750 die every day anyway. And then where are them gone? It just leaves you fucking not having a clue what to believe. It's a fucking head fuck. MK Ultra. I don't think it's the end of the world, though. Might be.
Shit, sorry, man. Back in the room, back in the room, back in the room. I hope you're keeping people
Yeah, I had a little
entertained.
Yeah, I just said to him, like, no one has got a clue what's going on, and anyone that says, oh, I didn't say this, but anyone that says they know what's going on is a motherfucking liar.
I mean, a true point. And also, anybody encourages people to, like, edge on the... Aye, well, no, edge on the, like, realm of fucking death. Fuck yous, man. You know, it's like... I genuinely believe there's a virus out there, mate.
Oh, I do. Yeah, there's got to be. There's got to be a genuine virus. But how dangerous is it? That's the question. And you don't know till the stats are in, and the stats won't be in because we're not tested.
I just think, motherfuckers, just take this a wee bit serious.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Mate, see when commerce gets shut down.
Absolutely. But then again,
that's
there's
the thing
always
that...
a game. There's always a game. You know, this is suiting some people somewhere doing that.
Definitely, mate. I know what you mean, mate. There's always an angle and all that, man. But, like, fucking... See, as soon as this shit happened, man, I was like, whew. There's something weird. As soon as commerce gets shut down, man, I was like...
It's released a lot of money. Right? And that money then, as it gets released, there's people in the right position and they'll skim off it. Trillions of dollars and billions of pounds. So the football's in the air. Again, it's another feeding frenzy.
Yeah, well, let's hope it's... Let's hope it's not as good.
It'll come back. It'll come back to some sort of normality soon. Guaranteed fact.
I don't think so, man. I think this fucking...
Oh, it will do. Yeah, of course it will. It'll come back to some sort of normality. What the normality will be is in question, but some form of... People will be going back to work at some point in the future, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Guaranteed fact.
Well, I think, like... I would
it's the only thing that can happen.
I would hope to think that what's happening in Wuhan wouldn't happen here, in the sense that it's...
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Bounce into the fucking like, apps
and
apps.
Your phone temperature, checking your temperature. Yeah, what if you haven't got a phone?
Mate, exactly. That's what you're going to be fucking locked in your house. This is where... This is where I'm going to be able to fucking become John Connor and fucking... take up fucking position in the resistance, because I swear, man, I don't think British cunts will take it. I genuinely don't think British motherfuckers will take it. Like, look at the state he is right now. Look at the state he is right now. We can't even stay indoors over fucking a couple of months a weekend. We're gonna be fucked up, man. And
there's truth in what you're saying.
So,
where does it end? I don't know. You have to look at Italy and France, and we've not got much to see yet, have we?
Mate, apparently it's collapsing over in France. And France
but they always
great
say that,
fucking healthcare. Mate, I surround your monkey motherfuckers. But in all honesty, mate, it's the level of ICUs and ventilators and France is getting hot fucking heavy, man. The strangest thing, the weirdest thing, America's the best coped for this. See, because their private infrastructure, they've got more ICUs, basically ventilators per capita.
Yeah, if you've got insurance.
Aye, if you've got the money, mate. Aye, exactly. Aye, cha-cha-ching. Yeah, you're right, mate. Aye. Fucking aye.
And on this side of the pond. Right,
you're fucked.
Our Tory government's been dismantling the National Health Service which is why we're totally not prepared for it. We've only got 120 fucking ICU unit beds in the country. They're fucked up. They've been trying to like strip all the. They're basically slowly, secretly selling the NHS off. Basically, well, hopefully they won't get away with that now. So,
I even think
all scams as well. It's not everything is a scam. I bet if you got this illness, you'd just have a bit of a bunged up nose for 2 days. That'd be about it. You'd have the sweats a couple of nights, and then you'd be fine. But you're younger than me. So everyone stay in their houses.
Don't take that as fucking health advice. No, honestly, mate, I constantly feel no well.
Well, that's hypochondria. If this is coming at you all the time, you're going to feel it, aren't you?
See, the change of the seasons, I'm like fucking, I don't know if I'll get fucking...
Well, it coincides with seasonal flu as well, doesn't it?
Exactly. That's why you could presume this was the perfect scam, if you wanted to say that, because it comes in place at the time when everybody's feeling fluey.
It could be the perfect scam, but are you the one prepared to fucking put your hand in there?
No.
You can't, because you don't. That's what I'm trying to say. If anyone tells you they know what's going on right now, they're lying.
Mate, I just don't believe it's a scam. Yeah, I just don't believe it's a scam yet. So
I don't think it's a scam.
I genuinely don't want to propagate shit to anybody that's ever.
No.
And this is the unfortunate reality of fucking broadcasting on YouTube. You understand that regardless of how idiotic you come across, fucking people believe you, right?
But giving the options of opinions is there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't want to stop people having options of opinions.
All right. This is what I'll say. I want to
alleviate myself of responsibility of people dying because of this shit.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. I do not want to ever feel because, mate.
I understand.
You must understand with your YouTube channel. There's fucking motherfuckers that fucking listen to you, mate, and you got to be responsible. And if you're not responsible, you're a bigger and if you're not responsible, you're an idiot because you understand there's people that are fucking. Let's argue like, we're fucking IQ, fucking doctrines, and there's people with lower IQs. There's people that fucking listen to these fucking medias, and whether I'm not hedging my bets. I'm hedging my bets that I'm keep going fucking safe. Don't fucking listen to me. You know.
Well, if you basically what you're saying is that what I'm saying is like if the people that don't believe it have got it wrong, right? They're potentially going to kill people. So is that worth the risk? Because you've got a hunch, and the answer is no.
I don't think so either, mate. I think it's selfish.
The answer.
I think it's selfish.
Bastard. Yeah, absolutely. I know I'm on that page. If I didn't believe it, if I really didn't believe it, I wouldn't be saying I didn't believe it because just in case I were completely fucking wrong.
Have you had any nearest or dearest
no
people? Like I've had shit. I don't even say too much. I've had a friend's boy, young fucking healthy boy, and this is what's really upsetting me. I've had a fucking friend's boy that's fucking ended up with a shit and there's fucking idiots out there parroting bullshit. It really annoys me because it's going to kill people. It's genuinely going to fucking kill people. I'm not a fucking Illuminati fucking monster. I fucking know some cunt's fucking boy's been a fame of shit, man. They just fucking listen, man.
So what's the risk?
I don't know what the risk. I don't know what the risk is, mate. I'm just limit the risk. Try and limit your own risk. And the way of doing it is to just try and stop fucking contacting as many people as possible. And it's like, I'm not telling you to go and get your drugs and fucking drink and whatever, man. Go and do what you need to do. Just fucking don't fucking put
Don't put lives at risk.
Mate, I really think I see that happening. I see that happening, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong in seeing that happening, but I see it happening, and I don't know how people can sit there and fucking kid on it's not happening, man. It's no fucking right, man. And it's like you're doing a disservice to people that fucking anybody that's ever listening, and anybody that if you're fucking trying to kid on it isn't happening, it's happening. There are people that everybody fucking knows that's falling sick with this shit. I don't like the New World Order. Just do what's fucking needed to get done to fucking deal with this pish. I don't know.
My mate's next door neighbour, she had it. She's been in hospital and she's back out now. She's 80 odd.
80?
80 odd, and she's been in, had coronavirus come out, and she's scuttling around on a Zimmer frame again now.
I see, man. Everybody can get recovered.
Yeah, but this is worse for men, apparently.
Man, I know. That's why when I heard, who was it? I was going to say Tommy Robinson, but somebody talking about attacking the ball sack. No, in fact, Alex Jones talking about attacking the ball sack. I'm like, he's right, but he's not right. It seems to appear to be fucking attacking men more than women.
Yeah, 70% of men have bad times with it, apparently. Let me just go for the piss kick 1 minute.
That's all right, man. It's allowed as long as you don't hear him peeing. No, but in all honesty, man, it is getting a bit fucking freaky fucking listening to this shit, man. For me. Anyway. Alright, Alan, how you doing, my man? Hope you're keeping well, buddy. It's no good chat, man. It's fucking... Cunts I want to kill each other, chat, if you get me. Not that we want to kill each other, but like I'm saying, like, it's fucking... Motherfuckers are highly stressed with this shit, man. It's no, like, a normal chit-chat, you know? How's the weather going? It's like fucking... highly stressed fucking...
You have to take it serious. There's no way around it, no matter which way you cut it up.
Mate, it's driving if it doesn't matter.
Just in case. You kill some cunt.
Can you hear me, man? Yeah, can you hear me, Crossman? Oh, yo, Crossman, can you hear me, man? Hold on. I'm going to put output. Crossman! We can hear you, mate. Don't say fuck cunt and bugger. You'll get me kicked off there. Yeah, let me think. Can you hear me, man?
Right, I'm back now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, mate. You're just...
What is going on?
Oh, God almighty.
Right, am I back?
Oh, good. Can you hear us?
I'm here.
We're working with a heavy delay, I think, man, but it's all good. Oh, fuck. I've lost the cross, man. Oh, shit, right, I've got to have...
Right, have you got me?
Yo, got you, man. Got you.
Right, go on.
Yeah, here we go, man.
But can I say this? Why is it not good advice to say don't panic as well?
Mate, fucking say whatever you want, man. Like,
you know what I mean, though? Like, how much do we want to be afraid in our houses for? How much can we take of that?
Well, see what you're saying there, mate, right? Let's say me and you are good examples of people that arseholes might not be twitching as much as the rest of them.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean.
Our arseholes are still twitching, I would say.
Yeah,
absolutely. I would argue, right? And it's fucking... It's not good to have the fucking nation's arseholes twitching, you know?
No, it isn't.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though, mate?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, no, it's serious.
It's a control mechanism, man. If you've got them, to me, it's War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
See, like right now, what's happening is War of the Worlds, and who cares if it's real or fake and all that shit, right? I could get into that, nobody's business. But let's look at how it's getting used to control us, because we're all fucking controlled with this War of the Worlds motherfucking thing.
Yeah. It's heavy.
George Bush is talking about fucking imagine something came down and we never really knew that, blah blah blah. It's happened. We're living it.
Yeah. It's a full on. It's a full on fucking worldwide lockdown. It's not a fucking sort of like. Well, it's a catastrophic fucking like end of times fucking scenario, isn't it?
Mate,
crashing all the world economies is not something that you do every day for a laugh.
Hold on, mate. Say that again, man, because that sounds quite funny. That is
crashing all the world's economies at one go is not what you do for a laugh.
There's no many times in the world that you can say
never been
the world economies and
never been done. It's never been done
because it's happening. It's
never been done.
It's not that it's happening, it's happened.
It's done.
It's done, it's happened. The economy, boom! Right, so let's look in reflection and try and look at this maybe in the context of the West versus the fucking Chinas. Right, so what happened first? Coronavirus shut down shut down America, shut down the China's ability to fucking pump out fucking plastic pish. Right, shut down the American economy, and straight after that, the Western economy gets shut down. And it's almost like I would maybe you could say it's like a what do you call it? Chicken Little, no Chicken Little. Like fucking, what do you call it when two people drive at each other? What did you call it when two people drive at each other?
Well, it's last man standing.
Aye, what do you call it when two people drive at each other? Though it's like
playing chicken on the road.
Aye, playing chicken. It's like the West and it's like the West and China are playing chicken with each other, and it's like the West is just being like, "Fuck you, China! You want to shut down your plastic economy? Boom! We're going to shut down our economy." Because your economy don't exist, China.
Yeah, well, none of them do. They're all written on toilet paper. So.
Mate, plastic shit don't exist. The economy don't exist.
I'm on about the money.
I'll repeat, of plastic shit.
Yeah, well, yeah.
No, I get
I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? This trying to speed up certain things through this, basically.
I think so, man. I think this is just part of this.
Cashless society.
No, I don't want to go do that conspiracy route.
No, but that's part of it, because they'll say, well, money carries germs.
Well, true, mate, right, but you can't have a corrupt society without cash. You can't. I guarantee you can't have a Western society without cash, because you...
I agree, but if you're a top banker, you probably disagree with that.
No, they want tighter controls on cash. I understand that, i.e. tax and all that shit. But they motherfuckers need suitcases of money, and I mean like suitcases of money, like fucking buildings.
I agree.
To be able to land. So I don't think cash is not going to end anytime
Not
soon.
yet, but it speeds it up, is what I'm saying.
Oh no, mate! I'm not fucking distracting.
Nudges it along.
Well,
Nudges it along.
The cashless society is fucking there.
It's on the horizon. It draws nearer through this, basically, is what I'm saying.
Aye. I wouldn't argue with that at all.
You can't argue with that.
This is where I'm saying it takes fucking reasonable heads to talk about what's happening rather than just jumping down a fucking Illuminati fucking rabbit hole, you know? It's like, let's actually look at how the motherfuckers are profiteering from this shit rather than losing their shit.
I saw the WHO, the World Health Organization. It's a 20-minute video, and they've got Lady Gaga on it. I thought, how fucking much do you want to gaslight these fuckers now? It's a massive gaslighting operation as well, isn't it? On all levels.
Wait, Lady Gaga. What was Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga's like the devil high priestess of the Illuminati.
What was she saying though, mate? I missed.
She's just doing a big talk saying, "Oh, you know, everyone's doing great, and we've raised 130 odd million, and it's gone to this charity, and
we are so great." Aye.
Where's the protective clothing for the NHS? That's a real question.
Where's the fucking proper wages for these fuckers?
Well, exactly. That's another good point.
I'm trying to think who was it?
If you're a fit nurse, though, if you're a fit nurse, you've got a doctor as an husband, haven't you? If you're a fat, ugly one, you might as well die.
If you're a fit nurse, you'll get on the fucking YouTubes while fucking cragging into your mobile phone. That's horrible to say, but it's true.
Well, there's 60 Italian doctors died now. So there's something going on, isn't there?
Well, mate, it's going to happen. What's happened in Italy is going to explode over here.
It's happening here. We've got the worst predictions. More people are going to die in England over the next 3 weeks than the rest of Europe put together, apparently.
Well, I'm going to ask...
That's the Guardian. That's the Guardian.
I'm going to ask you... I'm going to have to ask Sturgeon. Because she makes me... she makes me feel comfortable about all these numbers.
Well, I think like basically,
I'm taking the piss, mate.
No, you'll go back to work, but you'll have to wear a mask and gloves.
Aye.
That'll be the beginning of it.
Right.
You know, that's what'll happen, in my opinion. So when I go back to work, when I go back barbering in say 3 weeks from now, I'll have to wear a mask and gloves and wash my gear every time I do an haircut. Bet you any money.
Do you know what, mate? Joking aside, man. People in barber shops and hairdressing and all that. Joking aside, I'm not saying this in the genuinely fucking front lines. People.
Yeah, but we've not been allowed to open up.
Well, mate, don't.
I'd have been there. I'd have been there, mate.
No, I know. No, mate, don't fucking take the fucking. Don't fucking.
Why? It's the same. Look, people are going working in Tesco and Asda. They still need their haircut. It's red hot.
I know, mate. You could make a lot of. You could make.
Not money.
Don't put yourself in the fucking. Don't put yourself, mate. I genuinely believe this fucking thing is contagious and shit. And
yeah, it is, but you've got to have it. If you don't have it today, you don't have it next week. You don't have it next month. You're going to have to have it next year. You're going to have it because it's not going away. All we're doing now is controlling it. Then we'll get a second wave. Then you'll get another wave next year in some models. You see. But 80% of the world's population has to have coronavirus in the end. Has to. So all you're doing now is not getting it for now. It's not like you're not going to get it. But the only thing that when you do get it is there's going to be an hospital bed with a ventilator if you need it. But you probably won't. You're only 36, aren't you?
I'm just no expert on anybody.
These are their
paranoid about advising about anybody.
This is their stuff. This is what they're saying. You know, their official sort of like stuff what they're putting out. Apparently, 80% of the world has to have it in the end. You can't get rid of it because it's incubation period. So, like, the minute you think you've got rid of it, you actually sneak through, and then it does another little, and it gets going again. Like colds, you can't. Like, this is what made me laugh, because I thought when it all started, I thought, you can't stop a cold. You can't stop a cold, can you? And if there's enough people got it, you definitely can't stop it.
No, I don't want to fucking say anything that, but apparently it's not like a cold, mate. Apparently it's not like a cold.
No, it's not. Might not be like a cold, but to some people, they don't even have any effects of it at all.
I would like to think that I've had it.
You probably have.
I just go through fucking.
You probably have had it, but the thing with this one is you can get it again, apparently.
I know, mate. It's fucking mental.
It's like a weapon, like you say. It is a bit weaponised when you think. I was saying to my mate the other day on the phone.
It could appear that way.
It's the perfect weapon, isn't it? Apart from not being.
It seems to be wiping out the white nation more than fucking the yellow nation. That's
well,
the thing.
give it time.
If the numbers are right, why the fuck is it killing?
Well, Australia never closed its kindergartens down, and they're doing really well with it now, like exceptionally well. But they're in a hotter climate, you see. But they're now going into their winter, and they're going to get their second wave. It's like Sweden. Their scientists. They went, right, we're going to let you advise us. Their government said we'll listen to the experts. What they're trying to do is like lessen the second wave, apparently.
Yeah.
It's all crazy shit.
Mate, oh shit. Shit, man, right. That didn't work out well. Give me 2 ticks, I'm going to sort that out. Shit, where the fuck? Where was I speaking to Crossman? Shit, man. Yo, buddy, you DJ?
Stop hanging in there.
Right, hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to fucking figure out. I've got a fucking shit. Who's that? Crossman. Here we go. Yo, buddy.
Raw.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to figure out how to get us all in the same chat, right?
Right, go on. Do you want to close it down?
No, you stay with your mate. What I'll do is I'll invite you in, man, if that's okay.
Alright, bro. No worry.
But it's alright, it's just another dude wanting to bounce into the chat, man. Right. Well, fucking. Yo, buddy. Sorry, man. I'm trying. All good, man. I'm just trying to get Crossman in here as well, man. I'm just trying.
Right, I've not got long anyway. Sorry to interrupt, cheese man.
No, I don't interrupt, man. It's a day-long Corona madness extravaganza. So you get off your chest, mate. Whatever you want to get off your chest. If it sounds like I'm not listening to you, man, it's just because I'm trying to get fucking.
Oh, you're battering, mate. I was just wanting to say, like, I would stop fearing what you think you might be pushing when you are talking on the channel and that, Craig, because I'm sitting here as I've told you, and you know where we were, you, me, Big Crossman, himself, we were all down the rabbit hole 8 years ago. And I feel like the same one, because I'm watching every fucking person round about me acting 8 years. So it's not that you're pushing it, you know what I mean? Nobody's pushing fuck all. These are only speaking what are, well, people speaking what's on other people's minds, mate. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't want you to start fucking fear talking about things. Why not talk about all the things that people are fucking talking about? Know what I mean? Because don't fear it, mate. Because I'm sitting here watching cunts acting crazy. I'm watching them acting the same way we all did 8 years ago, and that's a majority of the public.
I know, mate.
But it's fucking crazy, mate. The stuff that people are coming to me because I was a so-called fucking truther back fucking years ago, and they'll come to me and they'll go, "What do you think of this, big man? What do you think of that, big man?" And I'm looking at them with a fucking... Do you know I can slap fuck out them? You know, it's like I'm angry with them because I was the fucking fan, Dan, all the years ago, and now they're the ones that are fucking that are hysterical and then come and running looking for information, mate. Well, I've not got the information. I don't know what's going on. I've got corona. He got over it, and now he's running about fighting fit. He was floored for 7 days. Couldn't eat, drink, things like that. But he didn't have so much in the way of respiratory problems, but that's because he's 17-year-old, a young, fit guy, you know what I mean? But I don't know what to believe.
That's what pisses me off. I'm listening to, and again, you get, I'm trying to be unpacific and stuff, but I'm listening to fucking folk telling me fucking their nearest and dearest have fucking got this fucking virus, and then you're having to deal with folks telling you it's fucking fake on the YouTubes, and like listen, there's got to be a fucking happy...
There's no way that it's fake, buddy. There's something happening, right? But what's happening is all these like people at a round table are using it all to their own advantage. They're pushing things now.
Yeah.
That's what's happening, mate.
That's true. That's the truth. It's an opportunity.
It's an opportunity, mate, aye.
Yeah, hold on a sec, man. I always thought Alan and Crossman were the same person. Can you speak at the same time to make sure we can fucking tell that he's...
I need to shave my head.
Aye.
It's the same dude, fucking just different accent. You are pretending, you bastards.
But I think it's you see the amount of people I know, man, that coming to me talking about Bitcoin. I never educated myself in any digital currency, mate. You just seen it as another rabbit hole again. But the amount of folk, you need to dive on the bandwagon now because things are low and that, and all it's going to do is climb, things like that, you know what I mean? I get where they're coming from. If you want to play that game, put the pound in the puggy and take a chance, you know what I mean? But it's a lot of... It's like everybody's hitting maybe... See all the rabbit holes. The only one that's not getting spoke about is fucking aliens.
Flat Earth? Is Flat Earth getting blamed for this?
Flat Earth and the aliens are all fine, you know what I mean? It's
There's been a big alien sighting in it over India.
Right.
Oh, in fact, aye.
See, they're hitting us with a virus and Project fucking Bluebeam at the same time, man. What fucking hope have we got?
MK Ultra.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Boys, but like, he's alright, man. At least he's fucking strong for the rest of us, man. And it's mental. Us crazy morons are becoming the...
Yeah, but
I don't... Sorry.
We're more mainstream now.
That's what I'm saying, mate. We're the ones that are talking... Here, hold on. We are Deep State Illuminati. We're
Absolutely.
all... Exactly. We're the ones that are fucking now fucking Joe Rogan'd up out on... In fact, you two baldy bastards are Joe Rogan that you're not...
But here's another thing, but you know what I mean? Like, fucking... It's like... I don't know, mate. I wouldn't self-police too much because you're no propagating fuck all. You may as well talk about the things that these crazies are fucking talking about. Because right now I feel balanced. See, if it wasn't for me doing my rabbit holes and being the places that I've been mentally and things like that, I don't think I would have been fucking half prepared as what I'm more than now. I feel sane. I feel as if I'm sane, mate. I can deal with this shit. And you knew there was a possibility around the corner. It's everybody else that's freaking the fuck out.
Well, mate,
you know what I mean?
That's positive. You know what? Mate, it's not even just the positive, man. You fucking take that attitude and, you know what I'm talking about, you distribute that around your family as you're dealing with this shit because everybody's arsehole's going to fuck. So,
Not everybody. They're not very normal people. They just think, all right, we're just being precautious and we'll be back to normal soon. And they're the ones that will be right.
It will go back to normal. But
but it will in the end. In another 2 years, it will be pretty normal again, believe me. Unless they pull another one.
I do think cash is fucked. I do think
it's not looking good. But like Kip says, it's very handy cash in the system. It's like the oil, isn't it? It's like the oil.
Cash will always exist, I think. Like
on some form or level, anyway.
Without corruption doesn't exist without cash, right? And the system doesn't exist without corruption. And we can all argue about the good corruption, bad. You don't bounce into Iraq with a suitcase of fucking $1 million, being able to fucking influence people.
Cash is king, you're right. No,
it's true. Always, as far as my best guess is, it's still going to play a very prominent part. I'm not saying that they're not going to move towards a cashless society. I'm just saying that cash is always going to exist, has to exist for the corruption of the Western society.
There was an advert. It was a banking advert. It wasn't many months ago, but maybe a year ago then. And I just caught it, and it said, they had these little kids and they were playing with coins on the floor, and it went, well, these kids will probably won't have money when they're older. Well, that's 30 years, isn't it?
Aye. There might be a bit longer than coming in right enough, guys. Aye,
we haven't got a clue, have we, about that?
When you think you've got a clue, you realise you know fuck all.
You find out you're wrong. They move everything around. Well, they're also playing the averages, aren't they?
Yeah, mate.
I just don't think they should be. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't fucking be wary. I'm just saying, see what's happening just now. It's no different for every fucking tyrannical fucking empire is like games to maintain control since time immemorial.
Look at it in a bigger picture, mate. Look at it. Could be corporations fighting each other. There's more to come for China. There's more going to come, I think. You know what I mean? So
to me, this whole thing is China versus the West.
Well, but they're also the mates at the top as well, aren't they? So what have you got to say about that?
And whether you want to give them the boogie name Illuminati or you want to call them the men at the round table, it exists. It exists.
Powerful.
I don't want to put the fear of fucking these fucking titles, these fucking labels. You know what I mean? They're just rich bastards that fucking decide how it's going to run. You know what I mean? And they're taking advantage of this, they know. And China will suffer. But China's spent trillions on land and manufacturing when it comes to the West. And now the West are going to rob it all back half them.
Yeah, there's
it could be a financial collapse, and then it could, if it goes to war, fuck knows.
Well,
this is a way they're stealing them back.
If they can pull anything out of this, it will be a nice bit of war going on.
I think China's fucked after this, guys. I really think.
Maybe.
I genuinely really believe when the
dust settles.
When the dust settles, China's going to be blamed one way or the other, right?
Definitely.
Whether it's like they unleashed a biological weapon, you can hear it in the fucking winds already. Yeah. It's already in the winds, and we're going to fuck up China. And
But Donald Trump said, I listened to Donald Trump, he says, but we've got a really good deal with China, it's going to be a lot of money and it's going to be great and they're great people and we're great people, and basically he's saying
Donald Trump
did
a trade deal about 2 weeks before this shit happened. Some would say that's him like, alright, China, gonna fuck it, boom, fuck you. You know, I could honestly believe the narrative that this shit was an American stroke Western thing stuck in fucking China to fuck them up. I could really believe that narrative.
China backs Iran up and Russia backs Iran up. So, and that we're really going for Iran now as the West, America and England and France. Yeah. So you've got a nice stage for a nice little mini world war there.
It's happening. You're right. It's happening. It really
Off the coronavirus.
It really is happening, man. It's this.
And then there's other things that you're hearing as well. Know what I mean? It's actually the coronavirus was created for the West and sold to the Chinese for billions. Know what I mean? To work on 20 years ago. Know what I mean? There's these rabbit holes as well.
Well,
has it been a big fucking plan? Know what I mean? At the end of the day, look at the Bible. The Bible says in is it last chapter? Is it Genesis? That the yellow man would rule the race. I'm not saying these people predicted the future. I'm not saying these people have predicted it, but Crossman, I just say that
there's a book. No, brother, there's a book written in 1981, and it says there's going to be a deadly virus, and it's going to escape from a lab in Wuhan. 1981, that was written.
Yeah, I've seen that, mate. But even look at the Bible, but you know, I mean, I don't think that these people nearly 2,000 years ago predicted this scenario. I'm saying it's an instruction manual. We're going by it, mate. We're going by it. We're going by it.
I blame Israel if this is a leaked weapon, because I think Israel will be behind it.
Oh, fuck you, mate. You'll be getting the Mark Collette fucking crowd shortly.
No, I do. I think they're the ones that want to inoculate us all, aren't they? They've got it ready for you, Kit.
mate, I get you, man. I get you, but I swear to God, man, it's deeper than that shit, man. Israel isn't ruled by the Jews. Israel's ruled by a bunch of fucking fundamental Christians. I swear to God.
They from the land, know what I mean?
Priest class rule the world.
I'm not even saying that they're bad people. Fucking
depends which ones you're on about.
It's fundamental fucking religious nutballs, man. Just not my people.
All we can hope for is that we get to stabilise again, and before the next catastrophe hits us, we get a little bit of time to re-assimilate ourselves, really.
Aye, and I bet you a lot of people will be a lot more prepared the next time. Then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mentally, just leave the fucking toilet rolls alone, man. Eh?
My tins of fucking beans will never be fucking such a low. My bean fucking count's gonna be up.
Just wash your ass like a Muslim. It's not ass.
Leave my beans alone, you bastard, man. My beans need fucking good cleaning.
What happens once you've done that? Do you need to stick your finger down the cheekers away?
You wash your hands. You wash your hands at the end of it.
Oh man!
You hold the jug behind your back, and you pour the water slowly, and then you use your fingers to clean yourself.
Hold on, Crossman, man. You're a fucking deep state Illuminati. You're a deep state Illuminati.
I'm a Muslim. No, I'm not.
You know how to clean your arse, fucking according to Muhammad, you bastard.
Anyway, toilet paper gives you cancer.
You're not. I mean, fuck that, man. That's fucking like eating with the loo brush, for fuck's sake. Oh, fucking hell.
I know. No fun and giggles. Don't have fun, you bastards. Not allowed.
At this serious time.
I know. No, what the fuck? Having fun? No chance. Fuck's sake, Alan, man, it looks like you've got the fucking... Honestly, it looks like you're the fucking Messiah, man. You've got the golden rays coming for your... Honestly, mate.
It does, doesn't it?
Mate, you get the sun rays coming for the back of your fucking...
Don't set rebel rhymes off, Kit.
Oh, you have a field day, man. Alan, you do honestly look like you get a fucking thing.
Hey, I've got a serious question. How many people, right, like in the lunatic zone, right? How many are there secretly enjoying this? Below.
Mate, most people hate me, to be honest. I just look...
No, but I'm not on about that. I'm on about the real conspiracy fuckers, right? They'll be enjoying this, really. Told you so.
Mate, I would argue that I annoy them because I just challenge their paradigm. You know, they don't understand my lunacy. You know, so
I think he's talking about fucking how they're going to be taking credit. You know what I mean? They're all jumping on the bandwagon saying "I told you so" and all that shit. All these mad truther bastards, man.
I'd imagine they would all be fucking. Mate, I can only stab in the dark, to be honest with you. But imagine none of them fucking actually went near anything I'm saying. Because it's like, I'm a fucking lunatic, mate. I've said fucking crazy. I'm not you, Crossman. I've said the fucking most lunatic fucking things at any point. And it's all for the best place of fucking. It's for the best place of understanding.
This is why you best to say nothing. You get what I mean?
I know, mate. It's no worth. I know it's no worth.
Because if you listen to yourself 5 years ago, you think, "Well, who were that?"
Wow, aye. But it's a journey we've all been on together, though. I mean, it's like we can all remember each other's names and faces for years and years ago. We all went our own ways, fucking explored this, explored that, thought we'd all found the answer. You know what I mean? Back here at square one. Thought we cracked it and we're all back here. You know what I mean?
That's the good lesson.
That's it, mate. That's it. It's not to be known.
The best
it's
lesson.
To be experienced.
Best lesson is the cabal of lunatics like us fucking bouncing up in the same fucking.
There's a Buddhist monk guy, right? Years ago, he was like 1,000 years ago, and he said basically on his deathbed when he died, he went, "Keep looking and don't." You know, in other words, what he was saying was, there are no answers. Even as I'm dying, there's no answers. That's what he was saying. That's why a question is called a quest. Because the more you get a question, the more basically. You know, like a cold normally.
Well, that's what freaked me out, mate. I was listening to that doctor fucking whatever.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think they put in a bit. They've gone heavy on the fear because they will do, won't they? But I think statistically, going nipping round the supermarket and coming home is probably safer than working over people that have got it all day long. I think.
I just fucking, I don't know, man. Just fucking take precautions, people. Don't be idiotic and fucking.
Well, they will do, won't they? But you still have to go in the shop, don't you?
Mate, like, what do you think about comparing this pandemic to other pandemics in the sense of trying to like nullify like a conspiracy, like it's all contrived kind of idea, you know? Like in the sense that pandemics in the past have happened naturally.
Well, yeah, but this now, right, and it's quite a few weeks in now, and it's 1,350,000 infected that we know about. It's been far, far more. And it's killed about 80,000. And on a worldwide scale, it's not sort of like, not to belittle it, but it's not, hopefully, it's not proving to be the thing that everybody was afraid of. It's you know, it's not doing as badly as it could have done basically so far. But she's still got the opportunity.
We're dealing with it better than.
Do you remember that text I texted you? I said exponential growth, didn't I?
Yeah.
I sent you a video on it.
It was doubling each day or something.
No. That's linear growth. Oh yeah, exponential is. Sorry, you're right. Yeah. So this is the danger that 1,350,000 in 3.5 days becomes 2.5 million. You see, if that keeps going, then it will fucking mow down all the fucking hospitals all over the planet, you see. That's the danger. But so far, it's not doing that. So if you want to look at the positives, that is a positive that we can see happening. So far. Oh, so far.
Well, at least, like,
there is a lot of light at the end of the tunnel.
The curve, as they say, is flattening apparently, which is
apparently
positive. And I don't know, man. I just really, I would feel guilty if fucking anything I said contributed to fucking any sort of a fucking.
No, but it doesn't stop you looking at the hopefuls in the statistics, and the hopeful stuff in the statistics are that it's possibly going to be a lot better. It's a lot better than they thought it would be already.
Mate, I don't know. How can you say that when already...
You can't because there's a second wave to deal with.
What I was going to say there is, like, like, see for me, this is the weirdo things that's sticking my nut, right? China, 1.3 billion people, 3,500, I think I'm overestimating, 3,500 dead, according to them. Right, now, I would love, I am ignorant, I do not know, I would love some cunt to bounce up and show me how these figures are wrong and how the West's figures are right, but according to the figures that are there, why the fuck is the Western cunts dropping down dead like motherfuckers?
Listen, it's very easy that's because China are lying about everything as well.
You think they're lying about the amount of deaths?
Fucking massively. You know, they're saying they've sorted it out now, and they won't have done it. It'll still be around, but they must have thought, well, it's not too bad, and we want to get things going now.
Well, see, mate, like, and even my conspiracy mind, I can understand that. I can understand like an authoritative regime bouncing around and going, right, okay, we've got to manage this, but we need to make it look like we manage. But it's the thing that's fucking me up, mate, is China's sitting there right now going, we're opening up Wuhan and we've got 9 new fucking cases, right? The West cannot dream of that right now. So what the fuck is China done, did do, has done, in the process of doing, the West hasn't? You know.
Well, I told you this in the text. They reacted much quicker, and because of the authoritarian type system they've also got a different mentality. They wear the face mask, not for themselves, but for other people. Whereas you've got a completely different sort of mindset in the West. So a person thinks, I wear the face mask to protect myself. Whereas you're not wearing the face mask to protect yourself, you're wearing it to protect other people. It's to catch your germs.
Right.
So that's why they all sort of like, they're a bit like a hive of insects with a ruler. And when the ruler says, look, lads, ladies, can we just look after each other? And they all pretty much say yes. Whereas we go, oh, it's a scam, it's a blag. I'm going to spit in people's faces. Because it's a different mindset. That's a communist mindset. And we're a capitalist hellhole.
So what's better, Crossman?
Well, they're both equally shit. There is no good system.
That's what I was saying. I was trying to figure out who was the best one there, man.
They're both the same, really. They're just like ways of controlling the people. You still get people at the top, basically, on both sets of the system. You still just get people at the top in communism and in capitalism.
Different branding of control, innit? Like,
yeah, well, look, people that want to rise, don't they? Yeah, in both systems.
And you would, in both systems, the people who do rise is very controlled.
Some of them are a bit off their heads, yeah.
Whereas, like the capitalist society, you get your fucking who's your Mr.
You get a better illusion of freedom in a capitalist society.
They throw a few more people up at the gauntlet. You get Mr. Apple. What was Mr. Apple's name? What's his name again?
Go on, you're losing me now. The actual company, computer.
Who's the guy that runs Apple? There's a guy that runs Apple.
Oh, he's dead now. Do you mean Steve?
Steve
Jobs?
No, Jobs.
Steve Jobs. Is it Jobs? Yeah.
I mean, he was like that.
Yeah, I liked him.
Apple was like a cult, though. I mean,
yeah, but technology people sort of have a better take on the world than people that are into technology, because people that are into technology have actually got something called intelligence as well, you see.
I'd agree with you, mate. They do fucking...
It's the truth.
No, it is the truth, man. There is people with more and less intelligence than the rest of us.
It's just very unfortunate, that.
Well, it's unfortunate when you're a dumbass like me
Yeah, but you're not a dumbass, Kit. I hear you say that, and I just think, nah.
No, mate.
You need to define what intelligence is. Then I bet you're good at that. I bet I could say to someone that's class really clever define intelligence, and they'd start to struggle.
I don't think any cunt worth any merit would ever approach me with any sort of with any fucking sort of operations of any merit, because
bollocks.
No,
you could carry on with your channel now in the next 5 years, right? You could become like really well known and really doing well, right? And the intelligent people would have you on the fucking shows and they'd enjoy your company. Don't be daft. You need to think what defines intelligence. The thing that defines intelligence is one thing, and that's the ability to remember things.
I don't think I would ever be welcomed.
You remember things from way back.
Oh, I know, man. I've got like a bit of Rain Man fucking ability when it comes to fucking conspiracy stuff and all that. But I don't think. In fact, I do. In fact, I don't. It's not even that I don't think. I know for a fact I would not be welcomed into circles of people, old dudes who perceive themselves to be intelligentsia. Because they think my points of view are mental, mate.
It wouldn't matter. Let me explain something. If you had 1 million subscribers, right, and you were getting massive views every time you uploaded, the so-called intellectual fucking people would have you on their channel, and they'd respect the fact that you'd got that amount of people, you see. That would then define your intelligence to them.
No, mate, because like...
Oh, yeah, but that's how it works. Of course it's how it works. Look at Stefan Molyneux. Come on.
Mate, they're a bunch of fucking idiots that are on this wee cult. I'm talking about like being like genuinely intellectual, not fucking just a
Yeah, but you're being intellectual when you're explaining that Stefan Molyneux is a cunt, because he comes as light, but really he's just a fucking crazy right-winger.
The circles I would like to gravitate towards would not have me in it because I'm too dodgy, man. It's not I'm too dodgy. Like, I'm just too dodgy.
A little bit woe.
Because the circles are...
Because you smoke weed on camera, don't you?
Well, there's lots of shit, man. Like, fucking... The whole barrage of fucking me just being me. Like where I would love to go they wouldn't accept me because you need to put a facade of like an honourable man on.
I wish there was somewhere that I'd love to go. I think you're very lucky. That's a sign of intelligence.
Ah, man, I just love to hang around with cunts that are fucking like I don't know. Like, you know, like can discuss different religions as part of an intellectual discussion rather than.
But religions are all the same thing, really, aren't they?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying, mate. That's the place I'd like to be hanging about and discussing this stuff. But unfortunately, if you try and when you try and get into those groups, you're fucked if you have been a clown on YouTube for years. Right. So here's a warning message for don't be a clown on YouTube if you actually want to end up in any.
You've made a good point. Don't waste your time.
It's not worth it, man. You're arguing with idiots.
You need to make the goal and aim for it, so you know where you're aiming for.
No, I just like if I could do things
when you're younger.
mate, if I could do things again, man, I would retract myself from YouTube, mega style, and concentrate on. Things I would like to focus on, man. And
yeah, but I heard you say in a video that you actually do videos because it's like therapy and you love doing it, and you said and without it you'd be really pissed off.
No, mate, it has been in the past, man. But again, it's ever evolving. It's this ever evolving river, man. Like more recently, man. Without going into too deep and shit, recently it's not been about getting shit off your chest and having a wee bit of therapy. It's been about fighting for your life. It's been about fighting for your life amongst motherfuckers calling you a pedo and all that, right?
I know, I remember.
Yeah, like mental shit, man, right? And like, and I'd be lying if I said that hadn't put me through the ringer, and I'm not fucking... Anyway, so... But in hindsight, if I was to go back and do things, man, I wouldn't engage in any of that pish at all. Like, for me, it's been positive because I've learned to engage and debate and, like, theorise and even, like, confront my own bigotry and all sorts of shit, right? I just wouldn't fucking... It's fucking... It's a hard fucking... It's a hard road, and I don't recommend it to anybody, man, because it's no...
Well, Nietzsche said that the secret is to have no regrets on the, on the things that you think you're regretting, because it's all a load of bollocks, because there's no point having regrets. And I think he's probably accurate.
Well, mate, I would even hit home in that, man, and I would say, like, fucking, like, if you can, right,
if you can do it,
you're better than me if you can fucking achieve this shit, right? But regrets shouldn't have regrets. Regrets should just be lessons that you learn.
Well, that's all they are.
They should be. You shouldn't sit and go, I shouldn't have done that. You should sit and go,
I'll never do that again.
Nah, well, die. Well, unless you got away with it, mate.
Well.
But, like, I know what you mean. Like, you should be sitting fucking going, right, lest I forget, you should be fucking learning for that shit, Ram.
Well, there's that saying, a life without regret is no life at all, isn't there?
Oh, but, mate, I don't know, man. Well, you're right, man.
Listen to this. Let me tell you a story to take your mind off it. Years ago, I'm doing this lad's hair, right? And he'd done about 20 years for murder, right? And he kept coming in for his haircut, and we kept getting further into this conversation. And then he starts to let a bit more out, and he said, but do you know what, Andy? I went, what's that, mate? He said, that lad that killed that, this bloke. He said, I've never seen him again. He said it was the one time he came out. So, in a way, yeah, he did kill someone, but the person that did the jail for it wasn't the one that did the killing. Because that wasn't his true personality.
Isn't it the truth?
It's bad, isn't it? It's bad, isn't it, that? I felt really sorry for him. Felt sorry for a murderer, you know what I mean?
Well, if he hadn't done that and he's getting fucking stuck on it, and he's...
Wrong place, wrong time.
And it's like, it's not as if it doesn't happen, mate,
It does. Circumstances.
Well, the things you regret wouldn't have happened if you hadn't have been there. Mate, the thing that sticks in my knot is the fucking Birmingham IRA people.
Yeah.
No, that really disturbs me.
But if you want to go Illuminati on it, they all stem into the fucking power anyway, don't they? So.
Well, that shit was involved in a power struggle within the IRA and the British establishment and all that.
Of course, mate.
But in essence, cunts get fucking jailed for doing fuck all. And that's been established, and...
But that's always happened, and so far it always will happen.
Mate, this is what scares me. I kind of like to subscribe to the horrible, fucked up system that does exist. In some way, in shape and form, represents some sort of fairness, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the law is the fairest we can get. It's just very, very poor.
It's just not ultimate. It's just not flawless.
It just lets people fall through the cracks. You see,
and it's not
there's lads locked up in jail now, and the only reason they're locked up is because they were born in a certain place.
Aye.
The world isn't. I keep trying to tell Rebel Rhymes, the world isn't fair.
Aye.
It's just not a fair world.
It's the cunts that were fucking. It was the cunts that were jailed for the fucking Birmingham bombing and all that shit.
Go on, fill me
in. I forget the details, man. The motherfuckers, there were a bunch of lads from Birmingham who get pinned with the IRA bombing when it had nothing to do with them.
Look at that lad that got sent down for killing Jill Dando.
No, what? Exactly, man. And if you dare to fucking approach that shit, mate, you're a conspirator that's getting shut down.
I'm flicking on that Sean Atwood's channel the other day, right? And I goes down and there's a couple of comments and I opened it and it led me to this fucking guy there, and he's there saying when Jimmy Savile, just before he died, he opened a Twitter account. He said, and this was the 4th message, and it had Philip Schofield next to a 10-year-old kid. Off Jimmy Savile.
Was there a picture or just like...
Yeah, it's there. There's a Twitter account. And he said this is why he came out, because it's all cover-up, because he's a nonce with the rest of the nonces. Thought it sounds about right.
See, if I stick my fucking tinfoil hat on, man, I just use that as an OTO cover-up, man. You know? You just see it as a complete fucking... And it's not to say that the institutions were inherently paedophilic. It means that 90% of the motherfuckers that were engrossed in those institutions were raging pedos that just allowed it, you know, whether it was seen as like sort of a casual sex amongst people that were consenting. But typically it would be known as paedophilia.
No, it's come out in the light that he's been grooming this lad. This lad ends up being about 15, but they've just kept it under the wraps, you know what I mean? That's what I presume.
Huh? Who's that, Schofield?
Yeah.
I've not heard anything about that, man.
Yeah, well, if you'll find it. It's there.
Oh, no, like, it doesn't surprise me, man, to be honest, but I don't want to condemn somebody over...
Well, what I'm saying is that everything that they throw at you is a bit of a false light, isn't it? Because you always thought Philip Schofield were great. Even I did.
Oh, come on to fuck, man! As soon as he had his hand up Gordon Gopher's arsehole, man, we all knew he
Yeah,
was
but I know that. But like, because you've grown up with him, you become psychologically attached to that person. He brought us up. We used to go home and after school and. Your mum would be doing tea and you'd be with Philip Schofield for a bit. And then all the way through your life.
For the broom cupboard.
Yeah, and then he's on the telly in the morning on everything at night. It's emotional. It's emotional attachment. But really, when you get to the bottom of these people, like all right, George Galloway. Do you trust George Galloway?
No, not at all, mate.
Exactly.
He creeps me out big style. But I'm a
there with his gloves on.
Weirdo when it comes to that. George Galloway creeps me out and really seriously. It's like, see, any cunt is fucking singing the fucking Sound of Music and skipping to rainbows, mate. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you prick? You know,
well,
I don't understand.
Product of the system.
Well, that's what
Russell Brand.
George Galloway is.
Russell Brand's another.
What do you mean? Russell Brand's get good arguments against the system.
Yeah, he might do good arguments, but he's worth 15 million quid.
Mate,
it's a bit hypocritical, isn't it?
Yeah, mate, and he used to suggest not to vote, and then
one minute it was fucking Viva Revolution, and the next minute he was saying vote Tory.
He was telling you to vote for Clegg. He's telling you no. He was telling you. He was telling you not to vote for 1 second, right? And everybody was getting he was getting a good following, and a lot of people were not voting. It was like this 5G shit. And then,
was it to get rid of Tories then?
It was versus the Tories. It was when.
But before that, it was telling you never to vote on it.
Aye. That's what he's a schizophrenic, mate. Aye, he's an absolute schizophrenic.
Well, he's a very wealthy one.
Yeah. Aye. And I'd agree that like he can't have any. He's not coming for your fucking moralistic place. Otherwise, his fucking thing when they changed like a drop of a hat. But
he's a money man. He's a corporation. He's a business. That rapper did it best. He did a song, and at the beginning of it, he went, "Tell Russell I'm a brand." He was saying, "Look, yeah, He was saying, look, watch this cunt. Watch this cunt." It's a fucking brand, and it's even in his name. So who can you trust? What can you do? It's fucked. No wonder people's heads are fucked, is it? And then this comes on. A super fucking skull rattler.
Mate, that is fucking nuts, mate, the way that...
Crazy.
And see, ultimately, man, let's be honest, man. Ultimately, man, it's like me and you ain't got fucking any fucking dog in the fight. It's just fucking relying on our Illuminati senses and shit.
Yeah.
And I think everybody should make up their own mind. I don't think.
But there's no mind to make. There's nothing to think about. All you need to know is you've been asked to do something for a couple of weeks longer now. And the more you don't do it, the more you're risking lives, and the more you're risking people being able to nip to the shop. Because they'll put a stop to that in a minute. So you can't go for a run and you can't go to the shop. You need a piece of paper. And they'll say, well, you've made us do it because you wouldn't do as you were told. And we only asked. You get what I mean? Like,
oh no,
tighten the rules.
I do, mate. Like, and this is where I'm.
That's why I'm calling for calm, because I want to be able to go for a walk or go to the shop.
Right, and mate, I'm fucking all for fucking lockdown and all that if it stops presenting this fucking whatever virus and shit. This is where I will be ready to revolt. I can't even believe I'm saying this shit. I shouldn't be saying this shit. It's out of order. But I will be ready to revolt when these powers don't start getting took back. You know?
Well, they will get took back, but they'll get.
I don't think they will, mate. This is the thing that's scaring me. I don't think they will, man.
They will get took back slowly, and some never will return.
Well, exactly. This is I'm absolute. Every, no fucking doubts. Every fucking bit of power that's been put in place, every emergency power, got to be retracted as soon as this shit's over. Right? As soon as
work like that.
I don't think it will, mate, but I hope that's...
The reason the world doesn't go back to exactly how it was is because people have become more timid. They've broken the spirit of us now.
Yeah, you're right, Phil, actually. Well, you're right, man.
But like all
only
things,
in certain areas, only in certain areas of the world. I would argue up here in Scotland, and in fact, mate, in the neck of the wood you're at as well, I would argue, like, if they fucking try to fucking, I'd argue
biometrically attach you to your mobile phone.
Mate, I'd argue there'd be too many of us out there being arseholes to them. Couldn't police it. Like, think of all the fucking good old meaning women that would be out there being pain in the arses.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Public opinion is what protects us. Right? And the public opinion right now is everyone look after each other.
Aye.
Right, and that's why you don't need Rebel Rhymes and fucking Reboot the Matrix telling everyone it's not real. Because they're not giving sound advice, because they're not in full control of the facts. They're only going off the hunches. And the problem with hunches is, no matter how much you believe them, it doesn't mean that they're true. So they are actually murderers.
Mate, I hear what you're saying.
But so's Peter Hitchens.
I was going to say, man, like Rebel Rhymes and all the people that are fucking propagating stuff that make... I don't think they're doing it deliberately, murder people.
No,
they're doing it thinking they're fucking saving the new world order.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's not condemn them.
I'm not condemning anybody. I'm not condemning. No, I'm not even saying they're idiots. What I'm saying is, because they don't own, they're not in full ownership of the facts, they must err on the side of caution. If we're walking through an abandoned hotel and you said to me, is this one going to be all right to stand on? I'm not going to tell you, yeah, am I? Because I've not been there, so I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to say to the people that are being a little bit foolhardy.
Just make your own minds up, man, and don't let any fucking person on YouTube... Stay safe. I hate saying that, man. I fucking catch myself all the time. Stay safe. Play with traffic and lick doorknobs.
Well,
I don't know.
When I'm parting company at the minute, I'm saying to people, be lucky. And I'm not doing it on purpose.
Yeah. No, I get you, man.
You
I
have
get
to
you.
be lucky.
I know you're coming from.
We don't know what's coming down the pipe. We don't know what this virus is going to do, and we don't know what the situation is going to do either.
No,
after it,
there's nothing you can do to like.
You have to take it in your stride.
Aye.
Watch
true, mate.
EastEnders.
Mate, what are you talking about? Fucking EastEnders? The fucking limited my soaps.
No EastEnders on it, is there?
Fucking no, mate. The fucking stop. Ah, man. Look, listen. I'm triggered.
Watch the old ones.
Yeah, bad. Here, hold on. Do you work for ITV2, you cunt?
I don't watch none of it, to be quite honest. But I watch the odd film and that.
ITV2 have started doing the old Coronation Streets and all that.
I can't do it. I've been listening to fucking some old guy at the minute. He's really interesting. Pierre Grills or something. He's fucking like some mad. But you know Alan Watt?
Aye.
He was one of his disciples. Fucking interesting.
Is it fucking God Almighty? Like, is he?
No, he's not God Almighty. Like he's everything.
I'm
I'll
laughing.
text him you.
I'm laughing, mate, because like, see, Alan Watt to me, right? I'll be honest. I appreciate the thought directions that Alan Watt takes in, but ultimately, man, like, and this is even like a joke amongst me and my mates. Alan Watt just sends you to sleep because he's like the most. he's like a Scottish Valium.
Yeah, but you know what?
He does speak sense, mate. I know he does speak sense.
Back in his day, right? No, I'm not saying it. He'd tell you, I would imagine, that no one speaks sense. Back in the day, right? He was a superstar.
Oh, aye, man. He was like, when it came to the fucking pop
He'd
groups
tell you to sacrifice, right, and then go to bed with 20 women.
Oh no, I agree. I 100% agree with you, mate.
The same as Corbyn. He's a fucking multi-millionaire.
Who, Jeremy Corbyn?
Yeah.
You try to tell me you're not a fucking Corbynite, you cunt?
Well, I'm not an any night. I've given up on all that.
I was only half jesting.
I was brought up a Tory, really, to be honest. You know, my dad was a Tory.
I was going to say, did your dad have his own business or something?
Yeah, he was doing all right back in the day. So he was a Tory.
See, if your dad had your own business, man, they fucking love Maggie Thatcher. And they had to hide it. Did your dad have to hide it?
No.
No? Did he?
Because he would have stood at a bar and they would have all been the same.
My dad loved Maggie Thatcher, but had it the fucking snake.
You might have had to hide it in Scotland.
Oh, mate, fucking hell, man. Fucking supporting Maggie Thatcher could be adverse to your health up here, man. I swear.
Well, look, the coronavirus is a massive win for Labour. If anything's going to get Labour in, it's this. Nothing else was going to get them in for the next 20 years.
Mate,
sorry.
Mate, Labour's dead up here in Scotland. Labour.
Yeah, but watch what they do. They'll do some magic. They've got the new boy there. He's a knight.
I know it will reshift and regenerate, and the argument will. But like, see, Labour up here in Scotland,
they will say, right, Kip, they will say these measures are too draconian and they should be getting dropped now. No, see, that's how it swings.
No, I know, mate. I know it's like the fucking. What do you call it?
The revolution.
No, it's just the same old shit. It doesn't matter who it is. It's the same old pish. You're bad. We're good. You might as well be saying that, right? But
no. What it's a seesaw then. You see, and it balances public opinion.
But mate, what's happened up here right now? I'm a Scottish racist. I believe Scotland fucking rules the world. And I'm Scottish centric and stuff. I think Scottish are microcosm of everything that's happening in the UK. See what's happened in the UK up here in Scotland politically. We've marched into an SNP dictatorship, right? It's quite scary. Yeah. Nobody's even talking about this now. Like, I mean, I'll be called a lunatic for this, and not only that, people will look at
What's the lunacy in this? An immigrant is a vote for Labour. What do you think about that?
Up here in Scotland?
Well, anywhere in the UK.
Well,
it is.
Well,
I'm just going Tommy Robinson on you.
I know, no, but what I would say, mate, as the typical fucking immigrant, I'd be surprised if they knew how to fucking vote, you know? So
no, but
it's
what they reckon is that what happens is, like, in the end, what happens is the voting system. Like, if you're black and you wanted to vote Tory, you wouldn't tell your family. Apparently.
Well,
apparently.
Oh no, right. Hold on, right.
In the end, the voting system is not about the politics. It's more about the colour scheme.
No,
well.
I agree with you, mate. Right, I agree with you. This is what I'm saying. Like, now I get the angle you're coming for. I don't think. I think voting would be outlawed if there was a possibility of the vote outing the power. Like, see, up here in Scotland, right? Like, I'm fucking Scottish and I'm very patriotic. I love Scotland, right? But we're a small dictatorship. Scotland's owned by a very few families, and they own the whole of Scotland.
Absolutely,
they own the whole of it, and the stupid ass laws that the peasants are allowed to argue about are stupid ass laws that the peasants are allowed to argue about, right? But I still love Scotland. I don't think anywhere's different. We're just better at disguising it.
Your politics, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like, but
Scotland runs England as well, baby.
With the SNP, they play on the country scale. They play it as they're a bit of a minority themselves, don't they?
Oh,
you know, through their socialist values, like, if you get what I mean.
Say that again, mate, because like, I hate the SNP.
Well, they play on the. Let's be really, really fair. And fight the English.
Oh, you're right, mate. Like, if I get, if I get where you come from, definitely. The SNP basically took their dictatorship through Braveheart. The film of Braveheart, which painted the English, which was just basically a fucking kingdom of a fucking cunt, which might not even be fucking accurate. Let's not even go into that. And trust me, I fucking love Scotland more than England. I just love the truth more than bullshit. We have to fucking actually look what happened here. Anyway, mate, it's bullcrap. And Scotland and the UK have been dragged apart through Mel Gibson.
I believe that Scotland's future and the best for the United Kingdom would be to stay with us.
Mate, you're saying Scotland is the United Kingdom? This is what
but that's the divide, and that's what's getting played on, is what I'm saying. What I mean is when you escape, right, our monetary system, you get the new monetary system, but it's not really any different because it's just one system, isn't it?
Well, you know, you've got the
you get to print your own notes, don't you, with your own stuff?
You know, you've got
and you want to complain.
You've got the Bank of Scotland and Bank of England.
Yeah, we have. But
same thing, mate.
Exactly,
no,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, we're on the same page then, Matt. It's like
you could pull a country in a bad direction over going on about the money when really it's still only one digit.
Mate, I would argue, like, hold on, without me saying what I was going to say there.
I don't think Scotland shouldn't have its independence either. I think it should vote for it.
Are you trying to... You sound like a fucking English supremacist, mate. That's out of
order. Well, my last name's Sinclair, isn't it? Sinclair.
You're a fucking really. Scot, you bastard, then, mate.
We are Scottish.
Well,
the Orkney Isles.
Mate, listen to this, though, right? And this is what I genuinely believe, right? And I'm trying to use an analogy that you'll get this, and hopefully other people will get it, because it makes perfect sense. Now, like, see if you're fucking King Dong, Kingpin in the drug empire or whatever, right? You're not going to open up a shop under your own name.
No.
You know, the shop you open up is going to be under a fucking You know, it's going to be your brother-in-laws, your sister-in-laws. You know what I'm talking about, mate, right? It's going to be fucking... Right, that's what Scotland and England is. That's what the Union of Britain is. Yeah. I swear to God. And the people that started the Union of Britain was fucking King James. And I don't know if he's noticed, King James has got a Bible named after him. And the King James Bible is fucking not only full of biblical shit, it's just full of fucking double entendres about fucking...
And he was a raving homosexual, which flies in the face of Christianity, doesn't it?
But not...
At that time especially.
But at that time, yeah, mate, but not in the understanding of the Bible.
Of the Masons.
Aye. The Masons are all fucking gung-ho for fucking gayness. Right,
well, I don't know about that. I would imagine most of them
No, like...
Not defending, but I'm just saying...
No, mate, the whole principle of the lodge is the whole principle that...
Brotherly love.
No, like, it's not that they're all gay, no, it's they can't... I alluded to it earlier on, mate, when I was talking about the city plan and whatnot at Glasgow. If you just look at where it all comes from, man, it's off the lodge.
Yeah, but look, I was led to believe that the kilt stems from Egypt.
The what? The kilt?
Yeah.
I've never heard that, mate. But,
yeah. It's the same.
I understand the genealogy.
No, it's apparently
from there.
As well,
no, I could understand that argument.
When Scotland was arguing, half of the time it was arguing over Catholicism and Protestantism, wasn't it, as well?
Mate, that's exactly what's still happening to this day. Every country still...
To an extent, yeah.
Not to an extent, man. That's how the masses up here are ruled, man. It's not even that, mate. It's been stupefied to a prodate Catholic thing, right? When I would point in the direction of Jim Dowson and how he's harnessing the prodate Catholic thing and turning it into like a Christian nationalistic
thing. Is he a preacher?
Apparently so. Apparently so.
I crossed his path through you.
And I don't know, mate. Each to their own. I am not Christianizer.
But let's forget all this. There's the old war, and the old war is Christianity against Islam.
That's what that's where it all comes from.
And you can't change that one. And if you want to further it, you get Judaism sucking up or working with Christianity because they've both got one enemy, or they share the enemy, and that's Islam.
Have you ever heard how
the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Well, I don't know if you. I engaged with a hangout one night, right, mate, and it was James Godtard and Jada, and I engaged with them, right, and Jada was like, somebody asked Jada a question about the Jews and all that shit, right, and she rattled into like a wee diatribe, man. It spoke volumes, mate.
Like a program.
No, it spoke volumes. She was talking about how, like, oh yeah, right, and this is how people, this is how I blow people's nuts, mate. Because, man, mate,
when Judaism became Christianity, because that's what happened through Rome, right? The ones that remained Jewish, right? They got to become the banking system because in Christianity, you're not allowed to use usury. So that's the reason the Jews became the enemies on one level throughout history.
Right, mate, listen, fuck, mate, you'll appreciate it. So, fucking, right, I'm going to ask you, like, man, so, because to me, this is an example of how, not you, I was talking about Jada there, right? Jada talked about...
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry, it's me and my fucking head's going all over the place, but
I took you off.
I get a great example. No. Jada talked about she touched on how fundamental Christians interpreted the Jews, right? And fundamental Christians interpreted the Jews as like they'll be fucking converted, like 25% of them or whatever will be converted, the rest of them will be killed when Jesus comes back. I'll be honest, I can't remember the exact bullshit, but it was something along those lines.
I don't think she's accurate though, but go on.
I think it's just an interpretation, mate, of fucking now, and this is what. But this, to me, is what bamboozles people's nuts, where they get into this Zionism, Jew, Israel. Now, I've got a particular opinion on all this shit. God forbid anybody ever fucking follows my shit, because it's just my own fucking brand of fucking madness, but I'm happy to share it. So, like, my fucking particular brand of madness is I believe that fundamental Christians got their head in their game, got ahead of the curve when it came to propaganda on the internet, and they used conspiracy and the rest of it to propagate their shit into fucking a lot of people's nuts. And they're doing that to propagate the idea of, like, well, like, I'll simplify it and boil it down. It's to cement control over the area of the world called Jerusalem, right? And they don't care whether people perceive whether it's Israel, the Jews, the Muslims. They don't care who is perceived to control over that area. They just want it opened up for the Christians, and the Christians to be able to do what they want to do. And then you could even go into the crazy shit that I think is very provident and people need to think about, which is the people that want to build the third temple and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, I could even go deeper, man, in the sense that, because like I used to come across as an anti-Jew hating pro-Palestinian person, and I'm not going to sit here and deny that I believe there's like an ethnic cleansing and genocide going on in that area of the world. I'm just not going to argue who started it. You know, like I can't argue who started it. I know where my head's at. Right?
Yeah, well, I would imagine, like, really, like the objective is to keep Jerusalem divided, because that's like the religious power pressure point on the planet.
Mate,
so
right.
It's Islam fighting Christianity and Judaism, isn't it?
No, I get you, right, but like, imagine this, right? Imagine you were the Christian. Because this is the thing, mate. Like, I seriously do not have anything against Christians more than I do against Jews or any. I don't. I just try. Like, nobody recognises fundamental and militant Christianity, and it exists. I know it exists, man. Like, UVA like, exists, right? I know it exists. So nobody recognises it exists. So my argument is, are the Christians intelligent enough to get the Jews and the Muslims arguing about Jerusalem so they kill each other, but they're sitting there ruling it all? This is my argument.
You can't stop it because the hatred is that inbuilt. It's like they get little.
Stop what, mate?
Like
the Zionist Jews who are Christians want them to kill each other. This is my point. Because my argument is Zionist Jews aren't Jews. They're basically just rough. Well, look, mate. For me, Zionism was, in fact, this isn't even a fucking conspiracy theory. Zionism was usurped by the Rothschilds. Zionism existed prior to the Rothschilds, and then the Rothschilds bounced in and usurped it, and then as soon as the Rothschilds usurped it, the City of London came in and boom, Israel was born, right? So I'm saying there's something else going on here. I'm saying it's a bunch of fucking Christians controlling Jews to make them to be the black sheep.
If you go further back to the creation of Christianity, once Christianity had become the actual sort of like main fucking state religion, if you like, yeah, which it did, it forbade usury. So you could no longer be a banker. And that's when the Jews stepped in. And they already were the bankers. That's why Jesus kicked the tables over. Yeah? He kicked the tables over of the money lenders.
I agree with you, man, and
you're
right.
The Rothschilds, sort of like that family of wealth has been actually growing secretly from all that time, I would imagine. We charged them a load of money, and like 500 Jews come to England. Some king, I can't remember which one. And like really, what
Henry V.
They were settling in and getting in the courts to do business, because that's what Jews do. They do business.
Mate, you know I'm no fucking here to fucking apologise for the Jews or anything, right? But
no, I'm not either. I'm saying that's the historical fact. Plus, they killed Jesus in the story, didn't they?
But you kind of knocked it out the park yourself, man. The Jews were the only motherfuckers that were allowed to ordain by fucking their own God to change money. So they were the money changers. In Christianity and fucking Islam, you were forbidden for that shit. And Judaism, Jews were fucking allowed to be money changers, mate.
I think in Islam, I think you can be, but you're not allowed to make a profit on it. So if you put money in a Pakistani bank in Manchester,
it's interest, mate. It's
they don't do that. Yeah. They don't. I don't know how they make the money, but
usually, like the act. If you boil it down,
because Christianity is the religion that says, right, just walk into the wilderness and have fuck all, don't it? God will provide.
No. Usury when you break down the definition, usury is it's not lending money. I'll borrow you £1, give me £1 back. It's the interest on that. So it's the interest on that is what's known as usury.
It's the banking system.
Yeah, right. That's what we live under, isn't it? Oh fuck.
So we've got big banks that have evolved now, haven't we?
Well, they exist because we use them.
But they've got a lot. They've got a lot of financial interest in Israel, because Israel, like I said, is a place of. It's the most powerful spiritual place on the planet. It's the birth of Jesus. So you've got the Christians mad for it. You've got the Wailing Wall. So you've got the Jews mad for it. And you've got the Third Rock, so you've got Islam mad for it. So it's like a fractured fucking mad place, isn't it? And then the Jews are small, and all around it is the Middle East, and they all want to kill them.
Mate,
so they have to play games.
That's the thing. Like, I don't want to point at one particular denomination of retardation and go it's their fault, because you know what? The reason that place is like a fucking tinder box is because everyone's fucking willing to fucking fight over it. And I don't know about you, mate. I don't know about you and like how you perceive shit and all that stuff, but I ain't willing to die over fucking some part of the world that I've never been to. And like, baby Jesus in the manger, brilliant. I ain't fucking dying over that pair. You want to go and kill each other over that? I mean, I see if it would end. I'm being facetious here. I'm kind of being half true. I'm saying shit that fucking people won't get the ball. I can't believe maybe like fucking that area of the world explode if it solved the problem, you know? Because like I'm saying that facetious, but it's like look at the fallout for that shit. Look at the amount of fallout for all the people fucking wanting
all through history.
Apparently for thousands of years.
Forever.
And I don't know about you.
Before the Bible, that was the place.
Yeah, man. That's where it. And I don't know about you.
Is it because it's the 7 Hills? I think, isn't it? Am I right? Something like that.
Yeah, 7 Hills.
You go back
Zion
before
and all that. Aye. No, but like, mate,
Zion's much later.
I don't think. That's
Zion. Yeah, Mount Zion. No, that's in Africa, isn't it?
No, Zion.
Are you sure?
Well, there's different ones. I'm sure.
You might be right.
But you've got the 7 hills round Rome.
Yeah, because that relates to the Catholic Church, doesn't it?
But mate, like, my point is like, regardless of all this fucking old pish, it ain't worth killing people over nowadays. So when I'm saying that fucking thing, I like fucking...
Yeah, but Kit, just because you're right and just because it's true...
I'm no right, mate. I'm fucking far from right.
Well, all right, then. Just suppose that you are right.
Right.
Just suppose it is true. Just because you believe, just because you want it, it's not going to make it happen, is it?
True, man.
That's the problem. Like, I'm trying to say to people on my channel, like, you'll search for what's the word now? Closure on things. But for most of the things that you search for closure on, you're never going to get them. Like the Buddhist monk that said when he was dying, right, look, what's this? And he died saying, what's this? That was his lesson. He became, like, in history, a great master, because his lesson was, even at death, he said, what's this? So what's this? What's this? And then that goes into what's this? And then the Persians were taxing the fucking citizens, and they ran to the hills, and then they became Jews, and blah, 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 and it goes all the way through right up to here. You can follow the twists of history, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact of where we end up, and that's the fact that that area on this planet is a hot spot of activity. It's the spiritual epicenter. The plague probably comes from it.
Well, you know what? Let's silver lining and all that shit, man. Let's fucking...
There will be silver linings.
Well, let's recognise that it's amazing to be alive and witnessing this shit.
At the end of the world.
Well, as we know it, mate, it's kind of scary because it'll never be the same again. I don't know
it's a new world dawning, isn't it?
Have you witnessed the shit that's coming out of Wuhan, where the lockdown's lifted and they still need to fucking like show fucking WhatsApp passports?
I only seen it because I watched your video when you were on about it. I seen all the lights.
Mate, it's gonna see if that happens over here, man.
We won't have the lights.
I don't think it will happen, man. I really. Yeah. I don't think we'll put up with that. I really don't.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. That's why public opinion, kind of, in a way, protects us in the longer run. That's why you have different parties, even though they're cheeks at the same ass. They still have to sort of like butter the people up. That's how they got us into the Brexit situation. That's how this has been dealt with now. And they're covering up the fact that they've destroyed the NHS and stuff. It's all scams on scams. But the people in the end will vote like for the best deal they can get, you see. Because it can go more authoritarian in history, and then it can lighten up a bit, and then it can go back a bit, and then it can go forward a bit. Do you get what I mean? If you look for this.
Aye, 2 steps forward and 1 step back, man.
Well, yeah, but they're always on the make, they're always on the take, because that's the system. I would say that's the banking system, isn't it? They're the boys that are in control, if you ask me.
Well, this is what splits my view of what's going on in the world, because I see the banking system as one, right? And then I see China.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it?
China ain't part of this current system, right? And what's happening right now, China stinks. And it's like, are you willing as let's say the banking society is willing to take a massive hit to fuck up China? Is that what's happening now,
It could be happening. It could be happening. There's a lot of things happening, isn't there? And there's a lot of...
Scary days, mate. Not even scary days. It's just...
They're not.
It's good to be alive, man. It's good to be alive.
Look, if you want to live in panic, you're going to be in panic.
Yeah.
Right? And if you just want to brave it out, it might not be too bad. Right? If it is, right, you'll have to deal with that when you get there, but you have to give them 3 weeks, don't you, at least? Really? Before it's not like that's when, you know what I mean? Like,
nice.
Let's see what they try and do next. That's your gauge. I would imagine they'll want us to go back to work because who's paying for all this?
Well, if the fucking deaths don't come down and people get told to go back to work at the same time, that's when I think fucking revolt will happen.
No, I don't think so. No, people will want to go back to work.
I think people will want to, mate, but I think if the deaths start rocketing, the paranoia will just... I don't know about you, mate, like, I used to think that people like us were on like a very small fraction of society. See, after this shit's happened,
yeah,
I'm noticing fucking like 70% of people being on the spectrum are fucking par out their tits over this shit. And I didn't think it was that big before. I really genuinely didn't think it was that big before.
It depends who you talk to, though.
No, but, mate, it doesn't matter. There's a difference between talking about it and the way people act.
Yeah, everyone's got a conspiracy story.
I've just watched everybody going at their shelves and get their gloves out and they're fucking, every cunt's fucking par out their tits. Everybody's uber careful, man. It's like the fucking for the local shops.
But like, if the evil system is what they think it is, don't they realise they would be being goaded into action? I mean, if they want to believe that, then surely off their own philosophy of the information they've studied for years and years, that's what it says. When anything happens, they've actually brought it on, right? The Zionist takeover of Jerusalem was a promise made between Churchill and fucking America, the American Jews, the Zionist movement in America. They said, we can bring America in the war. We needed America in the war. We gave loads of promises out to everybody for everything, mate, and a lot didn't get honoured. That still rumbles today, believe it or not. But the point was, right?
Hold on, before you get your point out. You want me to fucking tell you about my mad conspiracy shit in and around what you're talking about? Right, so, you're talking about, because this is actually very prevalent, right? Because this is where my head's at and why I'm no longer like fucking in the anti-Zionist cult in the sense that it's my fucking focus. Right, long story short, right, so what you're talking about there, man, is like you're talking about the Balfour Declaration, right? Now, the Balfour Declaration, for obvious reasons, would have been signed by Lord Balfour, right? Lord Balfour is a Scottish lord.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's a Scottish lord for the East Coast. Now, not only is he a lord for the East Coast, he's a descendant of Robert the Bruce, right? And then if you look at Robert the Bruce's argument, story, fucking fingers up to Rome and shit, then you see what's happening. And these motherfuckers don't like the Jews. Like, this is the crazy thing that's hard to fucking, ingest into people's nuts. The motherfuckers who created Israel hate the Jews. They hate them so much, they're willing to fucking create a wee bunch of fucking begging Jews, calling themselves fucking Zionists, and declare ownership over an area of the world in the name of Judaism, who they don't even fucking follow.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds mental. It sounds crazy, but I don't know. Sorry, man.
It's the Ashkenazi Jews, isn't it? The ones that by fucking they had to decide, didn't they?
That's the
religion
argument
they were going to follow. That's the historical fact.
Mate, but it's
all right. I'll listen to this, and just to finish what I was trying to get over before, I watched the video only the other day, right? This guy who'd been big in American government, and he said in World War II, he said we did, it was like 80% of the production for ourselves in the war and 40% for the enemy. How's that for a scam?
Well,
it was Ford engines in Panzer tanks.
Do you know what I was going to talk about?
Running on American fuel as well and shit like that. It wasn't fuel, but they was selling them stuff.
I was going to talk about the Vietnam War. Another
scam.
The Vietnam War. Both sides of the line.
They are talking.
Both sides of the line, you had Ford fucking tanks, right? Basically the exact like Ford. You know who Ford is. Like Ford was making tanks. He's making tanks for the fucking commies as well.
Henry Ford had a picture of Adolf Hitler on his wall, and
what's wrong with that?
And Adolf Hitler had a picture of Henry Ford. They were like really good mates. It's true. No, it's true.
No, and Adolf Hitler had a picture of the Queen.
Henry Ford tried communism. Henry Ford had tried communism in his factory, and he paid everyone the same wage. And the people that were drawing on the boards, like doing all the hard brain work, said, "Give us a brush."
No, true, I know I was going to say, man, that's funny, but you're right, man. He did.
It's true.
He did do it, yeah. Ford was a big. That's why in most
Ford was the biggest Jew hater on earth.
Oh, he didn't like the Jews.
But so was Luther. But Martin Luther started off loving them.
Mate, this is the thing I'm trying to introduce to people's idea, head. Like, everybody thinks it's like one big fucking Zionist conspiracy. See the people that are fucking. They hate the Jews. The people that are running the show hate the Jews. As you're saying, like Ford. These are the motherfuckers that fucking still run the show. They hate the Jews. And it's like, I know it's hard for people to understand.
Well, it's also the programming that is in the Bible, isn't it? It was written in the Bible that the Jews were fucked since ancient Egypt, wasn't it? They'd always have to wander after Jesus as well.
And they'll be subservient to Christians.
They never should settle down, right, until the Messiah comes. And now they've started a state called Israel. Israel, you see, and they're not meant to do that.
I know, mate.
That's why they're so widespread, and that's why they were using the banking system. It's a network. It's an old technology that they're very good at. Like the head of the Jewish banking system are all Ashkenazi Jews, and they have the highest IQ on the planet.
Well, see to me, right?
Goodwin numbers.
Exactly. Like Jews are the human. Like the Jews are the human abacus. Like, let's be honest, man. They're the motherfuckers that were educated in the way of numbers and accountancy, and way before anybody else. And for some whatever weird reason, like they particularly grew up being very well educated.
But there's lots of different kinds of Jews as well. Like they won't even talk to each other. Some of them.
Well, mate, they're like everybody else.
It's very strange. They've got a strange thing about them. This is how they became a target in Germany.
It's not a strange at all, mate. It's like a bunch. It's like Scots. It's like
very
English.
Weird. The religion is very strange. Like to us,
mate. You're from Manchester, right? You hate the fucking Scouse motherfuckers, right? That ain't strange.
I don't hate anyone really, but I know what you mean.
You know what I'm talking. Their rivalry,
right?
What you mean. Even if it's just poking each other with a stick out of fucking fun, right? Glaswegians have got it.
There might be a Scouse twat watching.
But that's what I'm saying, mate. It's like the Jews are the Jews aren't any fucking more deep. They can be particularly demonized because they're human abacuses, right?
But they are also a very, very tiny population that yield a tremendous amount of power and influence worldwide.
I know it's because they've always been more educated, and that's why they're the human abacuses. Right?
It's because they was allowed to use usury. That's their religion, you see. Their religion kind of encourages it, so it makes you a bit of a target, that
Well,
throughout history.
That's very true, man. And fuck's sake, I think
we're not playing games, are we?
I think technically speaking, mate, the Jews have been kicked out of every country in Europe at some point.
Yeah, they have. That's true.
But I said, listen, I ain't no friend of the fucking banks.
They also used to make a lot of stuff up about them as well. You see.
Well, I would argue it'd be very easy to fucking make them as a scapegoat.
We used to hang witches in this country, and they weren't really witches, were they?
Yeah, we don't know that, mate.
Well, no, but they weren't, were they? They weren't really doing what they were saying, but like, it was just a good way to demonise and get the land. Everything's a takeover bid. You know, if I can demonise you and then we kick you off your farm, I get your farm, maybe you don't.
Stay off my carrots.
You know, hatred is sort racism is inbuilt, isn't it, in a way?
Well, mate, I would argue that racism doesn't even really exist. But
No,
it makes me sound like
it
makes me sound like a racist.
It does in the programming. You said earlier on you wouldn't go and dive and fight for something like religion, and I was going to say, but if you'd grown up with the programming and it took hold of you, you would have.
Well, mate,
that's why you can have a white lad in a prison cell come out fucking jihad.
Mate, you're spot on, mate. Let's use what I would say is the truther cult as something like, mate. There was a point where I would ran in front of machine guns for fucking David Icke. I'm maybe over exaggerating a wee bit, but probably not too much. I mean, I seriously was that fucking ball deep in the belief of fighting the New World Order, so I thought.
I remember. I was worried. Well, we were worried to fuck about you because you said I meditate to David Icke. I thought, that's a dangerous game.
No, I said masturbate, mate. You just heard me wrong. But fucking.
I tell you what, though, I like what David Icke said on some of this at this time. You know what I mean? I do. I'm not going to lie about it.
I'm falling out with him big style, mate, because he's.
No, I mean, like, because he went, well, I'm going to go out if I want to go out. Because what he was saying is, and I agree, because I've said it, if you're not going to go near anybody, right, and you're going to respect the rules, then that's fine.
Mate,
you don't have to lock everybody in for us to keep a good distance apart.
Crossman, do you you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So you understand about reading between the lines, didn't you? Like, I don't know. Like,
are you gonna say but they know, like, if they let everyone just do whatever they want, they'll just set the fit. I understand that.
There's cops out there being arseholes and you over exercising the powers being given them.
You're always gonna get arseholes.
What I'm saying is, like, it's fucking like, I don't know. Cops are as stupid. Cops are as stupid as us. They're as scared as us. Some of them, that fear will represent.
Yeah, they'll be trigger happy because they're under the same stress everybody else is.
And I just don't think we should hold it not against them.
There's a bloke in, I think it was Germany, and his neighbour were making a load of noise. So he shouted down at the window at them, and then they all started to come up, and he shot 5 of them dead. 1 of them were pregnant. So I know what you're saying.
Wait, say that again.
I think it was Germany. It might have been Russia, actually. And because they all were on lockdown, house would be, and an house were being noisy. So he shouted down at them, and they all come up, and he shot 5 of them. 1 of them were pregnant. So that's all through this. The psychological trauma of this is massive.
I was going to say, man, just you telling me that, even though I'm skeptical and going like I would need to confirm that 9 times, it's still fucking, it's heartbreaking to even fucking think that kind of shit's fucking rolling out right now, you know. Anywhere,
it will be doing. It will be doing. Look at the
I believe
pressure.
you, mate. I believe
You've
man.
You've got nothing in your cupboards.
Cunts are snapping. I agree with you, man. I'm witnessing it, man. Cunts are snapping. I don't know about me. I don't know how. I don't know what kind of. I don't know where you stay in the thick of the jungle or whatnot, mate. I have no idea.
Well, I'm on a nice street, mate. They're all being very, very good. But they're all watching each other.
Did you venture into the jungle after lockdown? Mate, the jungle...
No, I've not needed to. Not really needed to go and do anything, so mate, I've been alright, mate.
Well, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. The general kind of thing, and it's horrible, and I don't I do participate, but I don't subscribe. It's not my... But when you're walking around the jungle, let's say, like, typically every cunt's a fucking... like, threat or fucking fight, you know? It's like, rah,
Oh, I've had them walk past me and grab the coat, like, you know, as if I've got fucking scabies.
Mate,
but I've respected that. I've just respected that. I'm not bothered. I'm not going to run up to someone and say it's fake, it's fake. It's like running up to someone saying, look at these chemtrails. It's the same.
Don't take a piss out of me because I don't believe in chemtrails, man.
Don't get caught, don't believe the hype. Fair enough, that sound advice, like,
oh, man,
just because it's how you feel, and you don't go up to someone,
it's like, I've fucking used that chemtrail so much that people really, people fall out with me over it, man, and I just use it as a kind of, like, fucking go-to, fucking it. Honestly.
It's visible, isn't it? You can see it, so it's easy to believe.
Mate, I see it. This is the fucking thing I do not deny. The fucking lines in the fucking sky, you know? It's my opinion of what they are.
Explainable. All it takes is to go and look into it, and you find out that it's all fully explainable.
And
then it's done. But people don't go that far.
Mate,
they just watch them videos, don't they? And that's it. We've done it.
It's very coaxing, isn't it? It's But I was also like, I was speaking to somebody early on as well, mate. And to be honest, it was like, you know, like, how do you say? Like, a lot of people that, like, it's almost as if, like, the end of the world is what people wanted. If that makes any sense. It's like, there's almost a lot of people, like, going, yay! You know, and they think it's, like, the end of the world, and you're like, oh. And I can't even fucking speak out about it properly without fucking feeling it'll offend some cunt, you know? It's like, but
just by shitting up Pakistan and India, it could spark World War III.
Mate, I think it's happening.
And then when you get the breadbaskets of the world not providing food, we're all fucked.
Mate, I think what's happening right now is the West versus China.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter if that's true. What I'm saying is the ramifications of what's happened so far is out of China, America, and England's hands. It's that fucking domino effect, isn't it?
Mate, let's take the
exponential growth.
Mate, I hear what you're saying. Take the virus out of the game, right? Let's look what's happened. China shut down their economy. Then the West shut down their economy. It's almost tit for tat, isn't it?
But China's owned by the same banking interest. It's owned by white European men. If you scratch to the top of it.
No, mate. Like,
it does its transactions through the City of London.
Yeah,
they're on the same hitman list. Everyone has to stand in line here.
But that was.
You're going to go off the balcony.
But mate, that's the way they've tried to indoctrinate the communist state. To think China isn't an adversary of the City of London and the interests, and the City of London interests is Hong Kong, and like see what was happening in Hong Kong and all that shit. It's just, to me, it's no coincidence.
Well, so it was a good time to have a virus.
Damn right, mate. But I'd respectfully disagree that fucking like. I think fucking the City of London would have fucking every fucking, and they would love what's happening now.
Well, it's economic warfare. Everything is.
No, hold on, but that makes it sound mate, but like these pandemics have came out of nowhere in times immemorial for the past.
And they always will do.
I'm naive I wouldn't say I'm naive enough to say that this hasn't been pulled out of some fucking rich cunt's fucking briefcase, right?
Well, I used to say that the Spanish flu wasn't.
Well, it came from America again.
Well, again, but what I'm trying to say is...
again, shit, I said that, that was me inferring that the Wuhan came from America.
That's what I'm saying. Look, we don't, history repeats itself. So you had the Spanish flu, didn't you? And
mate, see today
World War I and all that shit. So
today was the first time that I familiarised myself with the information about, or perceived information about the Spanish flu, and like, obviously it didn't come from Spain. The reason
It come from a chicken in Kentucky.
Shut up, man! You're making me hungry. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
All right. Well, if you get a Kentucky Fried Chicken now, how do you know it's not got fucking the disease on it?
Because they're deep fried them.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
Oh,
There
no,
is an
I know,
hypocrisy going on.
Oh, of course, man. Of course, mate.
You're still getting envelopes off your postman.
Well, oh shit, man. Mate, get yourself a Skype together, man, and I'll get you in the group. I was talking about this earlier on, man. See, Boris Johnson, did you know? Did you get your letter for Boris Johnson?
No, I haven't received it.
Well, you're lucky, mate, because you know what was happening? He sent them out just before he fucking became sick. He was coughing in every envelope, then sealing it. And then posting it around the world.
Why would you spend £6 million in these times of trouble, right? To tell everyone something that you've already told them on the telly that and the internet. Why would you do that with a deadly virus on the prowl? Why would you do that? Someone's going to get infected off that letter, all up and down the country. With a percentage where it passes on. Why would you do that for £6 million?
I know. Look,
I don't understand that.
Didn't make sense to me.
Boris is doing better now. You know that, don't you? He's sat up now.
Well, I had a theory the Queen and Prince Charles would die of this shit.
Yeah, I thought the Queen was going to die of it.
Just because I think Prince Willie, mate, is going to be the fucking top dog before the year's out.
Well, you never know. I mean, 2020.
2021 is his year. I think he's going to be top dog before 2021.
Well, that's a special number because that's 41, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all right. Motherfuckers love the numerology, man.
But 2020 is even more important. It's 4 tens, isn't it? 1 and 0. Binary. Number 10 Downing Street. Number 10 Scotland Yard. All the numbers, 1 to 10, you can make all numbers off that, don't you? So they were always going to do something in 2020. Or something were going to happen. I mean, are they doing something or are things happening? That's the question.
Right. Crossman, hang around, mate. I'm going to end the live stream and just go and hang about offline. So, kick about, mate. I'm just going to say bye, everybody. So, thanks for joining. One and all, thumbs it up. Share it with friends, family, foes. Help the channel and the show grow. Remember, digital busking. It's all available and accessible, free of charge. And the Patreon and PayPal buttons are down below. Stay safe, citizens. Play with traffic and lick doorknobs. And anybody that wants to have a wee chat or a blather, whether it's just to say hello or impart the meaning of life, there's contact details down below. If you've got Skype, get in touch, man. Yeah, I'm more than welcome because I think we're all going stir crazy, so a lot of people might actually want to speak to folks. So, anybody that fancies doing that. Crossman, thanks for the brother live, my man.
Keep you cool, everybody. Keep you cool, everybody.
Fuck's sake, that's almost as bad as Sean Ryder telling us to fucking stay healthy earlier on as well. Mate, you know what I think about it? It was Sean, mate, I watched a fucking YouTube video with Sean Ryder like that. Stay healthy, folks. I'm like, fuck's sake, man. That's some fucking New World Order shit.
He won't last if he got it.
Man, that's what I'm saying, man. How the fucking Sean Ryder about something tell you to stay healthy? You're like, that's like, that's not cool. I don't know if I can even convey the fucking. Sean Ryder should be just telling you to get high and enjoy. I don't know. I'm a bad man. Stay healthy, folks. Crossman, hang around, buddy, and people that want to join. Details below. I'm going to end the live show and then kick around with everybody who wants to have a wee shot of the show. Catches.
Keeps clear.